All right, let's see. Pawshamp. Let's see. We are live. Let's go. We are live on Twitch. We are live on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Also, holy moly, David with the 15-day stream streak. My God. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. I am live for my second day, day 2 of my Nod-Krai Lore Reading content. We're finishing everything else today. We went through I did a 7-hour stream yesterday. We went through a bunch of Frostmoon Scion lore, Reed Miller lore. We read Lauma's character lore and voice lines as well. A lot of stuff to get through. And, obviously it wasn't enough to get through everything in one sitting, so we're back for day 2. We're going to be going through Lightkeeper lore today. We're going to be reading through Flynn's lore, some Treasure Hoarder lore. We're going to be reading Hymns of the Far North today. We're going to be getting through some lore regarding the Imaginarium Theater with the Luna Arcana card sets, as well as Octavia and Miliastra Wonderland lore as well. So there's a lot to get through. Very excited. I hope you guys are eager. I'm planning on streaming all day and night until we finish everything. So basically the stream does not end until everything is done. Which, you know, I'm kind of down for that. Even if I do another 8-hour stream today, I'll still finish before I did yesterday, like earlier than I did yesterday. So, really appreciate all of you guys being here. I really hope you guys are excited for all of the lore we're gonna get into. If you guys read it, that's great. If you guys haven't read it, hopefully you'll learn a thing or two along with me. And also, before we get any further, I need to send out all of my tweets and posts and links and notifications so people know that I'm live. I usually wait to go live on YouTube to send these out, so that way people know that I'm live in case Twitch and YouTube don't do their proper job of giving people notifications. So, let me do this real quick. Oh, okay. Also, please remind me, because I will forget. When we switch over to read Luna Arcana, remind me to move my camera. All right, just remind me if anyone's going to be here for everything. If you guys are going to be here for that, remind me to move my webcam when we start Luna Arcana, because I might forget. But yeah, so... all right. All links and notifications are sent. Let's go. All right, I got my notebook right here. Also, we got this. Okay. But yeah, so I'm just gonna give it a few minutes. We'll probably start reading in another 10 minutes or so, and then we're basically just gonna be doing this for the rest of the day. So I appreciate those of you who are eager and excited. And then after this, we're kind of chilling until we get Luna 3 and Durin lore, Yehoda lore, and everything else in between. I think, aren't we getting, yeah, we're getting we're getting 2 new weapons. Actually, we're getting 3 new weapons, I think. Right? We're getting Venti's weapon, Venti 5-star, Durin 5-star, and we're getting the new Auroran 4-star event bow. So 3 new weapons, so we got a little bit more weapon lore. And then obviously Durin has lore, Yehoda has lore, so we're gonna be doing another, albeit minor, but we're gonna be doing some more lore content, lore reading content next patch. How much pity do you have for Durin? Not that much. I think I'm at like 5 or 6. Yeah, I think I'm at 6 actually. Yeah, I'm at 6 pity for character. Weapon banner, I'm at like 50 something. I think I'm at like 54 or something like that. I got high up on my weapon banner pity because I was trying to go for the 4-star weapons, but I didn't get any. They just kept giving me like, I got like 3 4-star characters on the weapon banner. I was a little salty about that, but it's all good. I didn't really need the weapons anyway. And I ended up getting the lore from somebody else. Yeah, I'm pulling on Venti's weapon banner. I'm getting Venti's weapon. I haven't used Venti in ages, and I've only ever used him as a support, so the fact that they're creating him as like a DPS with the Hexerai buffs, as well as his, like I think his own kit has been improved too with his ultimate. Like whenever you ult, you basically can use like his infused arrows, which is super cool. So, I'm excited. I'm actually super excited for the Hexerai, like, little side quests that you do to get the buffs for everybody. Just because, like, we're tangibly going to be hanging out with all those characters again. So, Sucrose, Razor, Fischl, especially since Fischl wasn't voiced during Paralogism. Like, the English voice, at least, wasn't voiced during Paralogism. So, I hope that they're... I don't know if they're gonna be voiced. I hope they are. I hope the characters are voiced. Because, like, the little section, the little excerpts that they had during the trailer, I assume those were ripped from their quests. So, I hope that they're all voiced. So yeah, and oh my gosh, we got the freaking Razor's Lupacall is in Wolvendom. They showed the wolves during the freaking special program. I cannot believe that. So there, I think Wolvendom, I wonder if they're gonna get rid of the Rift Hounds then, because the Rift Hounds have been in Wolvendom all these years. So the Rift Hounds have been in Wolvendom ever since 2.2 when they first got announced. And, I wonder if the Lupacall are gonna replace them, or if they're gonna get, like, driven, like, the Rift Hounds are gonna get driven out by Razor's Wolfpack. Also, based on how they looked, I'm not surprised, like, a part of me is kind of like, okay, I can see why the people thought these wolves were the wolves that attacked them. Because, like, the Lupacall wolves are kind of beefy. They look ridiculously strong, and, like, they don't look like wolves. They look like, they're like otherworldly creatures. So, they look more like Andreas than that little... God, guys, remember that, like, one random wolf, like, NPC like, animal that they had in the quest that was, like, down on the ground? That looked more like a dog than a wolf compared to these wolves that we see. So, yeah, so thankfully Hoyoverse is putting respect on the Lupacall pack. But yeah, I'm so excited. I don't think I have a reaction to the... I think I actually saw the the Rift Hounds in Wolvendom off stream. I think that's like the only reaction to like a previous region update that I haven't, that wasn't like recorded for me. Because I remember I had a reaction to seeing the, like the Hydro Eidolons in Liyue and the Consecrated Beasts in Inazuma. But I don't think I was streaming when I noticed the Rift Hounds in Wolvendom during 2.2. I don't think I was like... I don't think I was getting like updated by stuff like that by my mods in the community at that time, like I am now. So yeah, I don't know if I have a reaction to seeing them on stream, unless it's on like an old VOD that I haven't looked back on yet. Yeah, I have the reaction to the Consecrated Beasts. I have that. I remember seeing those for the first time. And I remember seeing the Melusine in Natlan. I'm actually surprised. Like, I'm kind of curious if we're gonna see any Saurians when we go to Snezhnaya. Because there's always, like, an entity from the previous nation in the next one, right? So the Wolvendoms in Inazuma were in Mondstadt. And then they had the consecrated beasts from Sumeru in Inazuma. And then they had the Hydro Eidolons from Fontaine and Liyue. And then they had the Melusine from Fontaine in Natlan. So I'm kind of curious if there's gonna... I mean, technically, I guess it would be the NPCs, right? The Natlan NPCs are in other nations now, but I wonder if we're gonna see any Saurians in other nations. Not counting Kakuku, obviously. He's like a built-in character, along with Aoife. Someone on YouTube said, I'm gonna laugh if we get a Wyob. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know if the Wyob are even, like... I don't know if that's ideal for them to leave Natlan. I mean, I guess they can now, right? Because the Lord of the Night can take over. Yeah. Will you stream Yehoda's Nod-Krai passive like with NPCs? Yes, I will. Yep. We're gonna be following up and doing that. I think, here's the thing though, I think because I scanned everybody with Nefer, I think I can just do it with Yehoda and get everybody now. Right? Like nobody's locked out because I already did everything with Nefer. So when I get Yehoda, I can just scan everybody and see what she says about them. So basically Nefer did all the groundwork. And so I can do all of them with, I'll do that on stream though. I'm not gonna do that in the pulling video. I'll do that on stream. But we'll do that when we do the final quest for the final intel quest for the curatorium, because Yehoda will have a section in that too, so she'll get a follow-up. So we'll definitely do that on stream. If Bibu appears in Snezhnaya, it's peak. True. Oh man, that'd be so awesome. I'd be like, how the hell did you get here? Did you swim? But yeah, I can't wait to see some of the other characters. I'm surprised the NPC that was in the dance event was talking about how she like came in contact, like she crossed paths with Jet and Ben. She crossed paths with the Gourmet Supremo, like the traveling cooking group or the traveling chef group. And like all these NPCs that we've come into contact with, she's crossed paths with. So I wonder if we see her again, if she'll be like, hey, I met this Aranara and this girl that were traveling. I met this Anne and Marianne that were traveling. I met this little Saurian with a red scarf that was traveling. That'd be so cool if she like talks about some of the other like NPC companions that we've gone on quests with. Or even if we get more information about them since then. Excuse me. What happened to Axe Girl? Are you talking about Hanaya? Oh yeah, they talked about her too. She mentioned her as well. Or I assume she was referring to Hanaya. Oh, you mean Rana. Ji-Chang's my most anticipated NPC to return. Honestly, kind of same. A lot has happened since the Chasm. I mean, they freaking gave us Zamaran, for Christ's sake, last year. Or this year, rather. So, just getting the Chasm again and getting, like, portions of that quest line. And seeing her little... getting that letter from her. And her little excavation map. I hope we see her again, too. Bro, she was spitting facts, dude. She was talking about all these locations and ancient places. She also was talking about Arcadia, the ancient Arcadian ruins, which is where Kaya said his great-great-grandfather got, like, this ancient sword of destruction and whatnot that fell from Celestia. And I'm like, what the heck? So, I don't know, guys. If we get the Black Cliff Forge expansion during this year's Lantern Rite, I feel like we could see her this year. And I would be so happy if we do. Where are my Jet lovers? I mean, technically, we did see Jet this year. If you did the TFT game mode, there was a Jet cameo in that. So, like, Jet actually appears in the... I mean, granted, it's not her in real time, but she was featured in that, which was kind of cool. All right, gamers. With all of that out of the way, I think it's time that we finally start. I'm gonna do Flynn's anecdote first because we're already here, and then we're gonna do Colombina anecdote, and then we're gonna come back to the Lightkeepers, and we're gonna read Flynn's lore first. So, that's gonna be our initial order and startup, since a lot of people were asking me what order we're doing things in yesterday. So, that's what we're gonna start with today. So, sit tight, and I'll see you guys in a couple minutes, and then we'll start. Also, if you guys are on YouTube, be sure to thumbs up the video, or the stream rather. It does help out, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys are enjoying yourselves. Did we ever get 2 region expansions in one patch? I don't think so. I mean, that would be kind of like... I don't really see what the point in that would be. Considering how the region expansions are pretty substantial. Oh, you mean like back to back to back? Oh, I thought you meant in one patch. Yeah, we've done that. That's happened before. Fontaine got like 3 in a row. Inazuma got a couple back to back. Sumeru got like the rainforest in 3.0 and then the desert in 3.1. But yeah, I think Fontaine was the most, I think Fontaine was the one that gave us the most. Like, we got like 3 region expansions per patch. 3.0, 3. Yeah. It felt like Watatsumi, Enka, and the Chasm were close together. Watatsumi Island was what, 2.1? Surumi Island was 2.2. 2.3 we went back to Dragon Spine. 2.4 was Enka. 2.5 was the Enka event. 2.6 was the Chasm. So, also guys, I'm stuck. Damn Aether. Oh, there we go. .7 was the Chasm again, but with Ito. Yeah, but that's not an expansion. That's just the event with the region that just came out. And then 2.8 was the summer event. So... Have we started yet? Well, yeah, the ads just finished. Like, the second you said that, I realized the ads have been over for about a minute. Yeah, so we are going to be starting now. Let me make sure I'm recording. Okay. Yeah, so just letting anybody know, we are reading everything else today. Do not ask me when we're going to read X, Y, or Z. We're getting to it today. Just be patient. All right, we're starting with the anecdotes first because I want to get those out of the way before we start. So just keep that in mind. All right, so this is just going to be a recording cut-in because the anecdotes are all compiled together. So I'm just going to start right now for the anecdotes. All right. All right, chat, we are in the Lightkeepers area. A little bit of time has passed. I have another anecdote over here. Today, we only got one anecdote. It was just Flynn's. We do have a Colombina interaction, but we're going to record that separately. So, we got Yehoda yesterday along with, well, technically, yeah, we got Yehoda and Yanfei yesterday. And so now we're back here. We're actually reading Flynn's lore today. But, oh, he's with the little... I didn't even see the dog over here. What the heck? Oh my gosh. The doggo. They're gonna talk about how Flynn's is so awesome and nice with the animals. Look at that. See? Why are the animals scared of him? This dog's big chillin'. He can do no wrong. Oh my gosh. What an awesome... What a gentleman. Oh! Look at him! Aww.
This is a good one. Here, take this meat for yourself.
Aw, look at him. Oh. Is this your dog? It's very cute.
Mine? Not at all. It belongs to itself. It sometimes brings me old bones to help with my puzzles. That's all.
I love that. That's what a base take. Yeah, it's not mine. He doesn't belong to me. He belongs to himself, Cinema. Bone puzzles? You?
Ah, I should be clear.
Bruh.
While I don't know what bones these are, I can say for certain they don't belong to any humans who slumber here or elsewhere. Bones are another thing that tickles my fancy. Sometimes when I see one that's a bit unusual, I'll pick it up and add it to my collection.
Guys, I need an anecdote with Flynn's and Sucrose now. She does the exact same thing. She's got like a bone collection in her freaking study. And now Flynn's is like, oh yeah, I collect rare coins and gemstones, but also bones of unidentified creatures. I'm like, holy moly, these two would get along great.
Then when I'm feeling bored, I try to connect all my bones and create something whole. A bit like doing a jigsaw puzzle.
Wow.
You could call it a form of artistic expression.
I need Sucrose and Flynn's to realize that they have a shared common hobby, and then they need to go look for bones together.
Even though each piece of this bone puzzle picture is unrelated to the next, and indeed they cannot possibly be related, just pondering how best to put them together and create something beautiful is an extremely relaxing process.
Sheesh.
Then, one day, an uninvited guest intruded on the room where I kept my bone puzzle picture.
Uh-oh.
It was none other than the dog you saw just now.
Please say it didn't eat the bones.
It did. By the time I entered the room, the little intruder had completely dismantled my picture.
Damn.
The second it turned and saw me, it bolted away between my legs.
Such a shame.
Luckily, all was not
I love how the
lost,
dog just ran
as
off.
I'd already taken a photo of it. And more than that, now that my old puzzle was dismantled, I was free to construct an even bigger puzzle with my growing collection of bones.
This is, thank God Flynn's is just out here on his own, doing his own little hobbies and no one's judging him. This is, I wouldn't call this like a common hobby.
Which is how I consoled myself at the time. After all, the damage had been done, so why not look on the bright side? The next day, as I was just about to begin piecing my puzzle together, my four-legged guest returned, and this time it brought a mouthful of bones.
Holy moly, he's helping out.
I couldn't understand what it was saying, but its intent became clear when it laid its animal bones at my feet and then placed them one by one into my puzzle.
Oh, shoot.
After that, it simply sat down and looked at me. After I gave it some cured meat, it got up and left.
Aw, his little companion.
Ever since then, it's dropped by from time to time.
Hey,
to
get
give me
off the
bones in
table! What are you
exchange for
doing?
food.
He's just strutting on the table. What the heck? It seems like the two of you have a budding relationship.
I think you might be viewing this with a little too much sentimentality. It's just a dog looking for food, nothing more.
Okay.
I'm a source of sustenance, and luckily for my canine friend, I happen to be relatively generous. Not that that's a bad thing. I view it more as an assistant under my employ.
Okay.
It doesn't speak, and it leaves when I tell it to. That's pretty much everything you could hope for in an assistant. If you'd like, you can give it some meat.
Oh!
Sometimes it sits and waits by your side, which I think probably means it's still hungry.
Oh my gosh, is the dog like a permanent addition to this area now?
Perhaps it might be a little more friendly with someone such as yourself.
Oh my god, look at him! He's so cute! Aww. Oh my god, wait! Wait, hold on, wait, the dog might just be here for right now, for this interaction. Oh my gosh, what the dog doing? Dog. Damn, what's up, dog? Holy moly. Alright, I'm a huge fan. You're like a celebrity here. He's just chilling with Flynn. This is so cool. Gotta get a picture. I don't know if the dog's gonna be here forever. Hold on, let me, What's funny about this, too, is I'm not even kidding, guys. I literally took Lauma out of the party because I didn't want these puffins to annoy the fuck out of me. I was like, I cannot risk having her here, and these puffins are gonna show up and start chirping my ear off. So... Oh, okay, so the dog's probably gonna say something, maybe. Hold on, let's see. Dog.
Human with food. Likes bones.
Woo!
But smells scary. Very scary. But gives me food.
Oh my god! The dog talks! Holy moly. Or rather, she can understand it. They gave the dog a voiceover? That's crazy. Holy. Yeah, he's like, oh man, this guy's kind of scary, but he gives me food, so I guess it's all good. That is so crazy.
Human with food. Likes bones. But smells scary. Very scary. But gives me food?
He's like, oh man, I'm a little scared. My instincts are telling me to run, but bro's feeding me, so I dare not bite the hand that feeds. That's crazy, dude. I was not expecting that. I just remembered, like, oh, well, you know, I got the character that talks to aminals, so that was really cool. That was such a pleasant surprise. I was not okay, like the dog communicating, I was expecting that. The dog having a voiceover sequence, that was a complete shock to me. So I appreciate the fact that they did that. That was awesome. Ah, that was so good. Alright. Alright, I'm literally taking Llama out of my party now. I'm like, nope. We're going to the Frost Moon Scions area. I know there are puffins in that area. I am not risking it. Alright, okay. Let us resume. Okay, so we're gonna go... Alright, we're gonna go to Bina now, so this is gonna be another recording. Alright, so we just chit-chatted with Flynn's. Just got a very interesting anecdote for him. And another week, another Colombina interaction. I believe this is our 5th interaction in the second part of the Selenic Chronicles. So, next week, well, this upcoming week, Luna 3 comes out. So, we're gonna get the last part of this part of the Selenic Chronicles. Are we getting another painting? Is Malus here? Yeah, so this is part 5. So basically, I'm gonna get the conclusion next Sunday, which is when Luna 3 will be out. Oh my god, are we painting another image of the past, gamers? I am so excited. Malus is here. And they're covered in paint still. You'll love to see it.
Huh? Isn't that Malus? Has she been out gathering inspiration again?
Oh my gosh, what do we get this time?
Yes, but the little one has been like this ever since she came back. As if lost in thought.
Oh no!
Huh. Maybe the theme this time is super profound. You know, like when a great artist realizes some fundamental truth about the world.
Yo, Albedo, where you at, my boy?
Come to think of it, Malus has given us a whole bunch of paintings. We could hold an entire exhibition at this rate.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. They're an artiste.
Paimon can't wait to tell everyone all about our little painter's rise to artistic stardom. But we'd need Colombina's permission first, of course.
Yeah. Also, 1 second. I gotta... Alright, let me do that real quick. Alright.
Why is that?
Well, because they're... because they're nearly all paintings of you.
Oh. It's okay. I don't mind.
Aw.
It sounds intriguing.
Oh my gosh, are we gonna put all of the paintings together and, like, create, like, a story?
Ooh, seems like Malus has decided what to draw. Quick, let's see what kind of paint we've got.
Oh my gosh. Also, the fact that Moonchanter Isla was present during the birth of the Frost Moon Goddess. Again, we had a little theory about that when we were reading up on lore yesterday. So, I think it's very interesting that the Kuhenki were present while she was born, despite the fact that her birth, like the rise in Kuhenki sightings was increased after she was born. So I'm kind of curious if there's any connection to, like, the Moonchanters of the past and the Kuhenki or anything like that.
This time, let's go for deep and tranquil colors.
All right, give me 1 second. All right. All right, this time let's go for deep and tranquil colors. Oh, okay, so we are doing another painting. All right, so... Oh my gosh, this is so cool, guys. I love these so much. Let's get everybody next to each other. All right. What's the inspiration today, Malus? All right. I don't know if I can get a... Yeah, I don't think I can get all of us up close like this. All right. Hey. Hold on. Alright. Ah, I love this. Deep, tranquil colors. Oh, okay. So let's see if there's anything in the flavor text that can help us. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to go for the Moonfall Silver, personally. A fruit as white as pearl that tastes refreshingly sweet. In the legends of the Frost Moon Scions, these fruits, like Kuhenki, are a gift from the Moon Maiden, a sacred symbol blessed by the new moon. Therefore, sharing and eating delicious laka berries is also a form of worshipping Kutar. Even when not associated with the divine, their plumpness and sweetness alone are enough to awaken one's appetite. Oh yeah, look at this, man. The lore is loring. Oh, but this has Reed Miller stuff. Yeah, I do remember reading this when we first got to Nodcry, the Moonfall Silver. A silver crystal as pure and pristine as moonlight, it possesses almost perfect elemental affinity. In the legacy of the Frost Moon Scions, these crystals were born 500 years ago alongside the Moon Maiden, and were believed by the Moon Chanter at the time to be a gift of the moon, hence the name Moonfall Silver. However, in older documents written by Snezhnayan chroniclers, the descendants of the Golden Realm were already using secret silver woven by Frost Moon thousands of years in the past. The threads that connected the two tales are unclear. The only certain thing is that these crystals make excellent elemental conductors in the eyes of Nodcry's craftspeople. Interesting. So these things were born alongside the Moon Maiden, similar to the Kuhenki. Unless the Kuhenki are, like, these are like the freaking eggs that then hatch into Kuhenki. I have no idea. And they're all over the place in here, too. So maybe that's a connection. And then we have Icy Pebble. A pebble commonly found in Nodcry's coast, characterized by a naturally occurring hollow. Touching it sends a faint chill through your fingers. According to ancient legends, the hollows in these pebbles were once shelters revealed to the Fae by the Frost Moon, gateways to the ethereal. In another story popular in Nashatown, the legendary thief Reed Miller was surrounded when a runestone given to him by a holy lady of the Frost Moon as a token of her love allowed him to conceal himself and escape his pursuers. Naturally, the Frost Moon Scions vehemently rejected this claim, as these pebbles do not possess any such magical properties. Alright, we're gonna go with the Moonfall Silver. I think that's just appropriate given that it's around here, so we'll go with this.
Do? What do you think, Mouse?
Oh. Alright, looks like she likes it.
Yep, looks like a happy Kuhenki to Paimon. Oh, wonder what kind of painting we'll get this time.
Yeah, I'm baffled by the first two, so... God, man, we're gonna get some crazy lore drop right here, I swear to God. We got the birth of Kutar, we got like another scene with her and the animals across the nation. Oh, pause champ. Oh yeah, you know, you can't rush art.
Is it done already?
Oh, she looks exhausted. Oh no. Did she draw something?
Molo seems a little sad. Is it because of the painting? Oh, let's take a look.
Oh no. I don't like this chat. Why would you be sad? Is it Kutar going home or something?
Okay, so it's Colombina.
Okay.
Taking a walk under the moonlight and gazing up at the night sky.
And she has like her essence going up to the sky. Is this her going home?
I must be looking at the true moon beyond the false sky.
Yeah.
I used to take midnight walks like that all the time.
Wow, look at this area, bro. The sea of flowers. This is like from the trailer, right? That she was like in that same sea of flowers with the moon in the background.
Used to? Oh, right.
Colombina is pretty much confined to this garden now, even though Nod-Krai is where she was born.
Yes, I would gaze at the sky and wonder, what really lies up there on the true frost moon? Perhaps it's just like here, filled with lots of little animals.
Aw. Little space animals? Moon creatures?
Or perhaps there's nothing there at all.
I don't know. Another thing, too, that I'm thinking about, like, the moon had, like, these, like, carvings or, like, these, I don't know, it had, like, markings on it from what was beyond the firmament and also the piece of it that fell in Natlan. I'm also curious if that is at all connected with that, like, portal that we went through during the Colors in Space quest, or like the follow-up to it, where we're like going through and we saw like that one like structure. It looked kind of like a spaceship or something. I don't know if it was a spaceship or it was like the destroyed remnants of the lunar palace or something, but I wonder if all of that was connected at all to the other moons that were destroyed, and those might actually be what's on, like, I wonder if we're actually gonna go to the Frost Moon and it's gonna be like its own lunar palace as well. Similar to what we saw in the destroyed ruins.
Oh.
You could always take a few, up there with you. I don't know if that, I don't know if you could do that, Aether.
An interesting thought.
Is it a vacuum up there too? Like, do you need like a spacesuit and all of that? I don't know if the Abyss will let you just leave.
But since the moon lies beyond the false sky, that's one adventure I would rather not risk taking them on.
Oh my god, the puffins, man. Oh, he's just like me for real, bro. I can't stand those birds either. One is a home where she isn't even free to move through. Sorry. One is a home where she isn't even free to move around. The other is a home she knows nothing about. Damn, dude. We are in
Malo's and the other Kuhenki
pickle.
are really gonna miss you.
Yeah, we're like prepping to say bye to her next patch.
And I will miss them too.
Aw. Bro. It can't be this. We can't say goodbye yet.
But in the end, this is a journey that only I can make. And the answer at the end of it is mine alone to seek. And who knows? Whatever that answer turns out to be, perhaps it will be something beautiful.
Aw, I hope so.
Well, we'll just have to come visit you then. With Malos.
Future quest, potentially? What if we go to the moon and she is okay and she's up there, and maybe if you didn't finish these anecdotes with her here, maybe you could continue them with her up there. I don't know.
All right.
That'd be interesting.
We could hold that art exhibition on the moon, perhaps.
All right, we're gonna go to the Pi Moon with Paimon and the Moon Goddess, and we're gonna have an art show.
Yeah, great idea. It's a promise.
All right, chat, they said it's a promise. Expect that in the future. I imagine. Huh. A part of me is wondering if we're gonna get some type of epilogue to all of these little anecdotes with her. Like, I wonder if they're, like, I don't know if so I don't think part 3's anecdotes have started yet. But, or maybe they have, I'm not sure who no. If you did it at the earliest, you won't be able to start the next ones until this Wednesday. So, I'm kind of curious how the how or if the Archon quest is going to be affected at all by Colombina going to the moon or this farewell party that they're planning for her.
I hope so. I truly do.
Aw. Don't worry, Bina. We'll help you out as best we can. Alright. Another embrace, ladies and gentlemen. God, man, that was so good. That was so good. Malus! Stay grinding, queen. You are such a great artiste.
What is there up on the moon?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, Bina. God, man, I'm really curious what is going to happen to her, or what is even on the moon, if that's a good idea for her to go up there. Like, I'm so anxious about this whole plot line now. All right, let's see, what do we got? Will the art exhibit on the moon take place? Oh, man. And then after this week, I'm gonna get the last one next Sunday, which Luna 3 will already be out. But, it sucks, man. I'm gonna be a week behind after the Luna 4, like the Luna 4 patch. I know Luna 4 is probably gonna have... Actually, Luna 4 might release Colombina and Varka and Lantern Rite. So, I won't have all of these done by the time that Archon Quest is out. But I'm hoping and praying that the Archon Quest goes a patch further just so I can have all of these done before that concludes, in case they change anything up. Either that, if there is any type of tangible thing that is bestowed after you do all of these anecdotes with the Archon Quest, I'll probably delay doing the Archon Quest just so I can get that other ending. Or just so I can get whatever continuation there is. Because I am like a week and a half behind, unfortunately. But I don't want that to affect if something comes about these interactions with her. So I'll probably be willing to delay my Archon Quest playthrough if that's the case. But we'll have to wait and see. I have no idea what Hoyo is cooking with the moon. I think we're actually going to go to the Frost Moon, which means we have to leave the firmament. I don't know how she's going to do it. I don't know if we're going to break a piece of it and she's going to sneak her way through. I don't know if she's going to teleport to the moon via a moon gate, like what Thalindis and Rerir have been doing with the moon gates over the course of, you know, the plot lines that we've been getting. I think the moon gates are going to have to come into play at some point because they utilized it already with trapping Rerir, but I don't know if there's a way that they can harness it as like a passage to get to the Frost Moon without destroying the false sky. But we also don't know what Dottore cooking, and I expect Dottore will be, I mean, he wasn't even in the trailer. So the fact that Dottore wasn't in the recent Luna 3 trailer is like really... Like, it seems like we've dropped our guard and we're not really expecting anything from Rerir or the Fatui at this point. And I feel like the fact that our guard is down is going to be, like, not a good call for us. So, obviously we'll have to wait and see. I'm just speculating right now, but I think Dottore popping off is definitely going to throw a wrench in our plans. And, you know, the false sky might have to be destroyed in the end if everything else doesn't happen the way I expect it to. But, another great interaction with Bina. I can't wait to see how the second phase ends. Alright. Alright, anecdotes for the week are donezo. Alright, we're gonna head back up to the Lightkeepers now. Is Flynn still here? Oh my gosh, I'm all the way up here. No, he's not. Okay. Him and the Doge are gone. Excuse me. Okay. Really quick, we're gonna run an ad and then we're gonna start Flynn's lore. Was it someone in Fontaine creating a rocket ship? Yeah, the Daydreamers Club. One of them's creating a rocket ship. I mean, it's not like a confirmed thing that's gonna happen. It's just something that they're imagining, like part of their grand vision. So who knows? They might actually pull it off. Also, I just realized, is the under library section not available? They let us go there during the Archon Quest. I just realized that. I'm like, wait a minute. I just realized we were never even able to go into the little study underground. Sag. Using a spaceship and going through a moon gate. Yeah, I guess. Oh, you mean the Traveler spaceship? Yeah, I guess finding the Traveler spaceship and bringing her to the moon is probably another alternative. Yeah, that's definitely viable. Especially since the spaceship has been like an ongoing plot line for Nodcry. And Yehoda saw like the Phantom version of it in like the weird, like, in that like weird situation during the Archon quest, I think. She was like, I saw some flying ship. So yeah. The Traveler's got the key as well. Right? I think we still got our key. So we're just gonna we're gonna be bending corners beyond the firmament. It's so funny. But yeah, we do have the, well, I mean, it's the key to the hibernation chamber, but you know, we should still have access to we should be able to still fly our own spaceship.
Hello again.
Chat, in before they give us like some spaceship mini game where we're actually flying out of Tevat's orbit on the ship. What if we bust through the firmament with our descender freaking spaceship and like it gives us like a descender barrier that lets us break through? That'd be cinema. It's like, oh, we don't have to break the like, we're a descender, we can come and go as we please. So like, what if we get in our spaceship and we help Colombina get to the moon that way, right? Just give her the freaking passenger seat ride and just like fly up through the firmament because we're a descender and we're not a trespasser, so we're able to come and go as we please. Easy clap, boys. So we gotta find the spaceship to bring Colombina home. Confirmed. You heard it here first, gamers. Luna 3 comes out this Tuesday or this Wednesday, so I'm sure we'll find out about this plot line in like another patch. We gotta find our passport. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I was literally thinking of the Dvalin shooting minigame, but with the spaceship instead. That's literally what I had in mind when I was thinking that, which is funny that somebody else in chat mentioned it. All right. Okay. All right, really quick, how does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know. Appreciate all of you guys watching on YouTube and Twitch. Be sure to follow and like the stream if you haven't already. I appreciate it. And we're going to be reading some Flynn's lore now. Now that I'm thinking about it, when you travel to another nation officially, do you have a pass or do you need... Do you have a pass or do you need a or do you need actual documents? I have no idea. I mean, you kind of needed documents to travel outside of Rito during Inazuma, but I don't think that you really need to do that outside of Inazuma. But you obviously, I'm sure that there are, but, you know, they're not going to get into the weeds of that with the Traveler story. You have the Traveler's Handbook too, which is like your... Actually, no, the Traveler's Handbook probably kind of works like that, because I remember there was a world quest in Fontaine that we... what was it? The Fontaine Research Institute quest, like, they needed, like, official documentation of the Traveler, and our handbook was basically that. So, the Adventurer's Handbook is basically, like, our identification. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. Also, it's a little warm in my office. I'm gonna get... I've been using my... I've had a blanket on me, but it's a little warm in here, so I'm gonna put this to the side for now. Yesterday, my office was, like, kind of cold, but we're kind of chilling now. Didn't we use it at the beginning of Natlin? Yeah, we used it there too. I was talking about like the earliest example that I could remember, which was the Fontaine Research Institute. What's the temperature now though? Well, I mean, the temperature outside isn't the temperature inside. It's just, I probably have to like just put my heat up a little bit now that it's getting colder outside, but yeah. All right, say hi to the VOD watchers, chat. We are starting. All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. We are back for day 2 of my lore reading progress throughout all of Nod-Krai. Yesterday, we spent 7 hours going through a bunch of lore. We read through Lauma's lore. We read through a lot of the Frostmoon Scion and Archpriestess lore. We read through a ton of lore regarding Reed Miller. And so for today, I'm starting up the second session. So for this video and the following videos you guys will get, it'll basically be the continuation and conclusion of the rest of the Nod-Krai focus content from weapons, characters, artifacts, and books. So we are starting with Flynn's. We are in the Lightkeepers area. I love the Lightkeepers. I love the Lightkeepers origin story in Nodcry with Reed Miller and Solove founding rather the treasure hoarders and the torch forger and like the Lightkeepers in general. And yeah, Nodcry's lore has been fantastic. I love how it blends aspects of these factions and characters that we didn't really know all that much about, right? Reed Miller has been mentioned in the game. The treasure hoarders have been this petty mob group in the game since launch, and they have so much significance now. And I'm just really excited to see the rest of this lore and how it's put together. Obviously, Flynn's more directly because he has history in Nodcry as a Lightkeeper as well. So we're going to be checking out Flynn's lore in this. I'm also probably going to tag along his weapon and the lantern weapon materials, since those two things separately are probably too short to be featured in their own video, unlike Lauma where we had to split those up because there was a lot of lore with those. So I'm going to attach those at the end of this video, so I hope you guys look forward to it. Anyways, we have Flynn's birthday, Halloween, which is awesome. October 31st, which just recently passed. Affiliated with the Lightkeepers with the Moon Wheel of Electro. A Lightkeeper of Nodcry, guardian of a lighthouse and graveyard on the Northern Islands. An enigmatic gentleman, cultured and courtly. Alright, gamers, let us begin. Character details. There is a small isle in the central southern region of Nodcry that has earned the name Final Night Cemetery on account of its lonesome, dismal air. Few visit. The merchant caravans only sometimes loop far around it. Jutting above its soil is a lighthouse languishing in disuse, where only the spirit of the dead consent to dwell, it is said. I should read that again. Jutting above its soil is a lighthouse languishing in disuse, where only the spirits of the dead consent to dwell, it is said. Amidst the deathly silence, only one living soul remains. This gentleman tends to introduce himself as such, Flynn's, a warrior of the Lightkeepers, and the awardee of a civilian commendation medal in recognition of his squad's efforts in repelling abyssal creatures. Yep. I think they talked about that in his drip marketing lore, actually. The incident he mentions happened a long time ago. Though no one has stepped forward to organize it, the people had wordlessly agreed to express their gratitude this way, and so the heavy metal had been delivered to him, placed in a time-worn box. A solemn reward, one might think, but considering the casualties from the operation, Flynn's believes that not even 10 medals would make the losses worthwhile. The faction once had 7 or 8 members, but now he is the only one left on the island. That's so sad. I know Itlua, and there are some other Lightkeepers that are on, I think, at the headquarters in the north in Pyramida. So it seems like Flynn's is the only one that watches over, like, the faction. I guess this is like a disheveled version of the Lightkeepers in the south. So it is a little sad, but I mean, he likes his solidarity. Let's see. Apart from occasional business and the odd monthly purchases, apart from occasional business and the odd monthly purchase, Flynn's rarely shows up in town. Fortunately, this has not stopped the townspeople from remembering him, for he was easier to communicate with than they had imagined. Even his dull, boring clothes are made memorable by his elegant, decorous speech. No wonder people are curious. Unexpected people and matters are always more eye-catching after all. Most talk to him out of curiosity, albeit restrained by politeness. Curious about his past, people of all sorts have invited him to join gatherings and share old Lightkeeper stories. There he tells splendidly, such that many gazes have drifted downwards when he reaches the saddening segments of said tales. This has led to many audiences not being willing to touch on his old scars any further. Aww. They want to hear about the glorious, like, triumphant victories, but those also come with tragic deaths and partings, so... And Flynn's is such a empathetically spoken person. Like, he speaks so emotionally and so... I don't know, like, he just has such a way with words that, like, you feel the emotions of his words. And so I can only imagine how it is for him to recount the people that he fought alongside and you know, having to talk about the fact that they're dead and that they're no longer alive. The residents revere Flynn's occasional sorrow, unaware that this sorrow is another manifestation of distance. The audience's guilt becomes the teller's shield. Once everyone feels this sympathy, the various narratives that they have heard will take on meaning, convincing people that his melancholy deserves time and space. Whether out of courtesy or concern, no one continues to pick at the good people's wounds, surely. I'm sorry, no one should continue to pick at a good person's wounds, surely. No one despises the good people around them. The residents feel this way, and so does Flynn's. He is fond of those who are both interested and sympathetic, just as people enjoy the heroic tales he repeatedly tells. From another perspective, viewing each other as good people is an exceptional social strategy. A well-told heroic narrative is always dazzling enough to conceal all the mysteries that lie behind it. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, he tells all the fun, fantastical stuff, but no one really knows the hardships behind those stories, so... Also, it's hilarious that he has the skeleton jigsaw, because we literally just, like today, we literally just got the anecdote where he talked about he has like this bone puzzle, and now I see the skeleton jigsaw and I'm like, oh, okay, so they're gonna talk about that too. That's awesome that they featured that. All right, character story 1. Flynn tells many stories, despite not being much of a storyteller. This image is far from even actually, give me 1 second. Okay. Let's try this again. Character story 1. Flynn tells many stories, despite not being much of a storyteller. This image is far from even contradictory to the social identity he strives to maintain. For stories spark curiosity, and he doesn't want to spend too much time on curious visitors. Fortunately, he's a flexible fellow and doesn't feel depressed about the discrepancies of in his real life. The old lighthouse's door would often be knocked upon by the misty mornings, to which Flynn's would feign having just woken up. Though there are many possibilities for who the visitor might be, he wasn't entirely without clues. The lonely island rarely saw visitors in general, so those willing to come by fell into a few categories. Those with unwavering determination, those seeking help, or those undaunted by troubles. Not many people fit these categories, so he would immediately think of the following individuals. First was Lauma, the maiden of the Frost Moon Scions, who had come bearing the Feast of the Moon a few weeks prior. Despite his repeated refusals, claiming a lack of preference for dining at home and no capacity for establishing faith, she had nonetheless spent 20 minutes That stubborn woman, I swear to God. They were so right about her, man. She had nonetheless spent 20 minutes speaking to him. Then there was Yehoda, an employee of the Curatorium of Secrets' lady boss. She affected the look of a capable sort while at the door. An image uncut by her having come because she had gotten lost upon arrival on the island. Oh, wasn't that Flynn's trailer too? Like, I wonder, like, where, like, she almost, like, fell off the cliff and he, like, saved her? I wonder if that's what this is partially referencing, or if that was, like, a similar situation. Yeah. So having gotten lost upon the arrival on the island, indeed, by Flynn's having already saved her from falling off a cliff. Yeah, that's literally from his trailer. That is so cool. Completely unbeknownst to her. Yeah, I had to just keep reading there. And then there was Varka, who had never spoken of his professions, but was widely recognized as a knight. That said, Flynn's experience with him was most akin to that which he had with tourists, for Varka had once come to the lighthouse to borrow supplies after his luggage was knocked over in a battle with monsters near the island, and later came back by boat to return them. Finally, there was Itlua, a fellow Lightkeeper and hopefully playable unit in the future. Maybe a 4-star Lightkeeper, that'd be cool. Because, you know, currently we only have 5, like, we have more 5-star representatives of these factions, so we have a 5-star Curatorium character with Nefer. We have a 4-star Curatorium character with Yehoda. So I wonder if they're going to, like, if Hoyoverse is going to implement, like, a 4-star Frost Moon Scion character, a 4-star Lightkeeper. Maybe that would be Itlua. Like, basically having, like, a 4-star and a 5-star variant for each faction. I think that would be really interesting. And, would probably be beneficial for some players. So, finally, there was Itlua, a fellow Lightkeeper, a righteous young man who, worried that Flynn's might die alone in the islands far from the headquarters and human knowledge, regularly brought various supplies and work documents to check on him. Flynn's opened the door and found an unfamiliar adventurer standing in front of the tower. Just the previous day, he had purchased a peculiar gemstone from this person at the general store. The seller had spent at least 10 minutes spinning tales to drive up the purchase of the stone, but they had met their match. Flynn's was a dab Flynn's was a dab hand in both gemstone acquisitions and crafting stories himself. In the end, they settled on the price 10% above market value, though the seller then hesitated, saying they needed some time to find a better box for the gemstone so it could be presented more elegantly to its new owner. The visitor appeared nervous and took a while before speaking. The gemstones you've been the shopkeeper said you've been collecting gemstones and ancient coins, so I must be honest about something. As you can probably tell, someone in my experience couldn't possibly obtain a gemstone of this caliber alone. According to my family's inherited notes, it was a gift from the nobles to my ancestor, and it's extremely precious. I wouldn't be selling it if I wouldn't be selling it if I wasn't in financial difficulties. So I'm feeling somewhat reluctant to part with it for good. Perhaps in their imagination, Flynn's, as the buyer, should have been angry at this point. So when he praised them instead, they were extremely surprised. A few minutes later, they had fully accepted that praise and left to continue their adventures, carrying both money and the confidence that they would surely make a name for themselves somewhere in the future. As for the previously discussed topic, like, you seem to know about this gem, Mr. Flynn, sir. Have you ever seen it before then? And about that noble, sir, there isn't much written in their family's notes. Could you tell me more about it? The adventure had already put them out of their mind. The story of the jewel itself was long and plain. Little was lost by not hearing it. Besides, Flynn's did not want to talk about anything else today. He simply wanted to take a good look at this long-lost gem. He's got his eye on the prize, gamers. Holy moly, he's goated. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright. Alright, give me 1 moment. Okay. Yeah, this is a great friend. This I didn't realize, but Flynn's lore is pretty lengthy. Holy moly. Oh my god, this one's even longer. Yeah, I did not dude, they gave Flynn's the freaking most. Holy moly. Yeah, these were super lengthy. I had no idea. All right. That's fine though. Anyways, let's continue. Character story 2. Itlua was standing outside the door. Flynn's poured out 2 glasses of water and brought a pot over. Itlua watched him curiously. 2 glasses? I'm guessing they're both for me. My dear young master Itlua, you have traveled a long way. Is it not only natural that you should have 2 cups of water? Indeed, you may have a 3rd, or even a 4th. The pot is full. Not going to drink any? Itlua asked. I'm not thirsty. Itlua continued on with this topic as if there was nothing more normal in the world. You never get thirsty easily, and drinking alcohol seems more like a ritual than an interest to you. Could it be that you prefer drinking plain, tasteless water? Oh god, guys. We need a situation here with Flynn's and Nouvellette testing the tasting the waters of Nod-Krai. That'd be a cool... I feel like that would also be a really interesting anecdote with Flynn's and Nouvellette interacting. That would be pretty sophisticated. Of course not, Flynn's thought. He detested tasteless water the most. However, he maintained his composure, brought over chairs, and they sat side by side in front of the lighthouse, basking in the sunlight. Last month, my colleagues asked me if you dislike sunlight, since you only seem to be active at night. They also asked when the last time you contacted the old man was. Also, why does everyone say they never... Oh my god, they're asking so many questions. Also, why does everyone say that they never see you come by, yet we hear that you have only visited, but... Yet we hear that you not only visited, but left without a trace. Well, now you can see me, just sitting here, idly in the lantern's entrance, Flynn's... Sorry, now you can see me, just sitting here idly at the lighthouse entrance. Flynn's glanced inside the tower. My, you drink so quickly. My hospitality is lacking, it seems. Perhaps I should have brought you a whole bucket instead. It's been a long and tiring journey, as you said. Besides, if I didn't come running along every so often, this place of yours would wind up feeling too lifeless. And also, we need to sync up mission details with you. These words don't quite mean what they appear to. Just like this, they you spoke of may not even exist. All these questions are ones you wish to ask in truth. Isn't that right, young master? Alright, let's go with this one then. Why do you call me young master? You're clever and capable, and you know how to ask questions in a roundabout way, wrapping your curiosity in such politeness that no one feels offended. Your social graces would do nobility no shame, and so you've earned a suitable title. And if I'm a young master, what kind of person would be called a lord? Please tell me more about that noble story you didn't finish last time, sir. I can't wait to meet Ilua. He seems pretty respectful and honorable. They said that he's a righteous young man, so I'm excited to meet him. All right. Last time we spoke in the ear... Oh my god, he's just spitting these crazy stories. All right. Last time we spoke of the era where when the Belyazar yet ruled, when the nobles were besotted with their balls and banquets. In those days, sociability was a currency most sought after. Such events not only exposed people to new knowledge, but also provided opportunities for, amongst other things, treasure and wine to be purchased. There were always some at the edges of this merry-going who never danced, and they were more often not those here to find something special. Among such people were many whom one might call lords. Why do those social occasions you mentioned sound like some recall market? And why would it not? The attendees are the same old faces. Friends might be second-hand, dance partners too, and antiques alike. The grand gestures are not necessarily needed to acquire treasure. One could bet on how many rounds it might take for a person to get drunk and win an item for some collection or from betting well. And what would that reward be? Who knows? People tend to see only what they wish to, and everyone names different prizes. However, the day prior, someone claimed that his ancestor had once attended the Deep Winter Cocktail Bar. Quite the distant event that. He then made a bet with the Lord Noble. I'm sorry. He then made a bet with the noble Lord of the Fae, who had little interest in the party, wagering that a dancer could get drunk before they had emptied their 5th cup. He won, and thus obtained a gem from said noble lord, who rather admired those of keen intellect. As he spoke, Flynn gestured for Ilua and looked at his palm. A brilliant ice blue gemstone lay there. I'm guessing you just received this. What a fine piece of merchandise it is. Call me an overthinker, but I get the feeling that your pile of stories is being prepared for secondhand resale at some point. Dear me, no. I would not sell it for money. no matter how dire our organization's financial straits. In any case, I doubt it rates too high in your eyes, young master. If it were so valuable, would that noble truly have given it away? Or are you suggesting that the Fey nobles of Snezhnaya were so high-minded that they would all accept defeat with grace? Hard to say, I fear. But a noble who valiantly honors their word could never have been too evil. Having said this much, Flynn gestured toward the inside of the door. I really should get that bucket over, young master. You look like the phantom of one who died of thirst. Yeah, he's like, tell me another story, Flynn. Drinks his drink. Tell me another story. And then he's just like going through all the water. He's like, oh man, you look parched. Holy moly. Yeah, these are some very interesting stories of the past. This one talks about the Fey Lord before the Belyazar ruled. So I assume these are stories that Flynn's has had like first-hand account of, given the fact that he is the Lantern Fae, and that icy blue gemstone that he has is probably something that he himself earned from this party. So that's really interesting. He calls them stories, but I'm sure there's more to it than just that. All right. Let us continue. Character story. Oh, yeah, this is 3, right? Yeah. My gosh, these are pretty lengthy. Character story 3. Character story 3. If you were curious and observed all this, you would inevitably wonder, was Flynn's telling the truth? The answer is no. But when asked if he was lying, the answer would surprisingly also be no. Huh. Was Flynn's telling the truth? No. Was he lying? No. Okay, I'm confused. That which he spoke of, rather than a lie, would be considered a legend of which not all was told. For protagonists of legend, though marvelous indeed, did not always leave behind names. Let us return first to the time of the Belyazar and that ball. Okay, so this is the continuation of the story. The Fey noble who showed little interest in the banquet and ultimately gave the jewel away on the pretext of losing a bet. Wait. That was him? The Fey noble who showed little interest in the banquet and ultimately gave the jewel away on the pretext of losing a bet was named Kirill Chudomirovich Flynn's. The recipient was Sokolov. Oh! He reversed it! He was lying, but he was telling the truth because he was the one that lost the bet. He wasn't the perspective of the person that won the gem. Oh, that is so cool. That is crazy. That's a great storytelling moment. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell you a fantastical story about how this guy beat out the nobles and won a gemstone. And he's like, oh man, that was you, was it? Like, you would think, I thought that was Flynn's. I was like, oh, surely that was Flynn's. And he's like, no, 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 no. I told the story from the winner's perspective. I was the loser in that story. I love that. That's so cool. The recipient was Sokolov, a complete nobody from southern Snezhnaya, whose descendants would later become members of the Adventurers Guild. The only connection between the two wholly unrelated parties was the Tier of the North, said to have been formed from the courage of Snezhnayan soldiers fighting in the northern territories, capable of protecting its bearer. Kirill received it in the days when the Tsar bestowed many gifts upon the nobles, and after he gave it away, Kirill himself vanished without a trace. So he is of nobility. That is really cool. Wow, that is so cool. Oh my god, guys, we're getting big lore right now. Holy smokes. Local legends have it that the noble who vanished, Kirill, the Azure Flame, was originally a blue flame that guided fallen souls across the icy plains. Guys, this was in the Long Night's Oath artifact set in 5.5, and I was like, we're gonna see this person when we go to Nod-Krai, surely. And then after we got introduced to Flynn's, I was like, oh, I wonder if that's him. Hoyo was cooking, man. Yep, so, Kyril, the Azure Flame, was originally a blue flame that guided fallen souls across the icy plains. A flame will eventually go out, and while Kyril did not stay at court for long, he was present for the transition of power from the Belyazar to the Tsaritsa. It was only, okay, so 500 years ago, there was only so many reasons for his departure. Dissatisfaction with the Tsar or with the Tsaritsa, or perhaps he said something he shouldn't have and was purged for it. Some even say that his disappearance has nothing to do with politics, that his flame simply went out, having reached the end of its natural lifespan, and thus was never seen again. Not everything has to do with politics, so such people say. Could anyone put a number on the happenings at court in any case? Kyril Churomirovich Flynn's family crest and surname remained in the register of Snezhnayan nobility. Wow. He once was a member of the royal court, but never had any followers of his own. Gradually, the flames of Snezhnaya were completely replaced with red ones, and the region had and the regions that once enshrined blue flames also fell one by one. People eventually accepted the red flames burning across the icy plains, just as they accepted the new regime. Ah, okay. So I guess back in the day, there were blue flames across the nation, and then after the Tsaritsa became the new Archon, those blue flames were replaced with red flames, and so I guess it felt like he didn't have a place to belong. He's like, oh, you know, it's like, I guess the era of the blue flame is out, and I guess that's why he decided to leave, maybe. Flynn's, the Ratnik, had once heard these tales of Kyril. He clapped his hands praising the mystifying atmosphere that had to be created to set the stage for a legendary tale, claiming that hearing interesting stories was one of his driving motivations for collecting ancient coins and gems. He had never been stingy with showcasing his collection, and indeed, Nikita, chief of the Lightkeepers, that another potential character maybe, Nikita, chief of the Lightkeepers, has had the fortune of viewing it before. But Flynn's often says that the collector's hobby is not expensive. People think so because they only see the shocking prices the most famous gems fetch, without realizing that those are the rarest of specimen. The vast majority command no such great sum. Take the Tear of the North from the story, for example, which happened to be in Flynn's possession. A happy coincidence, of course. Yeah, he's like, I lost that gem, but I eventually got it back. I wonder how that happened. I guess he probably just waited hundreds of years for it to pass hands, and then he just bought it. So that gem that originally belonged to him came back to him in the end. So let's see how that played out. It was beautifully transparent, yes, but it lost out to a still more storied gemstone due to its lack of added value. The recipient, Sokolov, had considered selling it, but couldn't get a good price. Oh my god, that's what the interaction was for here. Oh, wow. That is so cool how... So, Sokolov won the gemstone from Flynn's, and then it became a part of Sokolov's, like, family generations, right? It was like, he was like, oh, this gem has been in my family for generations, but I'm kind of low on cash. Can you help me out? And he sold it to Flynn's, and Flynn's is like, I just got the gemstone back all these years later. Oh, that is so cool. That is so sick. What a great story. Yep. The recipient, Sokolov, had considered selling it, but couldn't fetch a good price. The gem had then passed through who knows how many generations before finally fetching a decent sum. As for Kyril, the noble repeatedly mentioned in the tale, well, were there ever such a noble, he most likely departed due to displeasure with the regime change. Where he had gone was of no importance to the people of this world. Legend has it, after all, that Snezhnayans held no one to be... legend has it, after all, that Snezhnayans held no one to be indispensable save the Tsar and Tsaritsa in those days. So if Kyril were to divergence with some policy to another departure, was perhaps his best option. Okay. Damn, so back then, if you ended up leaving the social circles, people are like, oh, okay, well, they don't really care about you much outside of the Tsar and the Tsaritsa. This was a great story. Yeah. So the reason he just willingly gave up the gemstone was because it didn't have much value at the time that he lost that bet. And then over the years, the gem matured in value. And so when he ended up getting it back from the guy for money, he's like, oh, wow, this gemstone that had no value is actually way more expensive now. So I love that. That is so freaking cool. I love these stories, man. They're crafting this man's lore so well. All right, character story 4. Time flows to a crawl. I'm sorry, let me read that again. Character story 4. Time slows to a crawl during the night watch. With nothing else to do, the Ratnik guard the camps, gradually developing a habit of passing the time with cards and chess. When Flynn's came to submit a report to the senior... Oh my god, to the sergeant major. Sosi. God damn it. When Flynn's came to submit a report to the sergeant major, he happened upon comrades of his gathering together, not yet asleep. He stood at the side and watched, a look of great interest on his face. After more than an hour, his colleagues finally noticed something in the dark beside them. After recovering from their shock, they decided that their lighthouse keeper colleague must not be skilled at cards and enthusiastically offered to teach him over a few rounds. Flynn's played the part every well-mannered, reserved card game novice should. First declining, then taking a seat at the table, performing curiosity and restraint with utmost authenticity. Although the Ratnik invite him to play, they had no intention of going easy on him. As far as they were concerned, it was perfectly normal for a newcomer to lose a few rounds at the card table. However, what happened next was quite strange. Whether novice or veteran, everyone seemed to lose their sense of judgment that night. Their battle set the scoreboards ablaze, deadlock reigning over all as the game dragged on. This Flynn's was a fine fellow Ratnik, certainly, but how could he hold out for so long without losing? He's playing you for chumps. Flynn's is so... He's definitely a Fae, dude. He's definitely toying with these, he's definitely toying with them. He knows how to play the game. He's been in the game way longer than y'all have even been alive. This is some shenanigans, some tomfoolery. This is so funny. This Flynn's was a fine fellow Ratnik, certainly, but how could he hold out for so long without losing? The veterans frowned, quietly gathering behind him to peek at his hand. But at that moment, Flynn's, his mask of serenity flawless, played two somewhat subpar cards, even as his praised card games... as he praised card games for testing one's tactical acumen. At that point, his colleagues finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd lost. Well, losing to Olaf was no surprise, but he'd played decently earlier. Could it be that he wasn't a beginner after all? Who were his Who were his usual card partners in that case? The frogs, stones, and spirits lingering by the lighthouse? Flynn stood up to shake hands with his opponent. The apologetic look on his face seemed far from feigning. Mr. Olaf, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Your card skills are truly remarkable, and although this was just one game, your spirit and demeanor speaks for themselves. If you ask me, it seemed a great honor that you are willing to play against a novice like me. Really? Olaf happily stepped forward and firmly shook his hands. That wasn't an easy win, I must say. Your luck is truly formidable. How else can I have survived until now? Flynn spoke subtly, with just a hint of sorrow in his words. Everyone then recalled that brutal battle, and they patted him on the shoulder, comforting this brother who must surely have once had a mourn. Sorry, let me read that again. Everyone then recalled that brutal battle and patted him on the shoulder, comforting this brother who must surely have once had to mourn his fallen comrades alone in the dead of night. Brother, take this deck of cards with you. We'll keep a seat for you too. Come back and play with us when you have time, his colleagues said. I'm afraid this pastime does not entirely agree with me, Flynn smiled politely, but accepted the gift nonetheless. He stayed quite late that night, and when he left the next day, a misty pink hue hovered over the horizon. Olaf saw him off, and there they happened to run into Nikita and Itlua, who were returning to camp after completing their mission. Flynn stopped beside them with his lantern, nodding respectfully. Nikita glanced at Olav and understood at once. Played cards together, did you? Indeed. He joined in the fun, you see. I was given a deck of cards too. Would you be up for a game? Oh my god. Would you be up for a game, Itlua? Next time at the lighthouse, probably. Itlua smiled. You know, Dad was just saying he hasn't seen you in a while, by the way. Nikita suddenly asked Flynn's, did you learn anything? Standing off to the side, Itlua thought this question was abrupt, yet interesting. What could a card game reveal? Had Olaf been slacking off? In his mind, Flynn's had never been the sneaky sort, was suddenly more mysterious than any ghost. How could there be a ratnik who had never played cards before? Flynn's lifted his lantern, the blue flame illuminating Olaf's face. For the first time, Olaf suddenly found something strange. The flame in Flynn's lantern had always been cold blue, yet he had never seen anyone else purchase a similar one. What kind of fuel did Flynn's use? Mr. Olaf, I believe, is a most patient and composed gentleman. He never once complained about my slow card plays, and I suspect he's quite the skilled hand in the field. Using stillness to overcome movement, steadily achieving victory, such traits surely manifest beyond the realm of the card games. Ah, Olaf thought, deeply moved. Surely Flynn's meant what he said. A dab hand at identifying other strengths indeed. Nikita looked at Olav earnestly, bringing to his mind the last time they had such a conversation. They had been discussing work assignments, and Nikita had suggested he take up the challenge of becoming a squad leader. Hold on, let me get some water. I'm a little parched. Okay, where am I? Okay. Take up the challenge of becoming a squad leader. Even someone who's not played one game of cards with you says so, Olav. You should have more trust in my judgment, no? Nikita said. A comical situation often arises where many people discuss the same thing. where those who know each other too well are, in fact, less likely to adopt each other's suggestions wholesale. At such times, an unfamiliar voice's interjection can simplify matters. This was one such moment. For Olav now grew in confidence. Nikita was right, surely. Why wouldn't he be an excellent tactician? After all, even Flynn's distant as he was at the lighthouse posting could see that. Nikita arrived at the lighthouse a few days later. He had come specifically to thank Flynn's. Olav had always lacked that last bit of courage needed to push forward, and Flynn's loss at cards had proved most fortuitous. You did me a favor, Nikita. Nikita brought him some supplies. Take these. Even if you don't need them, they can help you keep up the pretense. Oh, wow. Pretending might just become my favorite thing to do. Flynn's took out the cards his colleagues had given him. Interested? Wow. So he used the card game as a way to give Olav confidence to go on to take up the position of becoming a squad leader, I think. I think that was like a partial thing that he was doing. So he was pretending to be bad at cards to give Olav confidence to be like, oh, see, I am good at planning and strategizing and doing all this stuff. And then they were like, oh, you're good at card games. You would make a great tactician IRL. So I really like how... So Flynn's wasn't doing it to be like... to be trolly. He was doing it to kind of help him out. I really, really like that. And Nikita noticed it and she was like, hey, thanks for helping me out there. I really appreciate it. And he says, pretending might just become my favorite thing to do. Flynn's took out the cards his colleague had given him. Interested? The card game proved a drawn-out affair. Nikita struggling mightily while Flynn's was clearly enjoying himself. I hope my gratitude is evident. I mean, I'm even playing against a former noble in a card game his family excelled at. Wow. Nikita smiled wryly. So she knows about him too. Which is harder then? Winning at cards or pretending you can't win? Both are easier than pretending to be an ordinary person. Flynn's played a card. Sorry, I win again. Oh, Nikita's a he. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I meant his friend Nikita here. Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, Nikita knows. Nikita definitely knows. So his family excelled at the card game, so he's like a master card player, but he pretended to be bad at the card game so that way Olav can win at the card game, so he could kind of bolster some confidence to take up the squad leader position that was offered to him. That is so cool. Yeah, so Itlua is like the sweet summer child that doesn't know that Flynn's is actually a fae from 500 years ago. And, you know, I don't think Olav doesn't know either, because Olav is like, oh, I wonder why his lantern's blue. And, like, he's, like, questioning. He's like, I don't know, man. Flynn's is a little peculiar. And so it seems like Nikita is the only one that's in the know. Yeah, not just his family. Yeah, his people. Yeah, it says a noble... even playing against a former noble in a card game his people excelled at. So this is like a fae game that the fae mostly excel at, which is cool. Gosh, this is so awesome, man. We're learning so much about him and his history. All right, here we go. Character story 5. Kyril Chudomirovich Flynn's is a fine name. Kyril might be used to claim some noble standing worth noting, while Flynn's is not so ancient and not too special. All the better to claim mere coincidence. All the better to claim mere coincidence should anyone notice some shared common nomenclature. The person himself is most pleased with his name and has used it in various ways up until the present. All right, let's see. The noble Kaidil did indeed leave Snezhnaya. The wise believe that there is nothing new under the sun. The tales of nobles seeking self-imposed exile when powerless to change the political picture are old hat indeed. To say that Kaidil had lived twice is no boast either. When one views sleep as death and awakens as new life gained, this too is nothing new. His slumber began in a corner of a distant land. His self-imposed exile had set him free, and having lost his anchor, he traveled southward towards the railway, though through endless snowy plains, through prosperous towns, and across desolate frontier lands. He was without a care. He had no destination, nor anything he had to do. The humans passing him by were quite the opposite. As latecomers to Snezhnaya, they had too many desires to fulfill in a few mere decades of life. They were always in a hurry, planning out better lives and hoping to achieve great things in this new era. But Kaidil had long felt that he might not belong to such a time. It was under the lighthouse on a small isle that Kaidil, the azure flame, found his destined tomb. Though one might also call it a bed to his liking, or a most lovable coffin. He had never intended to end his own life, merely to casually toast this monotonous world once, then go to sleep. Yeah, so he did talk about this during the Archon quest, about being, like, reborn, in a sense. He had never intended to end his own life, merely to casually toast this monotonous world once, then go to sleep. He recalled the cocktail parties of yesteryear, of his noble colleagues gathering to discuss some passé questions. At the time, most Fae lamented the transfer of imperial power, and wished for some river of youth springing eternal that might preserve the authorities of Snezhnayan's Imperium forevermore. They spoke of immortality and eternity with longing and envy in their voices, much like how humans would discuss their Fae lives. Kaidil was unsure of how he had responded then, but he might have said, to never again fear anything. How could such serenity possibly exist within the confines of a finite life? Atop a stone altar. Yeah, someone in chat says it's pronounced Kiril, not Kairil. Okay, so the Y is tripping me up, man. Artifacts for wait, hold on. Yeah, I did the artifact set yesterday. The artifact set has nothing to do with Flynn's. It had to do with Conria, actually, believe it or not. But yeah, the VOD, that was the VOD we did from yesterday. Okay, so, yeah, let me just fix that up then. Atop a stone altar, Kiril, is it Kiril Chudomirovich? Yeah, I think it's Kiril. I just want to make sure that's how it's pronounced. I forgot how it was initially said. I haven't heard his name. Yeah, okay, Kiril. All right, yeah, I've been saying it a little off key. Atop a stone altar, Kiril transformed into a ball of fire and sank beneath the earth, beginning a slumber that would last hundreds of years. As his eyes closed, a thought suddenly came to mind. If he never returned to the mortal realm and instead stretched himself infinitely within his finite space through self-imposed exile, then this sleep would become eternity. Ha! Eternity, precious beyond price, found by one who had cast himself out. Imagine that. Kiril's slumber was no trivial matter. He made thorough preparations for it, selecting stone slates and laying down an altar, sealing himself in using the most ancient rituals. No mean price would it take to reawaken his flame, and its location, rarely visited by humans, made it less likely to be disturbed. Nope. However, this foolproof tranquility, this death-like slumber, ultimately vanished in the thunder of a rainy night. The soft sound of blood splattered atop the pavement, the dull noise of metal cutting through flesh, the din of sharpening claws piercing bodies and striking against stone slates. Kiril could not help but be awakened, though hundreds of years had passed. Yeah, and when he woke up, the fucking cataclysm, the wild hunt, and the light keepers fighting for their life. Kiril could not help but be awakened. Though hundreds of years had passed, his hearing remained as sharp as ever. Above his resting place, a unit of those named light keepers battled the abyssal wild hunt. That's crazy. That is a wild, serendipitous turn of events. Newly awakened in his deep slumber, Kiril was indifferent to this. Not a single tongue of outer flame flickered. Had he been in human form? Wait, had he been in human form, he would not have been seen to lift even an eyelid. That was a moment the Snezhnayan's rumors mocked. Souls wandering the ancient frozen earth still ultimately be guided to the far shore by blue ghost fires. Even with his eyes closed, Kiril could witness that scene. Warm human blood seeping into the stone altar like some grand and ancient ritual. A mortally wounded warrior collapsing upon the sacrificial sanctum and tracing the blood of the stone gate with fresh blood. Sorry, let me read that again. A mortally wounded warrior collapsing atop the sacrificial sanctum and tracing the symbol on the stone slate with fresh blood. The warrior understood nothing of the Fey script written upon it, nor could a person at death's door confirm if the lifeline beneath them was timely come or not. So, with his final breath, he prayed, beseeching anyone could... Sorry, let me read that one more time. So, with his final breath, he prayed, beseeching any who could hear to descend upon this place and scatter the storm cloud of death and despair rolling towards them. Oh, wow. So Kiril woke up at the right time to hear that man's prayer. Kiril must have smiled at this moment. The fear of nobles harboring had, in the end, bore fruit. How could such a lasting dream exist in this world? Blood and souls had paid the price, and the azure flame was now reawakened. This should have been a grand, glorious moment, but the moribund supplicant knew it now, nor the distant monsters or the deceased. Indeed, most who recognized this blazing fire had themselves passed on long ago. Such was the end of Kiril's slumber, of which he had expected much in this silent place of death. A colossal blaze scorched the sky as it erupted from the small island. How could serenity possibly exist within the confines of a finite life? Only death glimpsed through the blue flame. Only death glimpsed through the blue flames is real. That is really cool. How he, like his life kind of led him to be literally woken up. He was really just woken up by life, right? By the cataclysm and the wild hunt and everything. And that prayer by the warrior that died on his grave, he decided to answer the call, which is really cool. And thus we have Kirill Chudomirovich Flynn's of the present. Yeah, and the grave is still there too. Yeah, I'm aware of the ad. I just wanted to finish reading this out. All right, gamers. Yeah, super cool, super dope. We're gonna take a little ad break really quick, and we're going to resume with the last two. I did not realize Flynn's lore was going to be this long. I had no idea he had so much text behind his stories. I hadn't seen them until now. Did he awaken during the Cataclysm or some centuries after that? It was definitely after the Cataclysm, but at a point where the Wild Hunt was running amok throughout. I mean, the Light Keepers were already established, so it was post-Cataclysm that he woke up. Right? The Wild Hunt are already here, which means Rerir had already been a sinner and had already been, like, scattered throughout Nod-Krai with his fragments. So yeah. How long has Arnold been live? I've been live for 2.5 hours. Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah. Yeah, he fell asleep after the transfer of the Archon ship from the Belyazar to the Tsaritsa. But he was even around before I think he was around before the Archon War. Because the Tsaritsa only came into power. I would assume the Belyazar and the Tsaritsa, like that. Actually, no. Never mind. I take that back. The Belyazar was the Archon during the Archon War. So he was around between the Archon War and the Tsaritsa going into power. But I assumed that the transfer of the Belyazar to the Tsaritsa was after or during the Cataclysm. Like, during/after. Because, that's where most of the original Archons died. They died during the Cataclysm. So, basically, he existed at that time. But I think he fell asleep sometime after. And then woke up, like... He said he woke up hundreds of years later, which is probably closer to the present day than back then, you know? Hi Arnold, wanted to ask, could Colombina possibly be the daughter of Rerir and Thalindis? Could be. I had a crack theory about that a few weeks ago. Not like in the traditional sense, but like in some like Moongate way, maybe. Kiryu, how's it going? Yeah, we're reading through Flynn's lore. I learned so much about him. His history is so interesting. He's been around for so long. He's seen so many things. So cool. All right, ads are over. So, oh, actually, let me stop my recording. Get another one going. Okay. All right, we're gonna finish these. The passages are exceptionally lengthy, So it took me like an hour to get through all of this. So, you know, we're still going to get through all the lore today, guys. This is mainly just like a massive bulk that we're going to get through. So, let us continue. All right. Yeah, I love Flynn's lore. I love how the thing I really like is how all of these stories, it's like one cohesive story being told about Flynn's entire, it's like his life story. And I love how it blends back and forth between his life as a Fae, back during the era of the Belyazar, the transfer of power to the Tsaritsa, and then it kind of blends back to the present day with Itlua and Nikita, and him kind of learning. He's kind of still his same, like, Fae self, right? Still being, like, having having, you know, being playful, having his little shenanigans, his little fun, being regal, having that nobility side of him as well. He's awesome, man. I'm so glad that, first of all, I'm so glad that I got him, and I'm so glad that Hoyo has continued to have him, like, shine during the Archon quest, especially against Rerir. And even his little anecdotes I really appreciate. So I love how all of this comes together. I really like that he's been around since, like, the Tsaritsa. And he also lived in Snezhnaya before he decided to lay down his life until he was reborn again through the call of the Lightkeepers who needed a savior. And he was like, if you need me, I will be there. And so he got reborn as a Lightkeeper, which is cool. And like, this is another thing too that's really interesting. His death, right? Like the fact that he exiled himself from his old land. He didn't really have a purpose, right? The old imperial rule of the Belyazar was fading out. The rule of the Tsaritsa was fading in. And he was like, I don't really have a purpose, so I'm gonna go to sleep. And then the Lightkeepers gave him a new purpose. So technically speaking, Rerir gave this man a purpose, right? Because Rerir's creation as a sinner, selfish creation as a sinner, caused a lot of trauma, a lot of trouble, a lot of terrible outcomes for people through the Abyss with the Wild Hunt. And it also, you know, gave him a reason to come back into the world and help people out, which I really liked. All right, so this one is really cool because we got the anecdote where he, like, collects bones and stuff. So I really like how this kind of follows up what we did earlier. All right, so we have Skeleton Jigsaw. One room inside the lighthouse at the Final Night Cemetery has been converted into a showroom. Most of the space is filled with Lightkeeper-related records, mainly consisting of hefty files and documents. However, on the shelves of one wall, those ordinary-looking document boxes contain something entirely different from the usual records. If you are fortunate enough to receive the owner's permission and open these boxes, you will find his rather peculiar private collection, the Skeleton Jigsaws. Each puzzle set consists of miniature skeletons Flynn has meticulously carved by hand. The materials are quite diverse. Fangs from beasts, fossilized bones of ancient creatures collected from ruins, and of course, thoroughly sterilized monster carapaces from the occasional capture. As for the final resembled products, they are based on the various monsters he has encountered in Nod-Krai. For him, this is not just a game, but also a way to organize and review his post-battle experiences. Picking up an almost complete model, he will slowly rotate it under the light, as if appreciating a work of art. Each component is an answer to a moment in combat. Thus, piecing them together is like transforming a bloody encounter in his mind into an orderly, interpretable, and elegant simulation. Teyvat's a simulation, guys, surely? Once the model is perfectly assembled, Flynn's will contently place it in its box, affixing a label bearing the date and opponent. Another question has been thoroughly understood and solved, putting him in a good mood. These are his skeleton jigsaws, both a pastime and blades he wields to dissect the wild hunt. Holy. I wish they had mentioned that. I mean, granted, this gives really cool context, but the anecdote gives additional context that he's got a little companion dog that helps bring him bones, which I thought was really wholesome and super relevant. Like, we literally got that anecdote today, and then I read this and I find out more about it. I think that's really cool. So that's a nice little add-on here. And finally, I'm interested in this one because Lauma doesn't even know how she got her moon wheel. She just got it as a baby. So let's see. We have the moon wheel. The young Ratnik Itlua encountered the mysterious Mr. Flynn's while following orders from Starshina Nikita to conduct business in Nashatown. Flynn's had a brilliant gem pinned to his solemn dark outer clothes, an all too eye-catching accessory in that tiny shop. Itlua's first glance thus fell not on the man himself, but on the gem. Mr. Flynn's must have quite a sum of Mr. Flynn's must have quite a sum in savings. Otherwise, such a gem must have been hard to come by indeed. Oh, this? I got it at an auction. It just looks pretty. Remember the story I told you? Some gems are all show and no substance. They can't fetch a high price at all. But did no one bid against you? Well, most people did not know a good thing. Most people don't know a good thing when they see it, for which I am grateful. That's such a funny way of saying, yeah, these people are idiots. They don't know what value is, so I made a come up. That is so funny. Oh, man. Well, most people don't know a good thing when they see it, which for which I am grateful. There'd be no need for me to attend auctions otherwise, I suspect. Well, all the less reason to believe you don't have savings. Might you have some distant relatives who sent you a large sum of money? Flynn's face grew grave. I hope you can keep a secret, good sir. This must not be revealed by anyone, especially to our colleagues. Being kind-hearted by nature, especially in front of others, Itlua felt proud to keep his colleague's secret and readily agreed. However, months later, Itlua found himself quite troubled by the sense that he had been completely taken for a ride. The city auction house claimed they had never seen a gem of that description before, and that Flynn's had not attended one of their events in quite some time. You spun me a yarn, didn't you, Mr. Flynn's? I also love how Itlua calls Flynn's Mr. Flynn's, just like how Sucrose calls Albedo Mr. Albedo. I just like that. It's his underling, right? It's his protege, if you will. So I just like that added level of like respect that he has for Flynn's. You spun me a yarn, didn't you, Mr. Flynn's? The auction house said they haven't had any gems come in recently. Flynn's raised his pot of water. First, have a little water to cool your temper. I never expected you to go ask around. Should I say that you consider me a friend or that you don't? Either way, not every secret shared is the truth. I love that, dude. Imagine telling somebody a secret and it's just a complete bullshit lie. And it's a harmless lie. It's like, hey, don't tell anybody this. And then it's like, well, why did you lie? It's like, I don't know. It's just funny. You fell for it. Oh, man. Either way, not every secret shared is the truth. Is this gemstone, is it gemstones you'd like then? Perhaps my distant relatives still have some in stock. I'd like to give my old pops a Nikita, value. Oh! I was curious about that earlier sentence when Itlua mentioned it, but Nikita is Itlua's father. So they're like father and son. I'd like to give, damn, so he's like, it's like a Nepo baby over here. He's in the wild, he's in the freaking Lightkeepers because his old man. Nah, I'm just kidding. Obviously, I'm sure he worked hard to get there. I'd like to give my old pops Nikita a valuable gift. He's taken good care of me since I was little, you see, Itlua confessed. Now, that might take some time, but I suspect you will obtain something similarly good sooner or later. Having distant relatives comes forth with gifts. Having distant relatives comes forth with gifts. That sort of thing will likely happen to you too. Thus, it was that Flynn shared the true origins of the moon wheel with a cup of water and moonlight at night. A thing he rarely did. Oh my god, that's crazy. It had come to him on the night like any other. It had come to him on a night like any other, appearing suddenly in his showroom. At first, he, like Itlua that day, believed that this might be some gemstone he had forgotten about. In truth, it was the best gift the world had ever given him. An unexpected gift indeed. Its style perfectly matched his clothes, provided the perfect cover for his power and flames. Wow, and served as a conversation piece to share with colleagues as the sun set. As to whether Itlua believed his words or when he might gain... Oh my gosh. As to whether Itlua believed his words or when he might gain a gemstone of his own, well, that was up to this up-and-coming young fellow to figure out. Slowly does it, and all that. So it seems like Itlua doesn't have a vision or a moon wheel yet at this point, like during this, whenever this took place. It says, as to whether Itlua believes his words or when he might gain a gemstone of his own, right? Gemstone, he'll gain a moon wheel, a vision of his own. Only time will tell. So I don't think Itlua had a vision yet here, or a moon wheel yet, but it'd be kind of cool if he gets a moon wheel and then he'll have a story to tell Flynn, similar to how Flynn's told him the story of how he got his moon wheel. So that's really cool. I expect Itlua will be a playable unit, so this is just at a point in time where he didn't have a vision or a moon wheel, whatever he ends up getting. I'm assuming it's gonna be a moon wheel because, you know, I assume he's gonna be like a 4-star Lightkeeper with the he's gonna be like a 4-star version or a 4-star variant of a Lightkeeper that might work similarly to Flynn's when it comes to Lunar Charge. But yeah, I really, really hope that's the case. This was a great story. I love Flynn so much. He's so entertaining. He's over here literally trolling the youth, keeping them on their toes. You love to see it. Yeah, I really like Itlua as well. Realizing that Nikita is his father. I wonder if we're going to see them both. I mean, we're probably going to see them both because he talked about Itlua and Nikita, I believe, during the Archon Quest. Or not the Archon Quest. I forgot where he talked about them, but we did hear about them. And they're in Pyramida in the northern headquarters, so we'll definitely see them when we get that upper region expansion. Oh, Varka. Okay, yeah, I guess Varka talked about them. Nice, nice, nice. All right, let's get into the voice lines now.
Greetings. I am Kirill Trudemirovich Flynn's. It is considered good etiquette to give my full name when greeting important guests. But this no doubt leaves you wondering what to call me on a day-to-day basis. Well, in the past, I was customarily addressed as Trudemirovich by most. But for simplicity's sake, you can just call me Flynn's. That's my surname.
Oh my... Guys, when we go to Snezhnaya proper, when we go to, like, actual Snezhnaya and we get into, like, the Tsaritsa and Belyazar lore when we get there, I really hope they have some type of noble records on Flynn's family and his lineage and stuff, similar to how I want them to have lore in Snezhnograd about like the guy from the blue, I forgot his, Papa Wrench. I want them to have lore about him because he like studied and learned technology and stuff in Snezhnograd and stuff like that. Also, Novokitezhgrad is another place too. There's so much like connected lore with all these characters, and I know it was hundreds of years ago for Flynn, so a lot of that nobility may have like is like lost to history, right? But I think it would be really cool if you could go somewhere in Snezhnaya and there's like some type of monument or some type of family house or something that showcases Flynn's past, because that's where he used to live, right? That used to be his home before he self-exiled.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire. He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through Nod-Krai on a misty night. The march of the wild hunt will be sure to drag him into the darkness.
Damn, Rotwang, where you at? Actually.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs. You look worried. Relax. It takes more than a little rainfall to extinguish my lamp. Listen. That, my friend, is the world's original symphony. No instrument could ever replicate the sheer power and grandeur of thunder.
Sheesh, I guess we know why Flynn's got the electro moon wheel. He's like glazing the thunder. Yeah, he's a fan of Her Excellency, the almighty Narukami Ogosho, god of thunder, just like me.
Each time the snow falls, that is the call of Snezhnaya, the land whence I hail.
See? I need this guys, I actually want Flynn's to go back to Snezhnaya. Like, give us some anecdotes with Flynn's and Snezhnaya, taking us through. Give us a tour of Snezhnaya with Flynn's. That would be so peak. Let him go back into his blue flame spirit and guide us through the frozen wastelands. That would be so awesome. I mean, I thought that's what was going to be the case when we read through, the Long Night's Oath artifact set. I was like, oh, I wonder if that blue flame spirit is going to be like our companion when we do the world quests. And so that was really, really cool.
The winds awaken. The leaves whirl round. And orange snow dances in the air? So this is the fabled desert.
I don't think I've been to the desert with Flynn's yet, so a lot of these other, like the winds blowing, I haven't heard that one myself in the overworld either.
Ah, good morning. The sun illuminates the land as another day dawns in Nodcry. Many centuries have gone by, yet each day begins just like the last. Afternoon. I'm not personally in the habit of taking an afternoon nap, but don't let that stop you, should you feel so inclined.
How do you think most of the Nodcry characters found their moon wheels? I mean, well, Junkyard Wolf, they talk about that in the lore already. Like, I can't really speculate, because if they don't tell us, then we don't really know. But, like, Flynn says, like, Flynn showed up to him in his showroom. Anefa got hers through, like, Anefa got hers through, like, the Archon quest that we learned about, through, I'm drawing a blank right now. Hold on, let me think. I'm drawing a blank on her name. The daughter of the dragons. Leonka. Yeah, Leonka.
I prefer to be active during the night. The purpose of a lamp is to shine light into the darkness, is it not? Midnight is when I come into my own. Since you aren't ready to retire and the moon has not yet assumed its position in the sky, perhaps I could tell you some ancient stories to pass the time.
Oh, shoot.
Prudence, modesty, and loyalty. These are the three cardinal virtues of the Lightkeepers, and I highly approve.
Hell yeah. Guys, what a perfect candidate for the Lightkeepers, man. A lantern fae from 500 years ago. Goated.
Every living being, human and fae alike, needs some sort of an identity. It is what helps us to find our place in the world. The Lightkeepers swear to keep the light of humanity burning in the cold, dark nights where monsters run amok. I happen to be nocturnally inclined myself, and I can certainly strike some measure of fear into other less benign creatures of the night. So, the role of Ratnik suits me perfectly.
Oh my God. See, that's another thing too. As gentle and honorable and noble as Flynn's is, he could be an absolute, like, he could be like a menace if he wanted to be. And like, who's gonna stop him? He's a fae. It's crazy.
It is an honor to have the company of your distinguished self for this part of my journey. Night is falling. Since I can't hold a candle to you, perhaps this lamp will do the trick.
He is a menace? Well, I mean like a malicious menace, not like a playful one.
We seem to have covered quite some distance together. I am reminded of an age when both the Fae and humans roamed free in Snezhnaya.
Ooh.
Our races share many things in common, and I once presumed that we must share a similar ancestry.
Oh!
Now, I believe that what truly unites us is a common spirit. The spirit that gives rise to all things good and kind.
I once presumed that we must share a similar ancestry. You don't say. Well, Hyperborea was fucking around, and you guys came into being. Hey, guess what? Y'all's creation is what got them destroyed. So you're like the product of sin and like rule breaking. I don't know what the hell they made you out of, unless they made you with like, unless they made you in the image of the primordial ones, humans, and they didn't like that very much. But I don't know exactly what went into creating the Fae outside of bones of giants and, you know, something else, a little elbow grease. But yeah, that's very interesting that they say that, because what is a human after all? What is a human in Teyvat, in Genshin Impact, you know? It's like it's all the same.
No, the Fae don't need moon wheels. We have our own methods. But I quite like the design, which goes nicely with my black overcoat.
Yeah.
Plus, it gives a convenient cover story for the power I wield. I've never been one to refuse tools such as this that help me blend in more seamlessly to my homeland.
You know what I love about this too? It kind of reminds me, he's like, honestly, he's like the Venti of Nod-Krai the more I think about it. He's like aloof at times. He's a little bit of a menace. He's a prankster, a jokester, and he uses his vision the same way Venti uses his, or he uses his moon wheel the same way Venti uses. It's like, oh, Venti has the fake vision, so people don't question how the hell he's able to use the the elements, right? How he uses Animo. And so he does the same thing. He's like, oh, that I'm a Fae, so I got like this blue flame ability and all this crazy shit. So I just use the moon wheel as an excuse for that, so people don't ask questions. So I think that's really cool.
Have you ever asked people in Nodcry how they ended up here? I have. Most of them didn't choose it because it's a comfortable place to live or because they dream of what their life here could be like. No, this is but a rest stop where weary travelers can find some brief respite from the snowstorm. Hardly the kind of place that makes people feel as if they belong. And so any traveler who stops in Nodcry is sure to leave once they are rested and recovered.
Yeah.
The next stop on your journey is Snezhnaya, no doubt. The snowy plains there are simply beautiful. I wish you a safe trip.
I cannot wait, chat. Guys, we've never really been, like, outside of Dragonspine, like, I really want Snezhnaya to feel like a winter wonderland. Like, I know we're getting the holiday Millie Astra Wonderland theme next week, but like, I genuinely want to go. I want to walk on the ground and have like the snow, like my snow track footprints following me all the way to the city of Snezhnaya. I want the frozen lakes. I want so many things. I'm so excited to see what Snezhnaya looks like, right? Child's like, oh, if you stand still, you'll freeze to death, literally. And, you know, they, like, Flynn's talks about, like, frozen tundras and all of that. The snow fae are probably around there, too. A lot of them. Or, you know, what's left of them. I'm so excited to just see how a lot of that stuff comes together. Also, personal expectation, if you guys remember, Kazuha's story quest with the talking sword, right? Kagotsu Rube Ishin. That was a sword that was created using Tatarigami from the north, which means there had to have been a deceased god in Snezhnaya that they used to create that sword from. So I wonder if there's another, I wonder if there's just gonna be another, like, Orobashi moment in Snezhnaya, basically. I'm not Snezhnaya, yeah, another Orobashi like being in Snezhnaya that's gonna be referenced or might even be a part of a world quest or something like that. I think that'd be really cool. Maybe Chernobog, now that I think about it, because they did talk about the god of darkness. I think the god of darkness was a part of the cataclysm in Snezhnaya 500 years ago, yeah, with the Belyazar and the Saritsa and all of that, and their, like, knightly order. And so it could be the Chernobog if it's, but I don't know, that's an abyssal creature, whereas Tatarigami is just a god, like a god's corpse. But they did say it was a god of darkness, so I'm not entirely sure. And don't even get me started on the Cryo Sovereign. Like, that's a whole other can of worms too.
A lost civilization deep underground
What?
in Inazuma. And these shades of Tokoyo, they are the last vestiges of its erstwhile inhabitants. How intriguing. If the chance ever arises, I would certainly like to see it.
Bro, what? Oh my god. Guys, there's literally a freaking statue holding a lantern in Enkanomiya. You're telling me that's not related in any way, shape, or form to the Lightkeepers and the fucking Dainichi Mikoshi, which is its own lighthouse underground, compared to the lighthouse in Nod-Krai? Oh my god. What are the chances out of all the things he could have talked about? He talks about the shades of Tokoyo and Enkanomiya. I cannot believe they mentioned this place in 2025. Holy moly, dude. I just mentioned Orobashi, talking about the talking sword and how it got its energy. And then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, that's crazy, man. That's wild. I am so excited. I pray to God in heaven that Hyperborea is literally Enkanomiya 2.0. It's like the closest thing we have to it. Another civilization that was around during the, you know, like the unified era. Like, Enkanomiya is just underground because it got, like, separated during the War of Vengeance. But I really hope I really hope Hyperborea feels like Enkanomiya when it comes to the lore that we learn. I mean, the lore is gonna be fucking crazy. Like, the lore of Hyperborea is gonna be so sick. I have no doubt in my mind that we're gonna go there by the end of the year. I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's crazy that he's talking about it. That's wild. All right, let's get into What the fuck? We're talking about Hyperborea now. Wait, chat. What the heck?
Hyperborea.
Wow.
The bygone golden Elysium. That is what comes to mind whenever I see her.
Oh.
Her ancient and noble lineage are no doubt as heavy a burden to bear as the stunning antlers she wears on her head. And yet she takes it all in her stride. I commend her resilience and courage in doing so.
I love how he speaks on Hyperborea. Like, he's like lamenting. Right? Because I'm pretty sure that's where the Snowland Fae were created. right, by the Hyperboreans before they were nailed down by Celestia for their transgression. But yeah, he, I mean, being a Fae, like, that's where he comes from. That's his home. Eatlua is on the freaking listing here. Eatlua playable. At this point, he's definitely playable. Every character that's playable has a name here, or most of them. I know someone's gonna bring up the captain. I know someone's gonna bring up Saritsa. I'm sorry, not Saritsa, Rosalind. Harbingers aside, all right? Usually, 9 times out of 10, they're playable.
Members of the Lightkeepers are under no obligation to stay, and many do in fact leave shortly after joining. Only the most determined persevere, and Eatlua is one such example.
Hell yeah.
It is common to admire those who display wit and cunning, but to me, determination is a far more valuable quality.
I'm so excited for this guy, Eatlua. I cannot wait to meet him.
I must confess that I do not deal well with machines. This, and not the age difference, is the biggest point of disparity between myself and Aino.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely that. It's definitely not the fact that I'm a boomer compared to her. Actually, you're not even a boomer. You're like a fossil compared to her. Are you kidding me, man? You're like, I don't know, man. You're old AF compared to her. That's so funny. And he's bad with technology. That's crazy.
You shan't catch me crossing blades with Varka. There's simply no contest.
Ooh.
No sword in the world has a sharper bite than the North Wind. Now, you might think that the allusion to one of the fiercest forces in nature's arsenal is pure hyperbole.
I love that.
But I tell you, he is a true knight, the likes of which are rarely seen in this day and age. If I ever have the chance to spar with him, it will be a sure sign that I'm going up in the world.
Oh my god. Holy smokes, dude. God damn, Varka is cinema. I am so excited to get more of him in the Archon quest. He is a true knight. I love that. No sword in the world has a sharper bite than the North Wind. That is such a sick... That's such a sick title for him. Or like, just like a descriptor. Yeah, the Varka glaze is crazy. That is so sick, though.
Nefer's intuition is as sharp as a knife, and that is a knife that no one wishes to contend with.
Oh.
Fortunately, I don't make a habit of prying into other people's backgrounds. I can only hope she doesn't either.
Hey, don't ask about me, I won't ask about you. The Goda!
Yehoda always seems to show up where you would least expect.
Yeah, that's the sentence of the year. I swear to God, with this game, like Yehoda is just everywhere. I'm so surprised.
Yehoda always seems to show up where you would least expect. One day you'll find her by a scrap pile at the Krumkake craft shop.
Yep.
Another you'll see her out on the balcony of some wealthy family's house in Nasha Town.
Yep.
She is rapidly learning the philosophy of survival. Her teacher being the land of Nodcry itself.
Aw. I love that for her. Hey, I'll welcome any jump scares from Yehoda. Absolutely. This is huge. The Saritsa.
Although Nodcry is technically a part of Snezhnaya, you won't hear us habitually refer to Her Majesty, the Saritsa. Who's us?
Oh!
The Lightkeepers, of course.
No.
Who else?
No. I think he might be talking about the Fae. I think she is a god with no love left for her people, nor do they have any for her. If the Saritsa is the daughter of the Lord of all Fae, then the Fae don't fuck with her. I think that's what the line that Dainsleif said was implying. I think, you know, when you think about it, people, like, when we first heard it, it's like, oh, she is a god with no love left for her people. You were thinking like, oh, the Snezhnayans or the Fatui, like the people in the Fatui, like they're just trying to be on her side the day of the rebellion against the divine comes at last. But I actually think now that we have context, I think she is a fae. And after she came into power, I think here's the thing. I think the fae liked the Belyazar and how the Belyazar did things. And then when the transfer of power happened to the Tsaritsa after the Belyazar, like, fell into the abyss, I think whatever happened with the Tsaritsa is like something changed with her, or like her plans to take down the divine, right? Something triggered for her, whether it was the death of her father, if she is the daughter of the Belyazar, whether it was the death of the Belyazar or some other conclusion, that caused her to be like, hold on, I don't like how the world is working. I'm going to establish the Fatui. I'm going to go after these Gnosis. I'm going to stop the heavenly principles. And along the way, the Fae were just like, we do not agree with you, and you've just kind of gone way off the mark from where we were. So I think she's in conflict with her people, and I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of the political and a lot of the I don't know, I just feel like it's gonna be a very, like, especially with Snezhnaya of all things, right? You got the mayor involved, there's money involved with Pantalone. There's so many things, like, there's so many different ways that they can go about expressing the conflict of interest when it comes to the Tsaritsa and the Fae and the Harbingers and the Fatui and all of that. So yeah, I absolutely think this is referring to the Fae.
Although Nodcry is technically a part of Snezhnaya, you won't hear us habitually refer to Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Who's us? The Lightkeepers, of course. Who else?
Bruh, I love how he just threw the Lightkeepers under the bus like that. And that's the thing, too. The Tsaritsa doesn't care what she's doing. She's like, I'm ushering in a new world. Who cares what we do now, as long as it, you know, the ends justify the means, right? She doesn't have love for the Fae. The Fae don't have love for her. And so it is what it is, you know? So I'm excited to see that conflict when we get there. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get any other Fae. I don't think we're going to get, like, I know a lot of people saw, like, the Fae that they showed in the Nod-Krai teaser. Maybe we'll get some Faes when we get to, well, if we get a little bit further in this nation. But I think most of the Fae are going to be expressed in Hyperborea and Snezhnaya at this point. I don't know. We'll see.
I am but a humble ratnik. You already know my name. You've seen where I'm stationed. What more is there to know? Were you hoping to hear some kind of sensational, untold tale of my life?
Yeah?
I'm afraid that no such tale exists. There is nothing noteworthy to report about my experience as a ratnik. Simply put, I hold my lamp tight, day and night, ready to face the wild hunt whenever it should strike.
We love you for that, King.
As you have witnessed, no corner of Nodcry is safe from the wild hunt. Some may have the arms and skills with which to defend themselves, but even then, not all wild hunts are made equal. Sometimes for reasons that defy comprehension, horde after horde of monsters will appear with no end in sight, and you simply cannot escape by fighting them off.
Yeah.
I have found myself in this predicament a number of times. I am acutely aware that you are a more skilled fighter than most, but the wild hunt is a complex and formidable foe, and I urge you not to underestimate it. If you ever find yourself in its presence, you must immediately inform the nearest Lightkeeper, or by all means come to me.
Gosh, he has such like concern in his voice. I love him. He's like, I can't afford you to die. I have to save you. Come find me if you need help. And I mean, we tussled a bit with the Wild Hunt already, so I'm in good hands with Flynn, so yeah, makes sense.
You surprise me. Here you are, a seasoned veteran who has weathered countless storms, and yet you still have the curious spirit of a budding young adventurer. All right. Let me think. What other pages are there in the story of Flynn's that you might deem worthy of your perusal?
Ooh.
Well, there is my lamp. It's not the standard issue kind wielded by other lightkeepers.
Yeah.
This one has been with me for a very long time
The
indeed.
OG lamp.
The weight of its past alone is often enough to scare even the darkest of shadows away. As a soul on the brink of death once said, the light of this lamp strikes more fear into the heart than his incompetent colleagues could ever hope to.
Damn.
Will that satisfy your curiosity for now?
Sheesh. That is a cool story. I want more Flynn's, all right? Give me more lore.
Almost every sojourner in Nod-Krai has a complicated past. Desire runs deep in human souls and is always there and always active. Each night as they mumble in their sleep, the anxiety plagues their mind like a dark fog as the memories stir in the ley lines flowing in various directions. The Nodcry of today is a chaotic place and wasn't always this awful.
Jeez. Yeah, fuck Rerir. All my homies hate Rerir. Like, this guy's doing so much. I mean, the Wild Hunt is... I mean, Wild Hunt aside, I'm sure Nodcry has other problems besides the Abyss, but, I mean, I'm sure we can just blame Rerir for a lot of the stuff that's going on. Regardless of how his past played out, the fact that he's still in the present being an absolute menace to society is ridiculous.
Forgive me if I forego my usual airs and graces from now on. The fact is, there are very few people left in this world with any knowledge of my past. And even though you are one of them,
Oh.
I hope you won't treat me differently than anyone else.
No.
After all this time pretending to be human, I've actually grown rather fond of seeing how long I can keep up the act. Let's leave the wind and frost, the piles of stone, the moss, and the stench of seawater behind. I have put a few coins together. The time has come to shop for supplies.
Oh my gosh. Guys, Flynn's is taking me shopping. This is awesome. Guys, I really hope we see him when we go to Snezhnaya. I mean, I know we're still in Nodcry. I'm sure we're going to have a lot more of him. But I think it would be such an awesome opportunity to get to know more about Flynn's from, like, a personal perspective when it comes to his past and where he comes from and stuff. It's like what they did with Toma. Like, Toma's been in Inazuma for years, and even when we met Toma in Inazuma, he was like, oh, I'm from Mondstadt, and I was like, oh man, I'd love for him to eventually go back to Mondstadt and catch up with everybody and see everybody. And then they gave us an anecdote with him in Mondstadt. So just give us an anecdote with Flynn's when we go to Nodcry. They're so free. That's such a free moment right there. And the anecdotes, they're permanent now too, and they can just keep making them. They're so good. So I really hope we get Flynn's anecdotes in Snezhnaya in the future.
Do you have any interest in old coins or ancient gemstones? Not only are they valuable items, but the marks and scratches they accumulate over the years add a certain character, which I find makes them all the more charming. Much like a well-aged wine.
Hell yeah.
A colleague of mine in Pyramida City often writes to me, expressing his concern for my well-being.
Pyramida City.
He's a kind old man, and I know he means well, but it's perfectly cozy where I live already. And I am in no need of home improvement suggestions. And I certainly don't need him to get me a cat or a dog.
I mean, you technically already have a dog. I mean, he's not your dog. I know you said it. He's his own. He's like, I don't own him. He owns himself. But, like, you got, like, a dog companion. You know, you don't really need one for yourself. But, yeah, I thought Pyramida was the name of, like, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't really be considered, like, a continent. But I guess Pyramida is the name of the city. We've only heard Pyramida, but he says Pyramida City, so I thought there was a distinction there, but I guess not.
Have you ever seen water boiling under an open flame?
Oh, God.
No.
Oh, God, no. Oh, man. I'm sure they're gonna update Nouvelette's water lore, but I cannot believe they really gave Flynn's a water breakdown in Nod-Krai.
Have you ever seen water boiling under an open flame? No. What a pity. There's a kind of liquor in Snezhnaya called firewater.
Yeah, firewater.
And when you light it, the flame burns on the surface of the liquid.
Ooh.
Goes down quite smoothly,
That's
too.
cool.
It'll warm you up from the very depths of your soul. Maybe I'll get to treat you to a firewater one day.
Okay, multiple anecdotes with Flynn's in Nod-Krai. I'm sorry, in Snezhnaya, right? I need an anecdote with him going over his family's noble lineage, and I need an anecdote with him at whatever Snezhnayan bar we go to that we're gonna have like a bottle of firewater or a shot of firewater with him. Yeah, like literal like vodka on fire. That's crazy.
Given that we are close acquaintances by this point, would you mind if I shared a minor grievance with you? The truth is that, given my unique situation, foods greatly relished by other people, I personally find to be rather dull.
Damn.
But to be clear, I still immensely enjoy the time we spend together at the dinner table.
He's like, damn, man, I don't like foods if other people find them popular. What do you mean? Foods that other people really like, you don't like? That's okay. As long as you eat food, though, you like. I'm surprised he was like, hey, I like firewater, but he doesn't really drink, right? They said previously, I think it was Itlua in one of his story quests, like one of his character stories. He was like, yeah, you don't really drink alcohol that much. Yeah, give this man some steak and chips.
What's this? A gesture of encouragement. Huh. You have my sincerest gratitude. While we're on the topic, long may such gestures continue.
Hell yeah.
You seem to have taken a great interest in my training lately. I only hope my rate of development is to your satisfaction. Every soldier who seeks to improve must not only hone their skills, but carefully consider their tactics. Based on my prior experience in battle, weaponry and strategies that can dispose of enemies en masse are highly preferred. That is why the polearm is my weapon of choice.
Yep. Liwe considers the polearm mightier than the sword, so I mean, he picked a great item. Can you imagine Flynn's with a catalyst? Oh man, nothing against catalyst users. I just think it would be funny.
Though we have never discussed this topic in great depth before, I trust you share the same opinion as I on this. The true art of war lies in deterrence, and not in fighting.
Yes.
Otherwise, things would become far too simple.
Nice. Wow, guys. I thoroughly enjoyed Flynn's lore and backstory. I will say, though, super chonky. I was not expecting to take this long to get through it all, especially since there was a lot to read, and, you know, my dyslexia makes it... I struggle when it comes to reading, especially long passages like that. But I hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts, my theories, my speculations, my commentary, everything else in between. I am so excited. Like, if anything, one of the things that reading this has done is gotten me so excited for Itlua whenever we eventually meet him. I don't know when he's going to be playable, but he's definitely going to be playable. A playable Lightkeeper, a 4-star most likely. But I wonder if we're going to get him this year, like maybe in the second half of the year before Snezhnaya in the summer. Or in the fall, rather. But I'm really, really excited for Itlua. I cannot wait to meet him, see what he looks like, get more of his lore. And I wonder, I mean, I'm assuming he's also going to have an Electro Moonwheel, like Flynn's, if he is going to... But I don't know, because, you know, Nefer is the Curatorium character, and she's Dendro, but then Yehoda's Curatorium as well, but she's Anemo. So I'm not entirely sure if they're just going to give us another... Like, because I don't know what Hoyo is cooking when it comes to the other lunar reactions, right? We have lunar bloom, we have lunar charged. I don't know if they're planning on doing anything else like lunar melt, lunar vape. Like, I have no idea what the other ones can be. Like, obviously any of the other elements, but with Luna in front of it, right? So I don't really know what Itlua's role is gonna, how he's gonna like fulfill that role, or how that's gonna be different at all compared to what we have now. I mean, there's also a chance that he just has a vision, which would be a little unfortunate given his Lightkeeper status, but yeah, I'm excited all the same. I hope you guys enjoyed this lore reading session. We're gonna take a little intermission, and then we're getting into some treasure hoarder. Apparently some treasure hoarder lore is the next thing we check out. And then Hymns of the Far North, along with some other lore content as well. So, we still got more to do. And so I hope you guys look forward to it. Alright. We are going to run an ad. Excuse me. There's so much today. There's so much lore, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I'm genuinely surprised that it took that long for me to get through Flynn's lore, but thankfully, we're gonna tackle... Actually, I still have to read his signature weapon and his lantern, I just realized. But, those are gonna be really short, so we're gonna read those next, and then we're gonna do Lightkeepers, actually. I should have done that first. I'm sorry, not Lightkeepers. Then we're gonna do treasure hoarders, I should say. Bro, your beard is growing. My beard's been growing. I gotta trim it down a little bit, but I'm gonna keep it for the holidays. But yeah, I mean, I've had my beard for years. Yeah, so the next thing we're gonna check out is actually going to be Flynn's signature weapon and the lantern weapon ascension materials. So these, yeah, these are pretty straightforward. It's not that long, so. Are you planning to stream the Archon quest on Thursday? Yes. When's your flight to Canada? I'm actually, Cal and I realized we need a bit more time, because the thing is, she doesn't want to be working when I'm there, but she has like a lot of stuff to work on, and I do as well. So I was planning on going to see her on the 6th. It's going to be a little bit later. It's going to be before Christmas, obviously, but, it's actually going to be, a little longer than we originally planned, because we're both kind of swamped right now with work, and we want to be able to relax and actually hang out properly and not be working when we're there together. So, so yeah. Oh my gosh. Iano, I think that's how you say that. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I don't really know how to pronounce it. Okay, Eon. Okay, Eon works too? Okay, yeah. Some people want you to say the whole thing, so I'm usually not sure how I'm supposed to say it. But thank you so much. Yo, big W's, big hearts in the chat for the 10 gifteds. We really appreciate that. I hope you guys are all enjoying the content as well. Thank you so much. Our Conquest is December 2nd or 3rd. I think the 2nd, technically, it comes out Tuesday night, but they officially market it as the 3rd, which would be the Wednesday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So, at least in North America. I don't know what country you're in or what server you're on, so I have no idea. But for me, the patches always come out Tuesday night, like at like 10 p.m. So, usually I would just roll that over to the Wednesday, since most people probably aren't going to play the night it comes out. Some people do. You know, some people play as soon as it drops, but I'm like, it's 10 p.m. I'm trying to go to bed. So yeah. Not doing a restroom? I don't need to. All right.
He who wishes to peer into the
and then on the
abyss
5th,
needs
Friday
simply
is actually
wander
going
through
to be
Nod-Krai
drip
on a
marketing
misty
for
night.
Luna 4. So Friday,
March of the
this Friday, actually that's crazy, bro. Their drip marketing is on Friday and Honkai Star Rail 3.8. Where do you work? I'm working right now. I'm a full-time content creator since 2016. Marketing? Yeah, drip marketing for Luna 4. It should be on Friday. That's not a real job. Yo, tell that to my monthly paycheck. Yeah, what is the IRS? Yeah, tell the IRS that. Please tell the IRS that it's not a real job so I can keep my money. So I don't have to give them thousands of dollars per year. Tens of thousands of dollars per year. All right. Okay, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I actually am going to change my environment. We're gonna we're gonna go up the lighthouse for this last bit. I just gotta wait for my stamina to go back up because that's a tall climb. Hold on a second. Lying Sparkle, long story short, I'm a content creator. I make videos on YouTube, I stream on I'm streaming on Twitch right now. There are multiple ways that content creators just teleport. Yeah, but it doesn't teleport me all the way up here, right? Doesn't it only teleport me to the base?
Hello again.
All right. All right, gamers, let's lock in. We got some more lore to read. All right, so I decided to come up here. I just realized that we still have to read 2 pieces of information. We have Flynn's signature weapon, and we do have some weapon ascension materials to check out as well. So, this isn't gonna cover Flynn's, but I think it's gonna cover actually the Lightkeepers, more specifically the first Torch Forger, aka the founder of the Lightkeepers, aka Mr. Solove, aka the GOAT of Nodcry. All right, so I'm very excited to get this lore and see what it entails. Just because this also kind of ties in with Reed Miller and all the Reed Miller lore that we've been getting between the 2 of them. All right. Also, yeah, let me just do this. All right, so we have blood-soaked ruin. Okay. I also like the appearance change. Oh, damn it, that was the wrong button. Oh, damn it, that was the wrong button. There we go. It's kind of subtle, but I like that they let you go back and forth from the old change to the new one. All right, let's lock in. All right, so we have blood-soaked ruin, a long spear tainted black by unrelenting battles. It shines with an ethereal glow beneath the ghostly blue light of lantern fire. Oh, the light. Okay, give me 1 second. All right. All right. Alrighty, here we go. A folk tale from the northern lands tells of 2 brothers, a king of summer oak who once brought warmth to the world, and his elder brother, the king of winter holly, who loved him dearly. But a sudden, tragic quarrel led to the elder accidentally slaying the younger, and ever since, the world has been ruled by unrelenting winter. Oh dear. Alright, so the summer brother was the younger one, and the winter brother was the older one that accidentally killed their younger brother. That's crazy work. Perhaps it would be impossible for people to explain why exactly... Oh, sorry. Perhaps it would be impossible to explain why their benevolent king is forever shrouded in winter and snow if such a tragedy were not involved. But only the long-lived Fae know that the unmelting permafrost has endured far longer than the reign of the Tsar. The White Emperor... Okay, then let me read that again. But only the long-lived Fae know that the unmelted permafrost has endured far longer than the reign of the Tsar. The White Emperor, who ruled the Fae from the lofty throne of the Pale Star, had been silent since returning from the ruins in the far north. He lingered in the birch forests, deep in thought, before finally... Wow, we're getting like Belyazar lore? What the hell? That's kind of crazy. He lingered in the birch forest, deep in thought, before finally opening the doors to the humans he had once turned away. The Labyrinthine Palace rose to the edge of the frozen earth, built alongside the giant fortresses of Snezhnograd. To this place were summoned the wisest of humans and Fae, and here, the first seeds of a grand delusion were sown. Oh, God. We're getting grand delusions? Do we really need that between humans and Fae on top of that? That's not good. For countless days and nights, the Tsar's most loyal and valiant retainers stood guard over this court of audacious transgression. Among them were Fae, who had followed their ruler from the beginning, as well as mortals from a lineage that had proven its unwavering loyalty to the Tsar. The 2 brothers belonged to the clan's younger generation. the elder, having inherited the Nightingale's emblem, took up the duty of guarding the sacred chariot. The younger son, who had always admired his older brother, had no choice but to forsake his family name and resign himself to a life of obscurity on the frontier. Oh dear. Then a calamity born of selfishness shattered their ideals and changed their destiny forever. The loyal guard was consumed by beasts, creatures of pure darkness bereft of intelligence, for the crime of glimpsing the secrets of the philosophers. Oh my god. Why are we doing this shit? What is happening? Are you telling me there's some treachery afoot? There's some shady business going on behind closed doors regarding the Abyss? They were consumed by the Abyss for crimes of glimpsing the secrets of the philosophers. What the hell? His younger brother, who had left to quell distant unrest, returned to a world already covered in deep snow. But instead of its customary silver white feathers, the spear he found now wore the black stain of noble blood. Years later, the general who had inherited the family name forsook his homeland, journeying into the wild borderlands on a quest for vengeance, aka Nod-Krai. Every time his fingers traced the spear, he was transported back to that long snowy night outside the ancient palace gates. Bro, what the fuck was the Belyazar up to? And they said the Belyazar fell into the Abyss in the end. And then the Tsaritsa went and came into power. So, like, was the Belyazar and the Fae working in tandem with the Abyss somehow? Because how do you go from that to, oh, and all of a sudden the Abyss showed up? A calamity born of selfishness, you know? It sounds like the Fae were, or the Tsar was trying to harness the Abyss, maybe. But yeah. Years later, the general who had inherited the family name forsook his homeland, journeying into the wild borderlands on a quest for vengeance. Every time his finger traced the spear, he was transported back to that long snowy night outside of the ancient palace gates. The memory was one that was soaked in sorrow, the words of his old friend, words spoken as he stood before the guillotine, echoing in his mind. Beneath the sublunary sphere, the world lay shackled by tragic fate. Its lost citizens wandering aimlessly through the land they once called home. The torch forger basked in the moon's eternal light, lit the everlasting flame, and began his watch. Yep. And I believe that is I think that's Mr. Solove, or Solove rather, right? Reed Miller's friend that, you know, and they both dreamed and wished of the Elysium together. They said Nightingale. Yeah, the Nightingale emblem. That's what the Ratniki are called, right? That's like the Nightingale is basically another name for the Lightkeepers now. So, damn. So he's got a tragic past. He was around during the time of the Belyazar and the Fae and the humans, right? So there was like a human Fae, like a shared coexistence, if you will. Granted, in this, you know, for the Tsaritsa, or for the Tsar rather, right, for Snezhnaya of this time, the Fae seem to be favored over the humans, obviously, because they're all Fae technically, right? He's the Lord of all Fae. So, very interesting here. So, the Torch Forger, Solove, tragic past, wrapped up in the Abyss, wants them gone, founds the Lightkeepers, and becomes the first one, which is really, really cool. Sucks about what happened to his brother and, you know, everything else, but That's how everything happens, man. It's always someone fucking around. Like I said yesterday, guys, the arrogation of mankind. It's always a human fucking around with the abyss. And the abyss is like, hey, well, the humans don't learn, guys. We're getting constant W's across human history. It's crazy. Yeah, that's another thing too. Actually, now that I think about that, hold on, let me go back to the weapon really quick. Oh, these are 4 stars, or 5 star. Yeah. Another thing too is, I know it says it's a folktale, but this folktale implies that the Belyazar was the elder brother, the king of Winter Holly, and they had a younger brother, the king of Summer Oak, and they accidentally killed their younger brother, and thus Snezhnaya was a winter wonderland under the king of Winter Holly. I think that's what it's implying here. I think the implication here is that the Belyazar had a summertime brother. Unless I'm looking too much into that. Unless that's just like a separate thing, but then why tie that into the Belyazar story, you know? So, that's another just interesting thing to think about, that we could have gotten the Summer Nation, but instead we got the Winter Nation. So, you know, that's another thing just to consider. I don't know if that's going to tie into the backstory and the lore and the history of the Belyazar and the Tsaritsa and the history of Snezhnaya and what could have been if that is actually true. But, very interesting stuff here. All right, so we do have one last piece of lore tying into the Lightkeepers, and that is these lanterns here. So we're gonna get through all 4 of them. Ember of Long Night Flint. In earthly poetry, light is often a metaphor of hope. Tumaini. The flames burn out in silence, only to reveal the outward path in the darkness before dawn. Regardless, neither the first torch forger nor the friend with whom he painted Elysium as a child ever knew where the illuminated path would lead until the moment the lights were extinguished. So, his friend being Reed Miller, Solovey, dynamic duo, founded Nod-Krai, and try to change the world, for better or for worse. Afterglow of Long Night Flint. Lighting a lamp can dispel darkness, and so the people of the Borderlands believed that as long as the lamp of the Lightkeepers were lit, the home of the living would be free of evil spirits. The warriors who had sworn to watch over the night believed the same, which is why, like moths to the flame, man faced the mountain of evil clad in armor to protect his fragile flesh. Until the black tide consumed his flesh, or his flesh devoured the black tide, the two could not be apart. Also, black tide is crazy. After 3.7, the black tide is wild. I'm so like traumatized from Amphorius. But yeah, so basically it's saying either the abyss consumes man or man consumes the abyss, but the two are forever intertwined until one devours the other. All right, Flare of Long Night Oath. The insignia of the Lightkeepers is a nightingale holding a burning wick in its beak. It is said that in the past, the nightingale insignia belonged to a renowned noble house in the Northern Kingdom. That's crazy too. So yeah, Solovey also comes from nobility, kind of like Flynn's does. That's really interesting. But he's not but he's a human, right? Okay, I was like, dude, imagine if Mr. Solovey and Flynn's were related and they were both from the same noble family, but I don't think that's the case because Flynn's is a fae and Solovey is a human. But yeah, anyways, I was like, huh, he's also from a noble house? That's interesting. And that was also 500 years ago? Anyways, it is said that in the past, the Nightingale insignia belonged to a renowned noble house in the Northern Kingdom. In the shadow, untouched by light, a boy who would become a legendary thief carved his first raven insignia with his... Oh my god! Guys! That's why the freaking treasure hoarder insignia is a raven! It's to mimic the light keepers! Oh my god, the Raven and the Nightingale. Guys, I love this Reed Miller and Solovey plotline so much. I cannot believe that this NPC, this character that we've only gotten his name of in 1.0, Reed Miller, let's see, Luna 1, Luna 2, in 2 patches, they've like evolved this character into such a significant figure in Teyvat's history. It's crazy. And even the lore, like these fucking drop materials, right? Look at this shit. This is so cool, dude. So this Raven insignia was created by Reed Miller, right? They're just like drawing their like, oh, I'm drawing my freaking I'm drawing my logo, right? They're just drawing their logos. And he was like, oh, Solovey, yours is a nightingale? That's your family's crest? All right, well, I'm going to draw a raven to match it or to imitate it. That is so cool, man. I love this lore so much about these two. In the and they mentioned that he's untouched by the light. He's like a dark, you know, like pirate treasure thief or something. In the dark, in the shadow, untouched by, in the shadow, untouched by light, a boy, which is kind of crazy that they say that he's untouched by light because his real name is Aurelian and he is the product of moonlight. Well, granted, half of it, right? Half pureblood moonlight. So I think that's a really interesting parallel there to say that. In the shadow, untouched by light, a boy who would become a legendary thief carved his first raven insignia with his friend in imitation of the nightingale. But that was many years ago. Nowadays, the raven insignia can be seen everywhere, but the nightingale that the raven once looked up to still dwells in its tower, lamenting the winter city to the light. That's what I want to see when we go back to Snezhnaya. I want to see where that insignia is, the nightingale insignia. I want that nightingale insignia to be somewhere in Snezhnaya, Snezhnograd, wherever Solovey comes from. I really want Solovey lore as well when we go to Snezhnaya, because it's definitely not, I mean, the Light Keepers is his legacy, but I want to know his origin. I want to go back to like where he comes from. So I am super excited. And that's crazy too when you think about it. The treasure hoarders started from this one raven insignia, and now you can't get rid of the fuckers. They're everywhere. They're across all nations. Yeah, these insignias are on each one of them. When you kill them, they drop. So, you know, Reed Miller literally made his influence worldwide. It's crazy. And lastly, we have Blaze of Long Night Flint. In the long years when the night grasped the land, the first torch forger lit the flames that dispelled the darkness and swore vigilance against the black tide. And swore vigilance against the black tide, so earning the royal edict that established... Oh, okay. So earning the royal edict that established the Light Keepers. Unlike the Mare Chose hunters of the high seas, the Lightkeepers who patrolled the night did not possess any ancient techniques from a lost empire, or prestigious titles or ranks. All they could rely on was weak flesh clad in silver armor, and swords and lamps in their hands, and an ancient oath passed down through the generations. No matter how many souls perish beneath the dim light, the dark disaster cannot overturn mortal resolve. For the long night can only steal life, and not the dawn that will eventually rise. Cinema, dude. Absolute cinema. God, man. These guys give me the same energy that the freaking Millilith do. Millilith, just a bunch of humans clad in freaking polearms and armor. And they're like, we don't give a damn. We will, right? As long as the Millilith stands guard, evil shall never prevail. You know? It's peak, man. And I think that's, I mean, I love the Lightkeepers so much for that. They remind me so much of Enkanomiya as well, fighting against the Abyss through thick and thin, like no matter what, tooth and nail. It's so commendable. It's just so fucking honorable and cool. And inspiring. And I love the history, I love the lore of Mr. Solovey and Reed Miller, and everything that we learned about over the last 2 patches of Aurelian and Rotwang. And I know for a fact that it's not the end here. We still have the north headquarters of Pyramida in the distance, right? In the back over here, above. You got the lighthouse that's over there. And all of the extra bits of lore that we're gonna get regarding, you know, the future and everything. Yeah, actually, it's over there. So, we'll probably get another lighthouse with more lore. And if that's the headquarters, I expect more lore to be there than whatever's disheveled here. So, super cool. Super awesome. Really loved the lore that we got so far from everything in Nodcry. And to be honest, Nodcry's hyping me up so much for Snezhnaya as well. Based solely on the fact that, like, Nodcry is like the pit stop. It feels like a pit stop to Snezhnaya. Or Nodcry feels like a pit stop to Snezhnaya. So, a lot of the stuff that we were looking forward to, I'm glad that they're not cramming all this shit into another nation on top of that nation's lore. So, you know, Nodcry was absolutely necessary. And they had all the lore to just make something of it, and it's worked out great, and I really, really appreciate how this worked out, so super stoked to see how this all comes together. Alright. Let me just double check really quick. I need to see... I have weapons to get into next. Give me 1 second. I don't know how I haven't pre-looked at any of these yet. Okay, this one's not too bad. Yeah, this one's not too bad. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be a bit a much quicker lore reading. We're gonna get into treasure hoarder stuff next. I think it's treasure hoarder, like general treasure hoarder. So it's not Reed Miller based. So it might be like the treasure hoarders over the years. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Ugh, no, I'm not reading the Evernight Spindle. I'm not reading that today. I might read that on my own, though. I heard that it's like an epilogue to the Drunkard's Tale, but that's not Nod-Krai focused. That's Mondstadt focused. So I think that's gonna be like its own separate thing. Well, I'm okay. Not Mondstadt stuff, but basically, like, the Drunkard's Tale is a Mondstadt book that you get during that time in the game. So it's the Drunkard's Tale is a Mondstadt book. So all right. Let me see. Oh, this is kind of short. I mean, I don't really have a place to read this right now, honestly. Like, category-wise, like it's like a 5-minute read. I don't have it I can't pair it with anything, so I don't really know if it's appropriate to put it here. The library? Wait, what do you mean library? I think it would go well with the book. What, with Hymns of the Far North? You think I should read it with that? I'm talking about video organization. I'm talking about reading it for content. Like, it doesn't make sense to pair that with the Lightkeeper stuff because it's not Lightkeeper's focused, you know? So I'm like, what can I pair it with to make sense for it to be a video? Some people are saying pair it with the book. Well, the thing is, the Drunkard's Tale was about the Seelie. So, I'm assuming, actually, if that's Seelie related, damn, I'm so upset that the book came out now, because I'm like, damn, I don't really think there's much Seelie stuff until, like, Nicole comes out. Maybe Nicole's weapon, but by then, it's so long that I'm like, I don't even know if the book's, I don't even know if that weapon's gonna be relevant to read. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe pairing it with, like, Waiting and pairing it with Nicole, if she's an angel, because I'm sure her and her weapon will be super relevant, along with maybe any artifact sets, like new artifact sets that come out with her. Well, let me double check. Yeah, Venti's weapon could also give us some... Actually, Venti's weapon would be pretty interesting as well. It appears to be a relic of... from the Seelie of old. Yeah, it's Seelie related. Yeah, I'll read it right now then. I know it's not Seelie related, but I assume Hymns of the Far North talks about some ancient lore. Like some old ancient lore, and maybe the Seelie can tie into that. Or maybe it's appropriate to put it with that, just because all of the ancient stuff is together. Alright, yeah, we'll do that then. Even though it's in its own little category. Okay. Alright, I already decided we're gonna go to Blue Amber Lake to read the treasure hoarder stuff, because that's where we got another proof of cognoscenti. And we already went to the Eye of Krati yesterday, so give me 1 second. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad, and then we're gonna start up again. Yeah, don't worry, guys. After this, we're getting to the book. Where should we read, Hymns of the Far North? I guess it's a Frost Moon Scion book, so maybe we should go back there. Lauma Library? I guess, but I already went there yesterday. Maybe we'll go to, like... Maybe we'll go up to the edict. Like, the court. Like, with that goated music. Maybe we'll read it there. It's mostly for background music that I care about. I'm like, okay, where can I go that we can have some auditory accompaniment? Hey guys, look at them, they're here, they're everywhere, man. We're reading their lore next, the treasure hoarders. Gosh, man. Another test subject. God, this music's beautiful. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna make sure I'm recording. Alright, really quick, how does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know. Appreciate you guys being here. Hope you guys are all enjoying yourselves. Does Arnold do dailies? Are you new here? Lying Sparkle? No, I mean, I'm not being coy, I'm being serious. Yeah? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, I do my commissions. I got nothing on my list. I play Genshin Impact. All my content is done. We're just reading lore because that's the only thing I haven't done yet. Alright, give me 1 second. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. I gotta wait 3 minutes. I was gonna condense my resume so I didn't forget later. Okay. Say hi to the VOD Watchers chat. We are starting. All right. All Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. We are wrapping up the last couple of videos going through lore reading. We just made it through reading all of Flynn's lore, as well as lore focused on the Lightkeepers, the first Torch Forger, some early Belyazar lore, and a lot of lore regarding Snezhnaya that I think Hoyoverse is definitely putting in this interstitial pit stop of Nodcry that we're definitely going to be looking forward to when we go to Snezhnaya next year. But yeah, we're basically wrapping up the last couple of things. We have a book to read after this, but this is actually going to pertain, I believe, to some general treasure hoarder lore outside of Reed Miller. Obviously, Reed Miller was the founder, and obviously his legacy is still going on in the game to this day. I decided to come to this location because this is one of the areas where we got one of the proofs of cognoscenti, so I felt like it was appropriate. But we're actually going to be checking out the lore on the Nodcry craftable weapons. There's 5 of them in total, and I've crafted them all, but essentially all of them have a little bit of lore, I think, on the history and the evolution of the treasure hoarders over the last, I think, 500 years or so, ever since, I believe, Reed Miller's time. So I'm going to be going through all 5 of them. There's one for each weapon set, and we're just going to see what they deliver for us. Also, I do have a reading order, so we're going to start with the polearm. All right, so first off, we're going to start with the Prospector's Shovel, the polearm version. So we have a polearm that appears to have been crafted from the metal, hold on. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, also, hold on, let me read this real quick. Amber Rella Devil just wanted to say hello. I've never been in here before, but I saw your name in UGC, searched the name from Genshin, and realized I cursed you out in a game in UGC, and now I have a guilty conscience, so I'm here to say sorry. Okay, that's it. Have a great stream. Wait, what game were we playing? Was it Combat? Was it Combat Challenge? You know what? If it was Combat Challenge, you don't have to apologize. I get so tilted in that too. But anything else, then yeah, I don't know, man. Apology accepted. Oh, it was Combat Challenge. Yeah, yep. It do be like that sometimes. It do be like that. Combat Challenge is like a hit or miss, man. It's jank as hell, but if you roll with the jank, you can be kind of goated. So I completely understand. That's hilarious, though. I ended up getting legend rank in Combat Challenge, by the way. So yeah. Toxic Arnold moment? No. I'm just saying, like, I remember I played one person with the grass blade. No, it wasn't the grass blade. It was the blade that gives you, like, the dust tornado. And they 100 to 0'd me, and I never got a chance to hit them. And I could not believe it. I was, like, so pissed. I was, like, screaming on the inside, like, this is fucking bullshit. How the hell is that even possible? But, yeah, they, like, you only get one chance to, like, get out of an encounter and reset. But I just kind of fumbled every step of the way, and they literally 100 to 0'd me, and I lost that match. But yeah, so, I mean, I've been there, done that. But yeah, I appreciate the apology, but thank you for stopping by. We're actually reading some Genshin lore right now, so, I mean, you joined at the perfect time if you wanna hang out. But anyways, let us continue, gamers. We're starting, all right, we're gonna start with the Prospector Shovel, and we're gonna go in order. So, a polearm that appears to have been crafted from a metal agricultural tool. At first glance, it does not look more ordinary. Yet its discreet design hides fittings that are both lavish and undeniably exquisite. All right, let's see. How many rains must fall upon a seed before it bears fruit? How many choices must one make in life to find the way to happiness? There are things even the gods may not know, yet mortals must struggle to learn them. even if it should cost them their entire life. Even if it should cost them their entire lives. Such a choice lay before Soini, the son of a poor farmer, and he could not help but tighten his grasp on the shovel in his hand. A secret treasure. Ooh, a secret treasure had been unearthed from a tired, hollowed-out soil. If he could sell it on the black market, he would be able to escape a life of poverty. A ragged man with treasure in his hand was bound to draw greedy eyes, and with a brutal winter closing in, he had no choice but to take a precarious step. First, purchasing a Fatui uniform, the clever peasant then closed his first deal, using the disguise to intimidate any targets that might lurk. Oh, okay, so he's like, I got this treasure, I need to look the part to scare people away. Alright. Soini was reveling in success when a dark shadow surged out of the end of the road, the very same thief who had sold him his uniform. Hand over the treasure, or this barren patch will be your tomb. Forced under the blade, the peasant complied. The two came to the field where the treasure lay hidden. The thief's gaze fell on a jagged piece of black spine bone, and a sudden wild thrill. Whoa, what? The thief's gaze fell on a jagged piece of black spine bone, and a sudden wild thrill ignited within him. What? Reed Miller's Aurelian's grave? Surely these are the remains of the master thief, he said, lifting the bone with trembling hands. You are unaware that in this moment he had sealed his own fate. With a heavy thud, a farming shovel drove the thief into the earth. In that moment, Soini knew that he had to leave the farm for good. Bro, people are worshipping Reed Miller's remains as treasure? What the hell? He was like, oh, I found this treasure. And then someone was like, hand over the treasure. And he's like, all right, here it is. It's the spine of Aurelian, aka Reed Miller. What the heck? And he was what the hell? I mean, would people really buy that? The remains of the master thief? How did he even know that was the remains of him? That is crazy. The now bloody treasure had opened up, the now bloody treasure had opened a perilous path at the very summit of the black market. A path Soini marched grimly through. He came to be called, what the hell? He came to be named Godfather by the desperate criminals who flocked here, lured by the charnel scent of fortune. Oh, most esteemed Godfather, your wisdom is the light we follow. The black market is honored to count you as one of our own. Yet no one really knows why a worn-out shovel of all things rests above the Godfather's throne. Yo, that was his first he caught his first body and his whole life changed forever. The freaking corpse of Reed Miller led him to go down that path, to kill that dude, to become the freaking Godfather kingpin of the freaking treasure hoarders. Holy. In those blood-soaked times, he kept the shovel as a constant reminder that that for a robber, death was always a hair's breadth away. Now, countless treasures lie buried amidst the border reefs. Each one is a potential chip to be traded for loyalty and terror. He no longer wasted time agonizing over choices, for his power and wealth could correct any misstep. Wow, he went from rags to riches. The world is governed by a hidden law, an unstoppable cycle in which the rich grow richer and the poor sink even deeper into hardship. The Godfather was no wiser in mind than the Godfather was no wiser in mind than the poor peasant he once was, and no different indeed from the thief who tried to kill him. Why then? Why is it that I claimed the treasure my shovel unearthed, and another whom the shovel buried? Was it not nothing more than chance? Did luck simply favor him more than the thief who met his end that day? 1,000 choices and a lifetime of sacrifice, all made in pursuit of happiness, yet in the end, it had all come down to chance. A wave of disgust washed over Soini at the sheer injustice of it all. This is where all my treasures are. This is where all my treasures are, he uttered. Thus, did he reveal his treasure map to the public? Wait, what the hell? Is this the OG Gold Roger? What the heck? This guy's acting like Gold Roger. He's like, my treasure is yours for the taking. Here's the treasure map to find it. And he gets the public rallied up. What the heck? A wave of disgust washed over Soini at the sheer injustice of it all. This is where all my treasures are, he uttered. Thus did he reveal his treasure map to the public. Anyone in the borderlands that can vie for the prize armed with nothing but their own capabilities, let them succeed or fail. Soini cared not how their stories would end either way. The Godfather, draped in finery, yet still gripping a shovel, had come to understand the kind of justice Reed Miller preached. If the laws of this world are destined to be unbalanced, let gold find its way to gold, and let earth return to earth. This world needs to balance the scales. Let that hand belong to the thief. Holy. Guys, I don't mean to glaze again, but Reed Miller is the truth, bro. What a passage. If the laws of this world are destined to be unbalanced, then we're gonna use thievery to even it out. That is so cinema. That is so cool. And, I mean, he had a very Robin Hood approach to things, right? Stealing from the rich and also, like, rallying the poor. Like, oh, my brothers and sisters, rise up if we've been oppressed for too long, right? The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. This is injustice. And I love that Soini saw that too. He was like, bro, I got lucky. That's fucked up. Welcome to gacha. On top of that, it's a gacha game. Luck is the name of the game. Insane, man. That was so sick. Okay. That was a very interesting story there. So I also think it's eerie as hell that he found the remains of Reed Miller, his spine, and that was considered a prize. That was considered a treasure. And hell, that was also the domino effect of luck that just kind of worked in his favor to get him out of being a poor farmer to being a freaking Godfather kingpin, which is crazy. Okay. Next up, we have the Catalyst. And I'm very interested to see how this plays out. So now we have the Black Marrow Lantern, a lantern that emits a faint, ghostly glow, contained by a midnight black alloy. I'm sorry, let me read that again. A lantern that emits a faint, ghostly glow, contained by a midnight black alloy that resembles interlocking bones. Oh dear. It is said to have once been revered as a precious treasure by a certain secret organization. All right, let's get it. I wonder if these are all, like, connected too. Oh yeah, the Godfather's in this too. Okay, so I guess the stories are all connected. If power were a majestic edifice, how many bricks are needed to build it? Yeah, this starts with a question too. Bricks alone do not make a building. So who decides which bricks will form the foundation and which ones will become the spire? Beneath the facade of strict rules lies the truth. Sheer chance alone arbitrarily decides the fate of every brick. A towering building can be built down. I'm sorry, a towering building can be brought down by a single crucial brick. one that will not obey this false order. I'm struggling today. The Godfather's secret treasure lies deep within the black market. The feast meant to shatter the old order had begun, and hungry thieves were now gathering for the prize. Okay, so basically the Godfather was like, my treasure is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it, right? The One Piece call out. And so all of the thieves of the world were kind of rallying up to find this treasure. This was a battle of all against all. The most mortal threat came not from the Godfather's guards, but one's fellow ruthless thieves. A Fae was the first to enter the treasure vault. The world had taught him to seek out gain, shun personal harm, and keep a distance from the schemes of others. He was cunning beyond measure, able to read people's minds like maps, and navigate the safest paths through the most tangible of intrigues. Okay, so we have a Fae that's attempting to get the treasure. The next to make an attempt was a young lady with whom winning against the Fae mattered more than the Godfather's riddles. With her blade, she adroitly cut through every lock, outwitting the supposed intricate mechanisms with the simplest of resolutions. The last to face the challenge was a hunter, who saw the maze not as a riddle, but as a hunting ground more cruel than one wrapped in rigid winter. Sorry. Let me read that again. The last to face the challenge was a hunter who saw the maze not as a riddle, but as a hunting ground more cruel than one wrapped in frigid winter, demanding every last drop of caution. Patience is a poisoned trap, and sharpness a bloodthirsty blade. Guided by his raw primal methods, the hunter met the challenge head-on. Yet all were defeated by the vault, the Fae, the young lady, and the hunter alike. A butler in black bound the three. What the heck? Okay. So I guess the butler of the Godfather. A butler in black bound the three and led them, one by one, into the inner chamber. Esteemed Godfather, your guests have been seated and now await your command. Whoa! Oh shit! Zaytoon Peach in hand? Wait a minute! That's like the fruity order. This is treasure hoarders. Zaytoon Peach in hand, the Godfather chewed leisurely, saying to each of the guests brought in by the butler thus. Yeah, honestly, that Zaytoon Peach kind of reminds me of trendy Zaytoon Peach, which was a treasure hoarder of the fruity order in Fontaine during that, like, one villain world quest. You have shown no regard for the world's order and dared to take what was not yours. And for that, I intend to reward you. Order, fruity order, order, as it is known, exists only to serve the architects. I find this unacceptable, which is why I shall need your assistance. What this world calls order is not but the rich getting richer and the poor being left for less. I'm sorry. What this world calls order is not but the rich getting richer and the poor being left with less. I have concluded that thievery, then, is the only way to restore balance. Holy shit, yep. We're going the Robin Hood way. Should you choose to uphold the thief's code from this day forward, eat this fruit in the presence of the master thief's remains. Having longed since childhood to escape the hollow luxury of noble life, the Fae was moved by the god. Whoa, this is crazy, dude. This is kind of like the inception of the fruity order? Because he says, eat this fruit, and they were all fruits, right? It was trendy Zaytoon Peach, tricky Boule fruit, guileless Wolf Hook, ruthless Calla Lily, and I forgot the last one. Intrepid Valberry. Yeah, that was the last one. That is so freaking cool. Yeah, should you choose to uphold the thief's code from this day forward, eat this fruit in the presence of the master thief's remains. Having longed since childhood to escape the hollow luxury of noble life, the Fae was moved by the Godfather's words and ate the bull fruit, accepting his offer. Dude, this is so sick. The young lady, who had never bowed to the arrogance of those above her station, swallowed the wolf hook without hesitation. For her philosophy was full in line with that of the Godfather. The last to swallow the fruit, the Valberry, was the hunter, who had once retreated in the cold forest precisely out of refusal to live in compromise with a corrupt world. Excellent. The pact is sealed. From this day forward, you are the backbone of the resistance against injustice. Guys, I think this is like the original Fruity Order. I don't think, like, obviously it wasn't the ones that were in Fontaine. I think the ones in Fontaine are the ones that have been continuing to carry this, like, right, to carry on this legacy of being the backbone of the resistance against injustice, right? That's like what the whole point of the Fruity Order was. Another thing too, I didn't realize this at the time, but if you guys remember the reputation quest with Aino, where where Curve's core was stolen by 3 treasure hoarders. I think those 3 treasure hoarders were the 3 remaining members of, so Wolfhook, I think it was, hold on, I think so, Intrepid Valberry and I think it was Valberry and Bullfruit were in, are like in the Fortress of Meripede. And so I think it was the other 3. It was Wolfhook, Calla Lily, and Zaytune Peach. I think those were the 3 treasure hoarder NPCs that stole from the Fatui, right? Because that's their whole thing. They're stealing to balance out the scales. And so I think that's super, super cool. I have to go back and double check it to see for sure. But I didn't realize it I definitely don't think I realized it at the time. But this is only something that I came to realize long after we did that quest. So that was just another thing too, and it's crazy that they're talking about these fruits because it's reminding me of the Fontaine quest. Yeah, someone in chat said it too. We saw members of the Fruity Order in the Aino reputation. Yeah, I didn't realize that at the time because it was such a long time, and I was like more obsessed with Curve and Charred Lombro. So yeah, that kind of went over my head at the time. But all right, so the pact has been set. After watching his guests leave one by one, the Godfather gently ran a hand along the vault's bare walls, lost in reflection. He had removed the most crucial brick from the edifice in order. Yet, he could not foresee an unexpected turn of events. Watching the Godfather clutch his pained abdomen with a frown. Oh, God. The butler beside him gave an elegant smile. With utmost calm, she took up the master thief's black spine bone, leaving the calla lily behind to be used as an anecdote as she swiftly exited. Bruh. He got poisoned by his own butler? What you just said to the gathered thieves illuminated... Sorry. What you just said to the gathered thieves illuminated the master thief's ideal to them. For that reason, I shall spare your life. But true injustice lies not in order itself, but in the fact that no single person can ever impose it to others. On others. Interesting. That's crazy. They're like, justice is there's 2 sides of justice. Or, you know, true justice, if you will, right? Sheesh. Wow. That's fucked up, man. And I guess this is her way of also saying, like, you can't expect one person to fight for true justice. So he imposed it to 3 others, but then you also have to consider the fact that some people will go against that. And so the butler was one of those people. Damn, that's crazy. But she didn't kill him. So she spared his life, but still. She made off with freaking Reed Miller. Dude, Reed Miller is literally like rolling in his grave right now. Like, Reed Miller's corpse is just being, his remains are being like passed around to like these random people who are like, oh yeah, now I have it. Now I'm the lucky thief of the world. Like, what the hell? This is crazy. Was not expecting this. Jesus Christ. All right, next up we have the bow. All right, we have the snare hook. The stave of this bow is composed of metal alloy and yet remains surprisingly light. Even when faced with thick, heavy snares, the arrows it fires can pass through unhindered. All right, so what has happened? Okay, so I wonder if this is from the perspective of the 3 chosen ones, right? The 3 that passed his trial. There are few truly inescapable traps in this world, for even the densest web can be threaded with a needle. Glimmers of hope can be found between the hooks and cages of even a trap set to kill. Just as no one can fully lock away their heart, even the most cautious defenses must eventually falter. To a fae raised... Okay, so this is the... I think that's the fae that they just talked about that came from a home of nobility. I forgot which fruit he actually, you know what? Really quick, I should have wrote that down. Give me a second. Catalyst. Let me just double check because I forgot. Okay, so the fae ate the bull fruit. Okay. Fae. Bull fruit. And then there was a lady and a hunter. The lady ate the wolf hook. And the hunter ate the valberry. Okay. All right, let us resume. All right. To a fae raised in a palace, falsehoods and hypocrisy are far more perilous than tricks and traps. To preserve their ill-gotten wealth, the nobles hid their treasures in countless deadly snares. They believed no one could escape alive. Yet the clever fae always found a way. This is because the more complex a structure, the more flaws it contains. Seize the right moment and all obstacles will fall away. This is how the reputation of the thief, known as the vagabond, spread like wildfire. All right, so we got another individual. Vagabond. I don't know if this is the same thief as the one that ate the bull fruit, but we'll see. This is how the reputation of the thief, known as the vagabond, spread like wildfire. The deception was so complete that no one even suspected his true identity as the noble Nashchokin. Okay, Nashchokin. All right, let's see. All right. Oh wait, so like he was both a noble and a thief? So he was oh my gosh, that kind of reminds me of was it Eberhard that did that? Who was there was like a phantom thief of Mondstadt that was like that. They were like a noble by day and then a phantom thief by night. I think it was no, it wasn't Eberhard. I think was it Parsifal? Yeah, it was Parsifal. I was like, oh my god, this kind of reminds me of Mondstadt's aristocracy with Parsifal being a noble by day and a phantom thief by night. That's really cool. All right, the deception was so complete that no one even suspected his true identity as the noble Nashchikin. He was both a noble and during the tedium of court and aristocratic society, and the infamous thief that plundered the guarded treasures of the very lords he laughed and chatted with perhaps just moments before. This is literally a page out of Mondstadt. That's crazy. I mean, nobility in general. By right, his life should have been a calm and measured one, untouched by the influence of any other. And yet... Hey, you sly fox! Yes, I mean you. Always hiding in the shadows, huh? If you have the stones, come with me to the Grand Duke's dinner banquet. Let's have a contest. Whoever uncovers the Duke's secret first wins the mantle of the Master Thief. And don't forget, if you lose, you have to give up the noble's gold and silver to those who truly need it. That's the way of a true Master Thief. The Fae had meant to avoid all trouble, this included. That changed the moment he saw a young lady at the banquet sneering at the gathered worthies. Okay, so is that the girl? Is that the wolf hook lady? Are they all just trying to steal from each other? The Fae, the lady, and the hunter? Are they all just like mishmashed into this, I guess? Her masterful disguise as a distinguished guest had one glaring flaw: her utter lack of pretense. So he accepted Blade Breaker's challenge, but not for the thrill of victory. All he wanted was to witness the true nature of a person, a thing so rarely revealed in this world. Cleverer than beating the game was to never play it, and the Fae who sidestepped said game always came out ahead. Fuming with humiliation, the young lady refused to concede defeat. Okay, so is she Blade Breaker? Hold on, let me write that down. Fuming with humiliation, the young lady refused to concede defeat. This time, her challenge was a personal one, to strip the noble of his greatest honor. She stole the treasure gifted by the Tsaritsa herself, then gave it to the poor children. Surely victory was at hand. Not far off, the Fae chuckled as he quietly returned the ragged children's toy to the gilded display case. Damn. The sight of the toy astonished both the young lady and the nobles at the unveiling ceremony, and it was clear who had won. Only this time, the nobles had fully tired of the provocations of the base, and so they had laid a trap for which there could be no escape. Oh damn, they debated them. To the problem, the Fae saw a simple solution. The thief who stole the treasure and the one who stole the treasure and the one who placed the toy inside need not be two people. So he calmly stepped into the trap and took the blame for them both. Oh, I see. So she took the toy and yeah, so she took the toy, but he took the blame for her. His influential family name spared him a public execution, and even secured him a final request. Please prepare an empty coffin for my burial, the Fae finally said after a moment of silence. Surprisingly, his request was granted without hesitation. A smile touched the Fae's lips, and then he plunged from the high wall into an eternal slumber. Wait, really? Stealing the final judgment of life and death from the hands of the higher powers. Oh, okay, so he's like, I'd rather die myself than let you kill me. Yet the thief known as the Vagabond could not simply escape the shadows of death. I'm sorry. Yet the thief known as the Vagabond could not ultimately escape the dark shadow of death. Few secrets last forever, save for those buried deep within the grave. My dearest friend, I hope you never my dearest friend, I hope you never unravel this mystery in your lifetime. So did he... I think he faked his death then. It said the Vagabond could not ultimately... Wait, hold on. Oh, it says he couldn't escape from death. So did he actually die here? But this bottom passage says, I hope you never unveil this mystery in your lifetime. So I wonder if it... Like, maybe he fooled people that he died, but he actually didn't? Let's see. I need to see how I assume all of these continue one after the other. I have to see how this plays out. Alright. Next up, we have the Master Key. A heavy greatsword with a razor-sharp blade. Power is a key that can open almost any lock. Alright. No secret remains forever hidden, for even in the darkest and most of secretive rooms, negligence will always leave a crack. No matter its complexity or brilliance, a lock is vulnerable from the moment of its creation. Just as even the most meticulous plan is bound to sow the seeds of its own failure. To the young woman who claimed to be the successor of the Master Thief, secrets and mechanisms were but mere games. Neither the proud gentry of the North nor the psycho-fanatic merchants along the borderland could build an unpickable lock to match her skill. Okay, so she's an expert lock picker. The more intricate a design is, the more fragile its construction. With enough pressure, no lock can hold forever. And so, as the notoriety of the Blade Breaker blazed across the land, Shankowska, the peasant's daughter, became lost to all memory in time. The girl who claimed the mantle of a Fey Lord pilfered countless treasures, her laughter ringing through the dim extravagance with the abandon of a genuine noble. Sorry. What should have remained to be a mundane, uninspired life, untouched by any spark, changed drastically one day when a voice rang out. My dear young lady, oh proud and ridiculous imposter, I'm guessing you're the first person to see this view. The Grand Duke's so-called treasure is of no interest to me. You may have it, my dear, just as you have claimed the mantle of that master thief. But do remember, I was the first to break this mechanism. Let my name be etched into your heart, a name you will remember forever alongside your failure. Oh damn, she got called out by another. Was that the hunter maybe? I don't know if the hunter pulls up. The Grand Duke's dinner banquet had been a blatant provocation to thieves everywhere, for the secret treasure on display was impossible to steal, or so he boasted. The young lady, scoffing at the arrogance, vowed to make away with his treasure in what would be one last heist before her retirement. But someone had beaten her to the punch. The thief, who went by the escape artist. Okay, there's another one here. All right. The escape artist. The thief who went by the escape artist had left a taunting message on the wall, and its sting left her seething with fury, as well as humiliation. What followed were countless grudging contests, each one ending in a humbling defeat. The lockpicking skills the young woman once prided herself were found constantly wanting in her rivalry with this unseen nemesis. The more she failed, the more her shame burned, and the more she hungered to meet the one who kept beating her. This went on until one day, the infuriating rival who always left her red with rage vanished without a trace. Subsequently, word reached her that this thief had been caught and executed. Huh. For reasons she could not explain, she found herself at the rambling graves, unearthing the stone coffin containing the prisoner's body. But when she dug it up and looked inside, she found that the body was gone. All that remained was a mocking sentence etched in the cold stone. Wait a minute. Is this the Fae that was supposedly died in the last one? He was like, oh, grab me a coffin so I can die inside of it. So he fell into it, and apparently he died. And the thing that set me off was the fact that it mentioned here that she was humiliated. And that kind of reminded me of like their previous bouts, right? They had like a previous, right, the vagabond. So he was the vagabond and he was the escape artist, right? Escape artist, they try to like get out of, you know, impossible situations, like, oh, you're shackled in chains and you're in a box submerged in water. How do you get out? You know what I mean? So if he was in like the coffin, he managed to get out of the coffin's empty and he's not in it. So that's really cool. And I mean, he's a Fae, right? Tricksters by trade. Okay, so he actually didn't die. So instead of dying, he just decided to troll this woman for like the rest of her life. And so she was like, I need to verify that this man's actually dead, and he's not. Wiping away tears she couldn't quite explain, the young woman cursed her longtime foe's cunning through clenched teeth. As always, she swore to dedicate her life to uncovering the truth behind his faked death, yep, and once and for all outwitting him. In the end, time claimed both the beauty she once flaunted and the final breath she held. Bereft of the strength to pick up even a simple lock, the woman cursed his name one last time before resting inside the empty coffin. That's crazy. So, brother bought the coffin for her. That's crazy. He's like, yeah, I bought a coffin, but not for me. So the coffin that he faked his death in, she ended up dying and resting inside of when in her final moments. That's crazy. Craziest love story ever, for real. Yeah, this was, yeah, the freaking treasure hoarders are kind of built different these days. Okay, so we got the Fae and the lady. So I'm wondering if the last one, right, we have the sword. I wonder if the sword is from the perspective of the hunter then. Serenity's Call. A long sword forged from metal that makes a mournful sound when swung. All right, let me get a sip really quick. All right. All right, let us continue. All right, so this is the last weapon in this like treasure hoarder saga. God, man, this is so crazy. This all started from the Godfather, just finding a man's freaking corpse in the ground. Insane. All right, let us see. All right, you can cut here. Once upon a time, whispered tales spoke of a bloodthirsty spirit amidst the cold forest, veiled in frost and mist. Legends told of a malevolent phantom, swift to anger, that spared no one who trespassed the deep woods bower. Whether they were to be overbearing soldiers of the northern realm or the most raucous bandits of the tundra, all fell a quiet at the mention of Niflheim's desolation. They would instinctively lower their voices, as if fearing that the low hum behind them might be the last sound they would ever hear. What the hell? Very few knew that the hum came not from some vile spirit, but from the keen edge of a blade wielded by it. Yes, the hunter. Yep. But the keen edge of a blade wielded by an unknown hunter. The silent hunter was in exile, one whose name appeared in no records and who had never fought for any ideal or banner, but for the children who had lost their homes in those turbulent times and fled to the frigid forest. Okay. I like this guy's motivation. Clutching a conch as their own token of trust, he simply killed every villain that appeared in those woods. The cold metal of the blade could not mimic the echoes of the conch, just as how the past could never be reclaimed. Yet the warmth that bloomed from people's necks was enough to silence the wicked, preserving the children's peaceful dreams. From the day of the gentry to the old Tsar, and through the protracted struggles of sorry, let me read this again. I'm struggling. I apologize, guys. From the days of the gentry and the old Tsar, and through the protracted struggles to reconstruct a new order, the wandering hunter stayed silent, and his only constant, the whistle that hunted in the cold nights. It was only when the frozen woods were emptied of all children who had lost a place of refuge, and the aged guardian himself had forgotten how to speak amidst the endless pale nights, did the hunter finally cast his blade aside. He then turned towards the deep wood and vanished, never to be seen again. So this seems like it's a reference to the Conch Gang, which we learned about during certain quests in Nod-Krai. And he was protecting like orphans and kids that were left destitute in during hard times, and he killed off any like potential people that would do those children harm. So damn, this man wasn't even like a thief. He wasn't even stealing. He was stealing the lives of criminals to preserve children, which is admirable. But yeah, that's heavy. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, he was a hunter through and through. You know, the thrill of the hunt is probably what he cared more about than treasure. And he had no name to himself. This was a very interesting tale of the treasure hoarders, or certain treasure hoarders, or the treasure hoarder legacy after Reed Miller and what it's become since then. I'm also curious if we're gonna get more information about some of the treasure hoarders that we've heard about. Like, we've seen some of them, right? Like the leaders of the treasure hoarders in like the Liyue branch, like Big Sis in the Liyue branch, and some of the other ones. So I'm wondering, like, obviously Yehoda is a former treasure hoarder, so I'm expecting that we'll learn some treasure hoarder lore from her. But I'm just curious if we're gonna get any kind of substantial treasure hoarder like characters or like NPCs or interactions moving forward, outside of like, you know, fighting the treasure hoarders and stuff like that. But that would be really, really cool. So that is treasure hoarder lore, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting to see how things changed after Reed Miller. And not only that, but the fact that Aurelian rather, the fact that Aurelian's legacy was so solidified that even in death, people worshipped the freaking ground he slept in. You know what I mean? They worshipped the dirt surrounding him, the court, like his remains. And we're just like, I am the new Reed Miller of this age, which, I mean, you'll never be close to him, unfortunately. Those people were definitely coping. But I don't know, it's just crazy. I'm shocked that they were just like, bro, can you just let mans rest in peace? He already did the most. He literally changed the world, him and Solove. But, you know, I guess at the end of the day, the spirit of a a thief. You know what? Maybe Reed would actually be proud of them. You know what I mean? I feel like Reed would have been like, damn, man, they're fighting for my freaking spine. Man, if I were them, I would do the same thing. I would steal the remains of the greatest thief ever to live as well. So maybe that was like, maybe that's seen as like a badge of honor in his eyes. That'd be interesting. But yeah, I guess Reed is dead then, like officially. I don't think there's anything left of him in the present, just his legacy and the treasure hoarders of today, and the legacy of, you know, if the world is, if justice is an imbalance to the world, then thievery will balance the scales. I love that. I think that's such a dope philosophy. And they're all over the place, and they steal constantly. And they tend to steal from the well-off, which is another thing, too, to consider. I mean, usually that's how thieves, you know, no one's gonna steal from someone that has nothing. But the level of richness and the level, like, stealing from the rich is born of that order. It's born of that mantra of, if you weren't so well off to the point of excess, if you weren't so exceedingly well off, I wouldn't have to steal from you because things would be equally balanced. So that in of itself is the, I don't know, I guess that's just the, I guess the beauty of that mantra is like, if everything was equal, there would be no reason to steal from others. But to be greedy and to be gluttonous and to have so much even beyond what you need, the only way to even things out and have true justice is to steal. So I mean, I'm sure that's, you know, that's definitely, it's got its merits here and there. But obviously people work for the things they have, so I don't really know if that's necessarily, it's obviously not ideal for, you know, for an ideal society, but it's definitely an interesting prospect for like a treasure hoarding society. You know, it's not like they're doing it because they're assholes. They're doing it as a way of attaining peace for everybody, and they're doing it for the people that need it the most, right? The less fortunate. So shout out to Reed, shout out to the treasure hoarders, shout out to the freaking fruity order reference here. I really like that as well, because I did that quest off stream, but I really liked the bits of treasure hoarder lore that they gave for that as well. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what they do with the treasure hoarders, Yehoda, and everything else in the future. All right. Woo. Oh man, that was another lengthy read.
Hello again.
All right, I'm gonna let the timer run out. I just need a couple minutes to reset. I can't just, I'm banging these out one after the other after the other. It's already 7 p.m. We're gonna finish everything. We're reading the Hymns of the Far North next. Oh, actually, we're gonna read the weapon and the book. So we have Hymns of the Far North, then we have the Luna Arcana cards, and then we have Miliastra Wonderland. And then that's it. So, a few more hours. So excited for the Arcana cards. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for you guys to see the presentation of it. It's gonna look really nice. Which character's coming after Durin? We don't know. Yehoda? Yehoda's on the banner with him. You saw it yet or not yet? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I did see it. I did see it. Ugh. Well, we're gonna see what drip marketing is this Friday. This Friday, you'll know who's coming. But they don't do drip marketing this early, so you won't know before the patch comes out. But they're gonna do drip marketing on Friday, so on Friday we'll know who's coming out next patch. So if you just wait till Friday, you'll be able to know. What did you go through today? We went through Flynn's lore, Lightkeeper lore, and Treasure Hoarder lore. So far. Why did they change the schedule? I don't know. Because they're allowed to. If it works better for them, why not? Was the schedule change? Yeah, the drip marketing has changed a couple times since its inception. It's actually, yeah, it's changed twice. Are we at the end of the stream? No. I just need a couple minutes to, like, relax, because I've been reading for 5 hours, or, like, 4.5 hours. But, nah. Yeah, like, no, more like 4. 3.5 to 4 hours I've been reading. So I'm just a little, I'm just a little exhausted. Yeah, and I did a 7-hour stream yesterday, so I'm back to back. I'm doing like back to back. This stream is gonna be longer than yesterday's, even though I went live a couple hours earlier. But yeah. Ugh. How's your sleep schedule? It was alright. I woke up at 10 today, which is really good. Because I fell asleep like an hour after my stream yesterday. I recorded my Yehoda video and then I went to bed. But I don't think my body, like, that was a good first attempt, but my body's not, like, used to it. I have to do it, like, a couple more nights, and then I'll be good. I also don't like waking up at 10. I prefer to wake up, like, around 7. So, yeah. Yeah, really quick, can you guys chill out with the asking me if I'm reading this book today? I'm literally reading it after I run my ad. I literally just need a couple minutes. We're reading everything today. If you can't be patient, just watch the VOD. Okay. Alright, we're gonna run the 3-minute ad. I'm like, oh my gosh, thank God I'm not streaming until Thursday after today. Yeah, also, that wasn't like a snide remark. I'm just like exhausted. That's why. I'm exhausted. I'm like, God, I need these next couple of days to like relax. Yo, Little Big Trouble, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Let me double check. Okay. Alright. Oh, also, where are we gonna read this? I guess we'll go to the Frostman Scions. We did say that earlier. Also, really quick. Oh, I'm dumb. I literally still have that. Damn, guys, I can't win today. Yeah, we're gonna go to the palace. Not the palace, the pillar. That's why I teleported here. Alright, chat. I just have to use the restroom, and then we will start, so I'll be right back. I'm cold now. Alright, so really quick, is this song not gonna get annoying for anybody? I know it's super short and it's on loop when we're in here. So I'm just making sure that the audio or this song is okay if we're gonna be listening to it for a few hours. I'm just getting cozy real quick. Alright. Maybe a bit quieter. Well, what you have to understand is when we read lore, when you pause and you go into all these menus, the game naturally deafens all that stuff anyway. So, this is what you'll actually be hearing. So... Make sure I'm recording. I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna get the timer back up because we're gonna need all the time we can get, I'm sure. Also, we're done with this. Did I miss anything? My internet was betraying me. Yeah, we went through Flynn's lore, we went through Lightkeeper lore, we went through Treasure Hoarder lore. So, if you care about any of those things, yeah, I went through all of that. Okay. Alright, chat, how does everything look? How does everything sound? All good? Okay, okay, okay. Alright, say hi to the VOD watchers. We will be starting now. Alright. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. We've gone through a lot of lore today. I've been streaming for like 5 hours. We have a few things to get through left, or we have a few more things to get through after this, but we finished reading Treasure Hoarder lore, Lightkeeper's lore, Flynn's character lore, and along with his weapon. And I'm finally getting ready to check out lore regarding Hymns of the Far North, the 3-volume book that was featured, that you were able to get from, I believe, the Frostmoon Scion's Reputation quest, that I was told has a lot of really interesting lore, and something that everybody and their mother has basically just been hounding me about for the last few weeks, despite the fact that I'm, you know, trying to get through all the content in the game. So we're finally here, and I'm going to be basically reading all of the book in one sitting and interpreting it, breaking it down. I don't know what to expect of it. I'm assuming it's going to talk about some like ancient lore, since the Frostmoon Scions have all of that stuff logged on their end. We're also going to tie this in with a weapon that we got during it's the loot event weapon, and I haven't had a chance to read it yet, and I don't know what to pair it with. It does talk about Sealy, so we're gonna check that out first, and I figured that I could just pair it with this video just so it's appropriate. So yeah, let's do this first. We're gonna check out the weapon, and then we'll switch over to the book, and we'll get all of that situated. All right. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do, so this is it. It's the Aetherlight Spindle Lute. So it's a lute whose golden strings are as radiant as sunlight. It appears to be a relic from the Sealy of old. And there's also the refinement material for it as well, the golden strings, which this is giving Nicole energy as well, given the fact that she's an angel. You know, Sealys are regressed angels, so it kind of fits. In a civilization long lost to time, some believe that the fate... in a civilization long lost to time, some believed the fate that governed the world was woven like a song upon the stage, birthed from the strings of a colossal harp suspended in the heavens. Perhaps it was because they had witnessed angels pluck... Perhaps it is because they witnessed angels pluck golden strings from the very skies above. Their divine chords proclaimed the thundering indifference of fate. Very interesting subtext there. All right. Let's check out the lore of the weapon, and we'll get into it. Yeah, so this isn't too lengthy. Okay, let us begin. Beyond the ruins of the ancient palace and on the edge of the wasteland stands the tranquil sacred forest of Lake Amsvartner. Okay, I don't know if I've heard... That sounds kind of familiar. I feel like I've heard that before. Hold on, let me write this down. Lake Amsvartnir. Oh, it's where Varka went. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, I was like, that sounds familiar, but I don't remember where I heard it from. All right, cool. All right. Okay, so Varka went here. All right, so beyond the ruins of the ancient palace on the edge of the wasteland stands the tranquil sacred forest of Lake Amsvartnir. Legend has it that whoever breaks the golden branch of the forest will find the royal court of the Seelie, which is concealed from mortal eyes during the day. Oh shit. Did Varka go to meet a Seelie there? Nicole, perhaps? I don't know, maybe. A kingdom of the past, it lies forgotten by both time and space. All right, so Asmodee and Istaroth, hidden in shadows where no heavenly light can touch it. Its owner had long departed, leaving behind nothing but a neglected courtyard and a hall stripped bare. Yet within the palace that should have been abandoned, okay, a young woman's silent lament echoes across the walls. Wow. Once upon a time, a titan craftsman of the... Oh, wow. Once upon a time, the titan craftsman of the skies once wove the destinies of all living beings. The golden harp, their instrument of fate. This was the divine plan of the heavens. If it were followed, the entire world would usher happiness in. So this is the follow-up. Like, I remember the young woman's lamenting song, right? In the Drunkard's Tale, which also talked about the Seelie, which at that time, we thought Colombina was a Seelie because her eyes were covered, and, you know, so she didn't get affected by the Seelie's love curse. And I remember back then we thought that was referencing Colombina, but it seems like it's referencing a different Seelie, like maybe a former angel. Well, a former angel, obviously, but one that still resides in the world in some form, which is interesting. Yeah, so once upon a time, the Titan craftsman of the skies once wove... So is that like another title of the primordial one? The Titan craftsman of the skies? That's crazy. Once upon a time, the Titan craftsman of the skies once wove the destinies of all living beings. The golden harp, their instrument of fate. That was the divine plan of the heavens. If it were followed, the entire world would usher happiness in. Yeah, but then revolution. Yet even the ignorant can dream, and in her dream, a new future unraveled itself. She saw men raise a tower to the heavens, and from their heights, the tower's apostle waged war against the sky. Oh, that's interesting. Is this the first angel? That's like, she saw, like, she was able to foresee the future and like led her angels to revolt. She saw roaring beasts, each larger than a mountain, breaking free from the bounds of the earth. She saw 3 moons casting their light upon the sea, a sight soon eclipsed by an ancient dragon raising like a tide. Holy shit. All that vanished the moment she awoke, as if it had never happened. All that vanished was the indescribable glance of those star-like eyes. Was that love? Perhaps it was just delusion woven from hope, ambition, and a longing for death. Holy shit. But that matters not now, for their story has ended and has become Elysium's finale. The chirping of insects on a long-gone autumn night is the chorus of exiles, singing mankind's most ancient song as they live out their plight. They had lost the place. Oh, wow. They had lost the place of their bodies and souls, with nothing left but songs and memories of the homeland they once knew. The last singers, the first Seelie, they played their final tune in the Hall of Angels. The wolf who once broke into this place had long since departed. Only unfulfilled dreams remain and continued to chase phantoms. Holy moly, dude. I wonder who this is, who's... So first off, Varka went here. He was in Amsvartnir. And did he seek out Nicole? Because the Nicole is allegedly a Seelie turned, or an angel turned human, which would have some connection to Seelie in general. That is interesting. It also says the last singers, the first Seelie. Well, or the Seelie is like plural, right? So, you know, the last singers, the first Seelie, like the ones that became Seelie from angels after they regressed. Oh, yeah. Varka said that, yeah, Varka was led to Lake Amsvartnir after being given false information about a lead about the Wild Hunt. But I wonder if he ended up just finding something there, right? Like, maybe that was just coincidental, and that actually led him to somewhere pretty important. And if not, then I wonder if we're going to be able to go to this location, which has lore on the Seelie, and... you know, there's a Seelie here, a woman, silent, lamenting, right? Like, kind of like I don't know if it's a Seelie in human form, right? Because I think the Drunkard's Tale talked about, like, how there was it was like a woman with fair skin, and so it seemed like it was a Seelie, like an angel, almost. Like, like an angel that retained their form, but they're, like, stuck in this palace. Right, a lunar palace, maybe. I don't know, because we're in Nod-Krai. Yeah, this is very interesting. So the Seelie curse has been implemented at this point. It says here, too, was that love? Which, I mean, the whole catalyst, the startup of the Seelie angel revolution, with the Voyager and the first angel was love. Like, she fell in love with the Voyager and turned on the heavenly principles and tried to do the same for her sisters. And that curse, that implemented the curse across all angels that saw anyone with love and affection in their heart. So I kind of feel like this is like an amalgamation of everything that we know of the Seelie. And even like the visions, like the visions of the future, and seeing everything that would happen in the future of Teyvat after the fact. So, yeah, this is a really cool read. I'm sure we're gonna get a crazy amount of Angel Seelie lore when Nicole comes out, but if this is actually, I don't know if this might be a weapon for her, right? A catalyst. I feel like she's gonna be a catalyst user. So, I mean, hell, this could be a weapon for her. It's energy recharge, so I don't know if she's a support. But that is interesting. All right, gamers. Let us begin. I don't know how long this book is. God have mercy on my soul if it's, like, longer than the freaking Reed Miller fanfiction we read yesterday. Because, I mean, granted, if it's, like, crazy lore, then I might be locked in. Like, look at this. Reed Miller. Actually, okay, let me just put a marker right here. All right, let's see how long, or did I feel like I passed it. Did I pass it? Yeah, I probably passed. No, I didn't. Okay, it's shorter. Thank God. It's shorter than the fanfic. We won't be here all night. Look at Aether in the back. What the fuck? Aether, what the heck are you doing? What the? You guys see Aether? What the hell? Oh, that's hella distracting. Aether, what are you doing? I didn't even notice that until someone, like everyone in chat spamming it. Yeah, and Paimon? What in the world? My travel companion, what are you doing? Hello? Wait, what the heck is happening? Wait, is it because I'm in here? I think it's because I'm in here. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Is this lore or is this a bug? Wait, guys, hold on. Chat, I think the archive, this location that we're in right now is the archive of the world. Imagine this is why does Aether, why is it recording Aether in the archive? Oh, wait. This is hilarious. Oh my god. Wait a minute. I'm trying to lock in. How close can I get to the screen? Oh, okay, that's a little too close. Oh my god. Oh, okay, so it's only because I'm on like this vantage point. Brother. What in the world? Bro! This is hilarious. Okay, well, he doesn't show up right there. Hold on. It's for books, though. He's gonna be on my screen right now. Oh, wait, never mind. He's gone. Brother. Yeah, I'm getting a screenshot right here. This is hilarious. Holy. Yeah, so it's because I'm super up close, but if I was in the background, I would show up in the background. Okay, so that's interesting. So there's something in the code that links this location with this location, right? With this archive location. But this archive location is like the archive of the world. So like, what if there's a lore reason for this, chat? What if this archive of Tevat's world and this room is the same thing? What if this is the archive of the world? I mean, it kind of is, right? It's like recording all the crazy shit that we like the freaking, the golden inscriptions that we were getting into. I don't know, man. I might be cooking. Guys, I think we discovered this bug. I don't know if anyone's discovered this before me. Who else is reading lore in this one-off location that you really don't have a reason to come back to, other than your boy? So, I think we discovered this bug officially. Twitch.tv/murderofbirds. I'll accept my 1600 apologems, Hoyoverse. Thank you, my immersion. Anyways, you know what? I'm gonna keep Aether there, because he doesn't get in the way right here. That is so funny, dude. That is crazy. Hey, guys, remember, we're here for the Hymns of the Far North lore reading, guys. We gotta lock in. Oh man, that is hilarious. Alright, this book is fucking chonky. Good lord. Alright. Okay, so we have Hymns of the Far North, Volume 1. Let's see what this book into. Okay, are these different? Oh no, these are all the same. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Oh my gosh, I'm dying already. Alright. Hymns of the Far North 1. A book of hymns passed down from generations along the Frostmoon Scions, compiled by the priestess. Oh! Ernruth. She's the NPC that's actually down there. Most of its content and the rites they serve have long since fallen into disuse. Oh my god, I took a sip of water. It went down the wrong... Hold on. I'm dying, chat. Alright. Alright, let's lock in. Okay, volume 1. Proem. O lips, now voice a solemn hymn for me, to speak the North's old warnings, low and high. I've left my land, my native shores, departed home and wandered far, through realms unknown, through realms unknown where none know my name, across a barren land long lost to fame. Oh shit, this is kind of bars. Bleak tundras find rest in deep water's wake. Only snow dances upon the 1,000 lakes. Yo, did Venti write this? What's going on here? Yet still the moonlight bathes the path I trace, and winds still brush the sorrows from my face. Let me sing of how the moon first kissed the land. Let me chant the verse that's driven back evil's bands. I praise the rivers raging strong, and praise the peaks that range ever on. I praise the bronze-bound ship of Sotervoinen, and the golden arrows of Aini Kunin. Wait, hold on. Aini Queenan? I think that's how you say that? Unbroken. Isn't the golden arrows like phlogiston? Is that the golden arrows of... I think that's a name. Hold on, let me write some of this down. Sotervoinen. Sotervoinen. Iani Queenan. I remember, what was it called? The Arrow of Terpychoronus, I think is what they said. In the world quest that I'm here, this area, it said like the Arrows of Terpychoronus, but I don't think I ever found out who Terpychoronus was. But they said Terpychoronus was, they gave the Arrow of Terpychoronus to Solove, who then used that to create the light for the lanterns and the lighthouse. So I was like, oh, it's light energy. And then I was like, oh, I wonder if that's related to the dragon. So I wonder if that's is that Nibelung? Is that like their translation for his name? I praise the bronze-bound ship of Sotervoinen and the golden arrows of Iani Queenan unbroken. I curse the poisonous plot of Pakaisuko. Pakaisuko? What the fuck are these names? I curse the poisonous plot of Pakaisuko and decry Fiola's calamity forevermore. Alright, Poyola might be the abyss. Decry the abyss's calamity. Hold on, let me write that down. Oh, Poyola. Okay, well, I'm American. I'm not gonna get these, foreign names correctly. All right, let's see. Okay, so Poyola. Oh, like Yahoda, like it's with a Y. All right, let's see. I curse the poisonous plot of Pakaisuko. Nah, let me read that again. I curse the poisonous plot of Pakaisuko and decry Poyola's calamity forevermore. My prayer, a sacred word from heaven above, sang to my forebearers by envoys beloved. The fate is in the end like a fleeting dream, and death like waters clear drowns every eye. So long as moonlight hangs in its prison on high, I cannot return to home beloved, even if it be nigh. Where golden light soft through verdant crown shine, where dawn stars in silver arrays the pines. O heirs of Hyperborea, mark this song, etch it in your mind fast and strong. Seek not to tread the sly fox path slight, nor yearn for the great bear's naughty might. Be so long as him and Runo ring, the far north shall endure an eternal spring. Okay, so that's like a song. I don't know if this is a song of an angel or if it's a song of the Hyperboreans. It says the heirs of Hyperborea, so obviously the Frost Moon Scions. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Prayer Song 1. Pit Kamunin, Lord of the Seven Calamities. Oh my god, that's the primordial one. Yeah, the seven calamities, right? The seven elements. What? Pit Kamunin. That's Fanes. Hold on. Pit Kamunin. Fanes. All right, chat. I'm gonna say something right now that might sound a little crazy. I see Pit Kamunin, but my brain can spell Paimon's name out of that. P-A-I-M-O-N, like the P at the start, the N at the end, and then you just rearrange the letters. I'm like, Paimon, if you are the primordial one, that would be fucking crazy. Okay, here, guys, can I tell you a little headcanon that I have? Can I tell you a little headcanon that I have? So, I've always had this headcanon of Paimon being the primordial one. And my headcanon for that is that the heavenly principles... So, here's what I think. My headcanon, not ghostwriting by the way, is that whatever happened, Fanes and Dragon King Nibelung, I assume Nibelung is the second descender. I assume Fanes and Nibelung had their war of vengeance, and then Nibelung died, and Fanes was like gravely wounded. And so they have been in recovery since then. And they've been sleeping in their room, and the heavenly principles, right, the shades have not disturbed them since. However, in the meantime, the cataclysm happened, and I think it was this, and like, you know, the heavenly principles woke up and they're like, okay, go deal with that calamity. And then that calamity was dealt with. I think in that process, I think Fanes somehow became Gwobified and like became Paimon and was like wandering, walking around in Celestia, looking at the place, not watching her step, and she fell out of the city in the sky and fell all the way down into the water where Aether eventually fished her out. That's just been a personal headcanon of mine where I'm like, I feel like if Paimon is the primordial one, it's like the most unserious circumstance of how her and the Traveler just like happen to bump into each other. But I feel like Fanes got Gwobified, doesn't know that they're the primordial one, reduced strength, reduced intellect, reduced size, wandering about the heavenly, and you know what I think? I think the shades still think that Fanes is in their room sleeping and doesn't realize that they've gone through this like transformation, or that they even fell out of the sky and now they're like messing around with, like, now they're paired up with the Traveler. That's my personal, like, that's my like own little this is how I'm explaining the theory because they haven't confirmed it yet. This is like a headcanon crack theory. But especially seeing that this is Fanes' name, Pitkamunin, moon is in the name, and Paimon, Moon, fly me to the moon, which is literally the Twitter handle. I'm on to you, Hoyoverse. But yeah, that's just my little headcanon right now. Paimon fell out of the sky, and she doesn't know that she was once the primordial one. Anyways, this is crazy. Prayer Song 1, Pitkamunin, Lord of the Seven Calamities. What? The summer solstice burned the season's first sheaf of wheat. To this offering add a hen, an ox, snake gall equal in weight to the grain, as well as 7 cups of the blood of blank's blank. Okay. The archpriestess chants the runo 7 times, then performs divination using animal entrails to appease the gods. Okay, I'm a little lost, not gonna cap. 7 cups of blood? 7 cups of the blood of... Is that the sovereign's blood? Also, 7 cups is crazy. Yeah, I would assume maybe it has something to do with the sovereigns, because, like, the 7 has to do with them. O supreme Lord of the sky, merciless and indomitable, Father of all and Mother of the gods. What the hell? We offer... You know what that reminds me of, that line? Syrup Mother and Phlogiston Father. If you guys remember the world quest in Tenochtitlán, the super weird one, where it was like, oh, Phlogiston Phlogiston Father, Syrup Mother. I wonder if that was referring to Fanes. Because I didn't know what to make of that. I was like, Phlogiston Father. What if that was referring to Fanes? Like, what if Fanes, like the mother of the gods, and Phlogiston Father sounds like Nibelung? What if that was like implying the War of Vengeance? But I don't know. It was so ambiguous at the time. O supreme Lord, O supreme Lord of the sky, merciless and indomitable, Father of all and Mother of the gods. And that would explain the androgynous nature of Fanes. We offer these sacrifices to appease your jealousy, lest your wrath blaze against the earth. O capricious winged one, fierce king who lays waste to nations, God of the unyearning heart, O God of gender unknowable, we plead that you turn from the mortal realm and the children of the far north. Wow, what the hell? This is, so they're like, they're like beseeching. Like, hey, like, spare us. You have shattered the order of the old world and offered shelter to mortals, and yet blank them. I want to say curse, and yet curse them. You have shaken the ancient dwellings of the Eternals, blanked their wings, maybe plucked their wings, clipped their wings, and laid waste to their minds, right? The angels, right? You have shaken the ancient dwellings of the ancients. Oh, wait, no. The dragons. I think, aren't these the dragons? You have shaken the ancient dwelling of the Eternals, right? The home? I don't know what that could mean. This is my interpretation. You have shaken the ancient dwelling of the ancients, right? The ancient dwelling, the home of the dragons, plucked their wings and laid waste to their... I don't know what that would be. I have no idea. You are the god of retribution, the vengeful deity. Your will is absolute beneath the moon, never to be disobeyed. In heaven and on earth, your blade blank, drinking dry the blank of the wicked and the innocent. Bro, all of these redactions are pissing me off. Oh, blank and blank king. Before you, the gods are as mere mortals and mortals, not more than insects. No one dares to speak your name, for you shall blank all who know it. Yeah, kill. You shall kill all who know it. But, O pure and wrathful God, we humbly ask you to accept this offering. May the frost moon shield us from the calamities you bring, and spare us the fate of eternal suffering. So, they're basically praying to the primordial one to not, like, kill them, basically. To spare them in all of this war of vengeance nonsense and the aftermath. Note from Priestess Ernruth. This this ritual was abolished 5 centuries ago by decree of Isla, the first moon chanter. It is notable that the prayer's obscured portions were not deliberately redacted, if the relevant records are to be believed. Instead, the archpriestess was to chant in the indirect manner to avoid provoking the god of the 7 calamities. Okay. Damn. They're like, don't look the primordial one in the eye when you read this off. That's crazy. So they were like fearful of the primordial one, despite the fact that the primordial one did everything for humanity and brought them into being and gave them life and gave them a world and things to do and all of that stuff. They're still like, holy shit, we're still terrified of you. Please don't hurt us. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it's wise to be fearful of God, in a sense, right? Like, to be a God-fearing man and not think that you're above the heavens. Otherwise, your arrogance will be above you, and then your civilization will be destroyed. So this is a way of keeping them in check to make sure that no upheavals happen and more people don't die in the process, I think. All right, let us continue. This is crazy. Prayer Song 2, Mad Taraka, Mother of Life. There's no shot we're getting the shades to. This sounds like Nibirius. What? Mad Taraka, Mother of Life. Wow. Oh my god, dude. So we're getting Fanes and the Shades in this? What the hell? Upon the birth of a child, a pinch of sea salt is offered to the sacred stone. Clergy of assistant priestess rank or higher shall chant the runo 4 times before the newborn is bathed in warm water infused with winter icelia. Hear me, oh no, I'm just gonna translate. Hear me, oh, actually no, I'm not. Hear me, O noble Mad Taraka, mother of gods and mortals. I assume that's Nibirius. From Hyperborea to Sol Vindagnir, your compassion is revered by all. You watch over young women, easing their suffering and granting safe passage through childbirth. I see. Yeah, life, right? The waters of life. That's crazy. That is so crazy. How they're connecting all of this. You rejoice in you rejoice in fecundity. You rejoice in fecundity. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, you rejoice in fecundity. Giving life to the sublunary sphere, nurture all that grow in nature. You, mother of the waters, who birthed a heart from a roaring primordial ocean. Oh, wow. Is that referencing Egeria? Because she created Egeria. And then Egeria created the Oceanids, and then, you know, the prophecy and all of that happened. You, mother of the waters, who birthed a heart from a roaring primordial ocean. All the birds, beasts, and fish in this world are yours, and you are the one who brought them into being. By your divine will, you shape mortal flesh as a potter shapes clay. Therefore, I pray you bless this newborn child with health, courage, and wisdom. Okay. So they're basically revering the Shades and the Primordial One. The fact that they even know them is crazy. But, I mean, they've lived long enough, right, in history to still recount these beings. But, yeah, so they're like, hey, bless my crops, bless my family, bless my newborn, protect us from, you know, the abyss and all of that other stuff. Like, true, absolute, what's it called? I guess submissiveness to the heavenly principles. Yeah, and this is basically like a baptism almost. You know what else I think? I think they're using these names in place of their real names to not invoke their wrath. Kind of like how, if you guys remember, before Sun and Moon, the fucking scribe didn't even want to write out Istaroth's real name. He had to write the name backwards to not, like, he was like, I dare not speak out her name or write it. I'll write it backwards just once. So I think this is like, this is basically like, let's just give them aliases or like Frost Moon versions of their names, so that way they don't get offended. God, man, that's such a throwback. Note from Priestess Ernruth. This ritual was abolished 500 years ago by decree of Isla, the first moon chanter. In its place, one who is ranked assistant priest or higher is to recite, "May the new moon illuminate your path instead." This is meant to invoke protection from the child from the taint of the sublunary sphere. Nice. She's like, hey, maybe we should just, you know, let's worship the moon. Let's ask the new moon for some help. Let's change our old ways. Let's not be glazers of the heavenly principles. Bro, they're actually doing it for all of them. Holy shit. Prayer Song 3, Tuonatar. Oh, we read this actually. I remember seeing that name, and they mentioned the underworld, so that was Renova. Tuonatar, mother of the underworld. Wow. I think that was also in the world quest. Was I mistaken? Yeah, that's Renova. I think I may have said that at the time too, because the underworld, I was like, that's like Lord of the Night, underworld. I was like, it's either Lord of the Night or it's Renova. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, during the autumn harvest, animal sacrifices are offered in accordance with animal sacrifices are offered in accordance with the social status of those who died that year. The prepared animals are placed in intricately carved wooden or bronze vessels, shipped like boats to be burned. Before the burning, a clergy member of the assistant priest rank or higher removes the eyes of each animal. Her eyes, that's how she looks onto that. Wow. Removes the eyes of each animal and presents them separately to the mistress of the underworld. With eyes veiled by a dark cloth, the archpriestess then chants the runo 4 times and performs divinations using animal entrails to please the deity. You know what I'm thinking about too? I feel like the heavenly principles don't give a fuck what these people are doing. They probably don't even acknowledge or even know they did any of this stuff. They are too up in their high horse, like doing larger than... They're looking for Asmodee, all right? They're not out here worried about whatever the hell y'all are up to. You know? This is crazy. O mistress of the dark, slow to be moved and without expression. O shadowy lady of the underworld, somber, taciturn, fearsome Tuonatar. You arbor the arrogant and the disrespectful, and from your grasp there is no escape. Your feet have trod both the humble hut and the gilded throne. The people fear you, and you see all. The people fear you, for you see all, hear all, and judge all. We revere you for your boundless grace and all-embracing nature. Bro, I already know DeWeet was glazing the fuck out of these passages. He was probably singing this shit from the high heavens. Like, oh man, this is the... I wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna check. I think he made a video on this, but I hadn't watched it because I couldn't like get to this point yet. But like, I'm like, these people are practically glazing the heavenly principles, and I'm like, DeWeet, his real username is Erstruth, the priestess Erstruth. Yeah, Ernruth rather. That's so funny. I'm like, damn, bro, why are they glazing so hard? And I was like, wait a minute, some people might actually appreciate that. We revere you and your boundless grace and all-embracing nature. The fate of all living beings rests solely in your hands, and you remain unmoved no matter how fervent the plea. Yet noble and majestic goddess, we know that gentleness and mercy are your first nature. Just as you granted our ancestors liberation from suffering and extended it not. Oh, I guess they're referring to Hyperborea's destruction. Just as you granted our ancestors liberation from suffering and extended it not, O mistress of death, you who know the fates of all under the moon, accept our humble offering. The descendants of the far north beseech you that now that the golden bloodline has returned to your bosom, that you lead us across the nether's dark stream and let us sleep eternal in a dreamless dream. Holy shit. Note from Priestess Ernruth. This ritual was abolished by decree of Isla, the first moon chanter 5 centuries ago. Now, when a herent of the frost moon dies, regardless of social status, an assistant priestess or someone of higher rank is to recite instead, "May the new moon lead you to the shore of peace." Wow. Wow, so the old age frost moon scions and even the Hyperboreans were like heavenly principle glazers. They were like, okay, we have to be completely in their good graces for everything. And eventually they turned to the moon, and even then the moon didn't respond. So very interesting. Next up, there it is, Prayer Song 4. Wait, hold on. Lai Malia? Is that how you say that? That's Istaroth. Lai Malia. Istaroth. I wonder if we're gonna get one for Asmodee, even though she's kind of MIA. Okay. Prayer Song 4, Lai Malia, Mother of Time. On the winter solstice, a cloth bearing the year's significant events is burned, and its ashes are gathered in a silver cup full of pure water. The archpriestess chants the runo 4 times, and when the wind begins to stir, they anoint the verdant crest with the blessed mixture to honor the divinity. O pure and eternal Mother of Time, sovereign who was never born and shall never die, you create all and destroy all. You remember all and allow them to be forgotten. You, who in the moment of your birth also gave birth to yourself. That's crazy. Time, no beginning and end. O Supreme Mother, you are the one stillness. You are the one stillness within the endless flow. The one outsider in the sacred courtyard of the gods. You may you may protect the you may protect the 4 imprisoned moons. May you protect the 4 imprisoned moons. You are the one outsider in the sacred courtyard of the gods, the one stillness within the endless flow. O Supreme Mother, O Supreme Mother, who in the moment of your own birth also gave birth to yourself. You remember all and allow them to be forgotten. You create all and destroy all. O Sovereign, who shall never die and never be and was never one born, pure and eternal, Mother of Time. So I think the 4 moons, so yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are gonna mention the 4 moons bit. Obviously the 3 moons that were protected by Aria, Sonnet, and Canon. And I think there was the construction of a 4th moon, or a 4th moon was being constructed, either by Dragon King Nibelung or by Shield Coatl. I'm not entirely sure how the lore, like, I have to go back and, like, double check on that. But, I do think that, hold on, if you read the lines backwards, it says the same. Oh, that's cool. Oh my god, that's cool. Oh shit, yeah, literally, it's fucking... That's trippy as hell. Oh, pure and eternal Mother of Time. Pure and eternal Mother of Time. Sovereign, oh my gosh. It's just that the bottom one, the top one and the bottom one have like, oh pure, oh sovereign. Wow. Oh Supreme Mother. Wow, yeah, I would have never known. For like, as I was reading it, I was like, why am I like, I felt like I was rereading the same sentence because when the sentence ends, it goes backwards now. So I'm reading what I just read, but it's backwards to where it begins. And that's basically time. Right? The beginning is the end is the beginning. That's crazy cool. That's really creative how they weaved that in there for Istaroth. That's so cool. Alright, give me 1 second. Yeah, so basically, I think the 4 moons imprisoned is implying the 3 moons and the 4th moon that failed to rise. Right, the one that basically became Nodcry, or like kind of deteriorated into Nodcry. Also, how many moons are there in the sky? God, man, that freaking Sumeru event is it's doing numbers, guys. It's the gift that keeps on giving at this point. Wow. Prayer Song 5 missing, of course. Note from the priestess Ernruth. The meaning of this prayer remains obscure, and the ritual described herein contradicts establishing historical records. The verdant crest, the divine tree that appeared at the birth of the Moon Maiden 5 centuries ago, should not feature in any account of rituals predating that event. In any other known as no other known text references these rites, this is presumed to be a scribal error. Nevertheless, this passage has been preserved unaltered for the sake of textual fidelity. Okay, basically, we can't make sense, we can't make heads or tails of this, like, rewinding, repeating passage, so we're just gonna pretend it doesn't exist, but Just keep it there for context. And then Prayer Song 5, Asmodee's MIA IRL, so therefore they haven't got any records of her. Unfortunate. Because we don't know much about her even to this day. Okay, we're gonna run a quick ad. Hey, someone was kind of clocked in on that. I'm halfway done with the book, and we're probably gonna take about 2 hours to get through this after all. This is crazy, man. I don't know. Oh, hold on. I don't know. I assume they'll give it to me. I cursed the poisonous plot of Pekaisuko. Yeah, these other names. Sotirvoinen, Iani Kuinen, Pekaisuko. I think Poyola is the Abyss. I think Iani Kuinen and might be Nibelung. Let me just write that down. Alright, really quick, let me start a new recording. Gonna watch the VOD later. See ya, chat, and Arnold. I have an exam to take. Wish me luck. Thank you for sticking around, cringy boy. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you'll check out the VOD and enjoy it later. Good luck on your exam as well. Not that you'll need it. I'm sure you'll do great. But good luck. All right.
Hello again.
All right, gamers. Let's lock in for the second half. Oh my god. Also, how far did we make it? Are we in... Okay, so we finished the first volume. Damn, the first volume took me like an hour to get through, but thankfully the second two, or yeah, the next two I think aren't that long. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so again, really quick, Pekaisuko, Sotirvoinen, I think Iani Queenan is it might be Nibelung because of the mention of golden arrows, which sounds like elemental phlogiston, right? Like golden inscriptions. So I wonder if the golden arrows, I wonder if that's Nibelung, but I don't know who these other 3 names are. But I wonder, I'm assuming it's going to get into more of it, but these are all Frostmoon Scion names in place of actual beings, like deities or gods or whatever the case might be. And so far we've gotten the names of 3 of the shades and the primordial one, just because Asmodee's been MIA for God knows how long. So, unfortunately, she's not in the records. Alright, let us continue with Volume 2. Prayer Song 6. Takoya Iani Queenan, the primeval blacksmith. Okay, yeah, that was him. O great father of Genesis, forger of the earth's bones and the triple moons. That's such a badass freaking opening line. What a sick title too, the primeval blacksmith. God damn, the creator, the true creator, god damn it. I'm not taking any of this freaking fake Heavenly Principles news. Get that shit out of here. Interesting. So is that the full name? Takoya? I don't know if the name's any different or if it means the same thing, but... Takoya Iani Queenan, the primeval blacksmith. O great father of Genesis, forger of the earth's bones and the tripled moons, let your wrath right as a skew throne so that the beauty may submit. Let me hear that again. Let your wrath right that askew throne so that the beauty may submit. On the first day, you forged a golden bow with lunar gleam, a weapon meant to strike down your foes. Yet, while you hunted, your bow was stolen, and now your enemy brandishes it. Oh my god, dude, they're painting such a picture. Yep. And then the Heavenly Principles came in and stole your shit. Wow. Yep. You created this land, you created the moons, you created this land for the dragons, and while you were out hunting, you know, looking after your own, the Heavenly Principles moves in, steals your shit, and calls it theirs. I love how they're wording this. Yet, while you hunted, your bow was stolen, and now your enemy brandishes it as their own. On the second day, you forged a great chariot. Its moonlit glimmer meant to guard your home. Oh, wait. Yet while you hunted, your wain was purloined and your enemy claimed it as your own. Wait a minute, hold on a sec. Wait, I think the chariots represent the moons. So did they actually steal this man's, like, weapon? The moonlit glimmer meant to guard your home. Wait, so damn, Nibelung left his weapon behind? What the fuck? Bro was like, yeah, the Abyss ain't fucking around with me. I don't even need my weapons. Now, I remember the chariot, guys. I'm just saying, this is an allegory. The chariot represents the moons that he created. So he basically took it and repurposed it for the 3 moons. Wow. Yeah, I thought the bow, for some reason, I thought the bow was a representation of the moons, because I was like, oh, well, he stole the planet, they stole the moons and all that, but it kept going, and I was like, wait a minute, that actually meant something. So, Nibelung, so does that mean Fanes is a bow user, technically? If Fanes is playable, will they be a bow user? Because they stole, and Nibelung would be a bow user too, technically, because he's got golden arrows and a bow that he left behind. Interesting. Yeah. On the first day, you forged a golden bow with lunar gleam, a weapon meant to strike down your foes. Yet while you hunted, your bow was stolen, and now your enemy brandishes it as their own. So he stole his entire flow. His drip. He stole his drip. He stole his home. He stole the seat that he stole the chair that he sits in. Like everything. Nothing is his. On the second day, you forged a great chariot. Its moonlit glimmer meant to guard your home. While you hunted, your wain was purloined, and your enemy claimed it as their own. On the third day, you forged a shuttle of moonlight. Your heart set on the daughter of the stars. Yet in your recklessness, you wandered into a fog-drenched swamp, and the forge of light was quenched. The daughter of the stars, is that referencing the Voyager? Because she came from the stars, but unfortunately, the fog-drenched swamp, you wandered into the abyss. You wandered into the forbidden knowledge. Okay. So I wonder if he went out looking for the Voyager when he came into contact with forbidden knowledge as well. Like one and the same, right? Like he was stargazing, and he told the dragons, he didn't tell them what he was leaving for. He was just like, yo, I'll be back. He was obviously probably thinking ahead of like this potential threat that would plague the world. So he left the world, and while he was gone, Fanes pulled up when he wasn't even home and like bodied the dragons and took the moons. But then he comes back, realizes what happened, and then leaves again. So I think when he leaves again, I wonder if he's also like, if he has the Voyager in mind. Yeah, so and like him creating the shuttles was because of her. Like she was like, hey, if you stick around on this planet is doomed. Do you want to travel with me? And he was like, no, I think we'll figure out our own way. And I think his desire of like creating like the Tonatiuh and the void shuttles and in the sky, like the space elevator, was to eventually stargaze and reach the cosmos and like leave the planet, or not have just the planet, but like, and started creating the moons and all of that. So obviously some contingencies were in place, but he was reckless, like it said. Yet in your recklessness, you wandered into the abyss, and the light was quenched. You are the king spoken of, yet unspeakable. You are the king spoken of, yet unspeakable. O bloodthirsty, murderous blacksmith. You are the master of misfortune, the lord of all evil, obsessed with the unjust deaths of the innocent and the ruinous fires of war. O terrible and mighty eternal workman, lord of two natures, so strong, hale, and heroic as the gods themselves. Even the stars look upon you in awe. O indestructible lord, please quiet this earth-shaking wrath, lift the torment that occupies my heart, and cast out this pitch-black disaster. Yeah. Nibelung was done so dirty, bro. That is so unfortunate. Gets warped by the abyss and then is turned in, and then he becomes the bad guy.
Hello again.
You know? I just think it's crazy too that, like, even if you're the Dragon King, desperate times call for desperate measures, man. And it's like, if the only way we're gonna beat these squatters is by tapping into the abyss, so be it. And he still lost, but it seems like he did irreparable damage. But now the people of today are hanging on for dear life, because Lord knows what's gonna happen in this endgame. Damn, dude. I was not expecting this. This is so freaking cool. We're getting, like, direct freaking... I mean, I'm taking this shit as the gospel. I don't care if it was written by the Frost Moon Scions. Like, this is the... if these are the only crumbs you're giving me, bet your ass I'm taking this shit seriously. Note from the priestess Ernruth. This is an ancient form of a prayer once used to quell the fury of nature. Though records whisper of a lost variant, its final 4 lines seem to meant to summon rather than quell natural disasters. It vanished from the memory long before the birth of the Moon Maiden, for reasons unknown. The Moon Chanter Isla, first to hold the title, later revised and simplified this prayer. Her version, presented below, is now recognized as the standard for all recitations. Okay. O pale white frost moon, in the name of the descendants of the far north, I beseech you to appease this earth-shaking wrath. May your gentle light soothe the lingering pain that occupies our heart and cast out the pitch-black disaster. Damn, so they had to, like... They're like, oh man, we don't want to be... We don't want to have these angry, tumultuous winds and tumultuous nature causing issues, right? It's like, oh man, we gotta pray to the gods for them to stop. Like, Dragon King Nibelung, calm down. Your anger is affecting the world. That's basically what they're doing. They're like Nibelung, calm the fuck down. These earthquakes keep happening, my boy. You know, it's kind of like how in ancient Rome, like in ancient Greek mythology, you know, you would pray to Poseidon for calm oceans, and you know, that's basically the same thing. Like, you would pray to the respective god that governed over whatever it is that you wanted to go your way. So they saw Nibelung as a force of nature, and they were like, okay, we're having freaking tsunamis and earthquakes. Let's pray to Nibelung and tell him to calm down. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, man. The disrespect, too. Thank you, Isla, for giving some freaking respect to the divine. Everyone over here is... This is a freaking joke. Imagine Nibelung looked into today, like the Teyvat of today, or even last 500 years, and was like, damn, bro, they're doing me dirty. They're just using me as like a cheat code for to get good weather conditions. Oh, man. Okay. Prayer Song 11. The god... Oh, that's the Dawn Star. The goddess of the Dawn Star and apostle of the far north. Koitar and Sotervoinen. Wait, is that the name of the Voyager and the first angel? That's the apostle. Wait. Wait, dude, there's no fucking shot. What? There's no shot this book is giving us everything. The name of the Voyager? I praise the bronze-bound ship of Sotervoinen. The bronze-bound ship of the Holy shit, chat. Oh my god. I cannot believe this. The goddess of the Dawn Star. Koitar is the name of the first angel. They were married. Oh my goodness gracious. Koitar? Bro, that's so crazy. We got names for them. They're not even in the story yet. The first angel. Sotervoinen. See, and here's the thing though, chat. I think these are just the names that the Frost Moon Scion are giving them, which means they might actually have true names that we just don't know. So, like, obviously we're going off of whatever this book says, but, like, I'll take it, man. I'll fucking take it. Holy shit. Koitar and Sotervoinen, the Voyager. Doomed Yuri is back in 2025, gamers. Wow. Wow. The goddess of the Dawn Star and apostle of the far north. I keep doing that. An apostle of the far north. Koitar and Sotervoinen. I call upon Koitar, wife of Sotervoinen, and first fairest daughter of the creator god. Oh my god, guys, this is so fucking awkward. Do you think Fanes was invited to the wedding? They got married, right? She's the wife. It's official. Do you think that's why he crashed out, because his daughter got married and didn't tell him? Or wasn't invited? Oh my god. I call upon Koitar, wife of Sotervoinen, and first fairest daughter of the creator god. O generous maiden and bright morning star, your deeds are forever praised in music by the descendants of the far north. Bro, we are getting Koitar and Sotervoinen lore in Hyperborea, bar none. I am so excited for this region when we get it. I cannot believe we're getting this in a book. I mean, I should know, like, this is Genshin, but, like, they're teasing us right now. We're getting so much more in-game. The cold winter night cannot extinguish the silver flame within our chests, nor can its perilous darkness corrupt our hearts. One day, we shall return home through the wild grasses of the lonely graveyards to the majestic golden city. I'm waiting for it. I call upon you, Koitar, truly blessed, to cast your favor upon our conquests, even as you once subdued all nations with your might. I call upon you to shackle the earth, to make the cities tremble, and to let the enemies of the far north vanish like dew beneath the frost moon. Oh my fucking god, dude. The first angel. I don't even know what became of them. Did she ever become a Seelie? Is she... Well, no. Like, weren't they separated? Their minds wiped. And their memories were wiped. And they're forever separated. So, like, they could still exist if they're, like, unkillable deities? I don't know if Koitar became a Seelie, though. But Sotervoinen probably exists in some form that is just unrecognizable in the present day. Oh my goodness gracious. That's gonna be crazy, dude. What would be really interesting is if Sotervoinen is in Hyperborea still. Or if they got imprisoned in Hyperborea, right? Like, that's basically where they came from. That's where they'll return to. I don't know. Koitar, I feel like she would be, like, trapped by her father directly. So she's probably, like, shackled in some tower in Celestia, maybe. I don't know. As, like, the ultimate punishment. But see, the crazy thing, too, is... if your mind is erased and the mind of the Voyager is the woman, like the mind is of the Voyager, then that means the indwelled boy that she indwelled on just never got his body back. He just like disappeared into the ether. He doesn't even have autonomy over himself. And now the mindless, like memory wiped identity is neither of them. And it's like, that's so fucked. I feel so bad for that kid. And now the kid's mind's voided and her memory was wiped, so she's not even who she was anyway. And now there's just some rando who's married to the freaking angel of the heavenly principles. Good lord. All right, really quick, I really have to use the restroom. I should have gone before this reading, but I'm gonna run the ad right now. We still have to continue reading, so sit tight. I need to freaking relax, and we'll resume momentarily. Holy cannoli, gamers. I cannot believe this is happening. Come back. Oh shit. Oh my god. Mia Chum, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Holy moly. Big W's, massive hearts in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh man, this is so overwhelming, man. There's so much, there's so much. I'm like, brother, there's only so much I can handle. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours as well. And we still have a couple more things to get through today. But god damn it, if I'm not hyped. I'm so excited we're getting all this. Thank you for resubbing as well for 26 months, Mia Chum. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Did you get food, Mr. Strimmer? No, I have not eaten yet. I'm probably just gonna eat after stream. I'm not really hungry right now. I ate before I streamed. I had like a big breakfast, or a big lunch rather, so I'm okay. All right, give me 1 second. Oh, hold on, I jumped. Hold on, where am I? Okay, I'm right here. Oh my god. Oh, fuck? This is ridiculous. Can't everyone just come together and be like, hey, we're cool? Can we all just fight the abyss together? Everyone's down each other's throats. Angels turning on their fathers because of love. Fathers shackling the world because they're the boss. Dragons being usurped and because fuck you, that's why. Like, crazy, man. Also, another thing I noticed from this is the passages are just jumping. We went from like passage 5 and 6 to passage 11, and I'm like, how much other lore do they have logged that they just didn't feature? You're talking about Dragon King Nibelung, the Abyss, the Primordial One, the Shades, the First Angel, the Voyager, that's not even from this planet, by the way. Good lord. Note from the priestess note from the priestess Ernruth. The prayer is this prayer is in older form, preserved from a time long past. Yeah, tell me about it. It was later significantly revised by Isla, the first moon chanter. The following text is now recognized as the standard for all recitations. The icy wind cannot extinguish the silver flame within our chest, nor shall the evil night corrupt our hearts. O pale white frost moon, protect the descendants of the far north, and let the pitch black disaster of the cold night melt away like the morning dew. Bro, no wonder they were wilding back in the day. They were too tapped in. They couldn't handle all this lore. That's why everything went to shit. That's why Isla had to revise everything, because people were literally crashing the fuck out over all this lore. And I'm like, bro, I can barely keep my shit together. All right, let's see. What do we have next? 15, Prayer Song 16. Sarah Lanin, the Stranger of Winter's Day. All right, another name. Let me write that down. Sarah Lanin. I don't know who that is. Alright. Okay. Sarah Lanin, the Stranger of Winter's Days. Oh, let not the death pangs you suffered pass on to me, lover of frost and winter. Wait, lover? Saritsa? Hold on. You cheerful, fair, kind-hearted lad, noble born and nobly raised, a gentle and valiant son. Upon the starry steed, you rode across the forsaken isle of Hisi and the dark mist-shrouded lands of... Oh shit, that might be the Abyss. The dark mist-shrouded lands of Poyola. There... Whoa, wait. Is that the Saritsa? Is that the Saritsa's name? There to court the daughter of... Hold on, I'm tripping right now. Winter, lover, frost. It sounds like the Saritsa. But this is a guy. Did she actually have a lover like I thought? I mean, I thought her lover would have been like Zila and Bronya. There to court the daughter of... Okay, so if it's the daughter, then Pakai Suko might be the Belyazar? There to court the daughter of Pakai Suko, that peerless beauty at her home. Then old Pakai Suko, servant of our forebearers, answered thus. He will grant the young lady's hand in marriage if you should open to him the gates of Poyola. I think that might be the gates of the Abyss? Didn't the... Cheerful, fair, kind-hearted one, you know well that wicked scheme. Yet you went forth freely. Oh my fucking god, this was what he was doing. Were you not to go, old Pakaisuko would have his gullible daughter suffer the punishment instead? In dark and foggy Poyola, the Lord of the Seven Calamities carved you into... Wait, what? This is the third descender? There's no fucking shot. Guys, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Wait! That's why she's getting the no-sees! Oh my goodness gracious. There is no fucking shot. There is no fucking way. There is no fucking shot, bro, that they just revealed this. Chat. Earlier today, we read lore that the Belyazar was doing some weird shifty shit. And it was like, they opened the floodgates of the abyss. And I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, what the hell? Why would that be a thing? And you're telling me that the Tsaritsa's lover is the third descender who took her place. He died because if he didn't do it, the Belyazar would have sacrificed his own daughter. I am fucking done, brother. Holy shit. Oh my god, guys. Wow. So I want to know who this real person's name is then, because Saralainen isn't the real name, which sucks because they gave us false identities. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Now, here's what I'm thinking, though. Oh my god, chat. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Chat, wait. Hold on. Let me cook. Why? Okay, really quick, chat. Is it crazy that I'm thinking of Reed Miller right now? I'm thinking of Reed Miller right now. And the reason I'm thinking that is because they found his spine. So, like, they didn't even find his body. They found a piece of him, not his whole corpse. It's just the spine, and that was considered a treasure. And when we first read his lore, I was like, yo, Reed Miller's out here rizzing the daughter of the Belyazar? That might be the Tsaritsa? What if Reed Miller? Wait, but then, wait. Oh my god. Chat, oh my, guys, I'm fucking losing it. Chat, wait. Maybe? Am I losing it? I was gonna say that a descender is defined by their will. And he was already a part of he was already like a part of this, what's the word I'm looking for? He was already a part of like the eugenics program and all that stuff. I don't know if it could be him, but I'm like, wait a minute. Unless the timeline is like a little scuffed, but like they only found a piece of him, and I can't help but think of Reed right now. Also, I don't know if Reed is just too unimportant for a role like this. Because you don't have to be an Outlander to be a descender. You think Reed Miller is a parallel to him? I can't help but think of Reed. I'm literally like, I cannot believe, I'm like coping right now. I'm like, I cannot believe they just dropped this. I'm trying to make so much sense of this. Because Reed worked with the Belyazar's daughter. Or like, I don't know if it was the... I know it was a fae of the governor, but I don't know if the Belyazar is considered the governor. I don't know. I don't know if that was her. But they never said specifically who she was. Oh my god. No, I don't think Routwang will be a weekly. I'm also curious of like... There was also something... I'm thinking Reed Miller because of the proofs as well. But during the... oh, what was it? Dude, my brain is fried right now. Holy fuck. During the Blue Amber Lake World quest, there was a random moment where we started talking about, like, I think they mentioned, or there was the mention of, what's her name? Snegorochka, which was the wife or the lover of Ajax. And obviously Ajax child, Snezhnaya, parallels, connections there. I don't know if that could be a potential point as well, because I'm trying to think, I'm like, who else is there that could potentially be like this twist? I cannot believe, dude. Guys, during Fontaine, I literally said, oh, I wonder if the Tsaritsa is trying to collect the Gnosis and, like, the Dragon Balls and bring back the third Descender. Obviously, and I also had the theory that her lover, that I thought her and the previous Archon were lovers because there's always a connection, but it's a father-daughter thing. But there were still lovers involved. It was just that the third Descender was her lover. So, I was in the right ballpark with both of those theories, but you take them both and you put them together and I kind of cooked. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at anyone's theories or anything. I kind of want to cook on my own. But, this is crazy. And the thing, too, is that it says open the gate to Paola, which I was like, oh, that's literally what I think they mentioned that the Belyazar was trying to do. In, like, another thing that I read earlier. And, like... Now they have the context of that. So the Belyazar was working with the with the freaking nobles and like the researchers to open a gate to the abyss. And they were going to use the Tsaritsa if Saralainen didn't agree to do it themselves. Wow, I cannot believe this. Oh, let not the death pangs you suffered pass on to me, lover of frost and winter. You cheerful, fair, kind-hearted lad, noble born and nobly raised, a gentleman and valiant son. Upon the starry steed, you rode across the forsaken isles of Hisi and the dark mist-shrouded lands of Poyola. There to court, bro, man's walked through rain, sleet, or snow to marry the daughter of the Belyazar, that peerless beauty at her home. Then old Belyazar, servant of our forebearers, answered thus. He will grant the young lady's hand in marriage if you should open for him the gates of, I assume, the abyss. Cheerful, fair, kind-hearted one, you know well that wicked scheme. Yet you went forth freely, for were you not to go, the Belyazar would have had his gullible daughter suffer the punishment instead. What the fuck, the Belyazar? Thank God, get his ass out of here. So glad he's dead. And it seems like the Tsaritsa was like, my own father killed my lover. Not on my watch, buddy. I'm ushering in a new world. Get me the 7 Gnosis. I'm gonna revive my husband, and we're gonna start a new world. Fuck the old world. This shit's cursed, and we need to start over. That's crazy, man. I'm just curious about the connections and the parallels here, because we know about Snegurochka and Ajax, and I can't help but feel like there's a parallel here. So it's either that they are them, right? Because we don't know the real names of like, we don't know the Tsaritsa's real name, and Saralainen, we don't know their real name. So it would be interesting if these two things were like either an allegory or like a dead-ass like parallel. And obviously Child is named after that legend, that hero of legend, so that would kind of track too, because Child is like destined for greatness, but I don't think it's Child specifically, or maybe it is, who knows. But the corpse of the third descender are the Gnosis that she's trying to gather, and I think it's because she's trying to bring her lover back. Wow. I can't believe how close I was, but how off the mark I was, because I was like, she's trying to revive the third descender, but I was also like, oh, her previous lover was the previous Archon that died. So like I had two separate theories that were right, but they were just, the context was mixed up. Wow, this is pretty crazy. In dark and foggy... Hold on. Let me think real quick. I don't know. In dark and foggy Poyola, why? I was thinking that Poyola was the abyss, but then why would the heavenly principles be in the abyss? In dark and foggy Poyola, the Lord of the 7 calamities carved you into 7 pieces, and that young and pure girl, the daughter of the Belyazar, shall never again be wed. I was actually wondering, I was like, is that the Celestia then? But I don't think so, because that said up top here, it says, you rode across the forsaken isles of Hisi and the dark, mist-shrouded lands of Poyola. So maybe, I wonder if Poyola is like a place that's ravaged by the Abyss, but it's not, like, it's not the Abyss. It might be a place taken by the Abyss, maybe. But they said the gates of Poyola, so maybe it is the Abyss. Right? Didn't they say, what was it? I think Skirk said that they had like a kind of curse attached to it. They were like, oh, the remains of the third descender mixed with something else. But I don't know if that, why would that be the Abyss though? I don't think that would be the Abyss. Another thing that I was wrapped up about was that Nouvelette's lore mentions how I forgot the wording, but it was like the, you know, basically the heavenly principles and one who came after created the Gnosis together. So unless, oh, this is so confusing. I don't want to say it's, I don't know who the second and the third, like, I mean, obviously this is the third, so it's not the Voyager. The Voyager isn't the third descender. I really think Nibelung is the second, but I don't know if it's even referencing that a descender helped. I think one who came after is just a term, and it's not, or it's just like a phrase, and it's not meant to imply another descender. I'm trying to rethink. I haven't read this. A lot of this stuff is ancient lore that I'm trying to like figure out. Okay, so dragons were already defeated. They had the authorities. The Belyazar. So they ended up opening the gate, but then the heavenly principles utilized that gate to carve them into 7 pieces. I mean, there's just some context here that I don't think we have, but like, it just doesn't make sense to me why the unless technically the Abyss is considered the second descender. But I don't know. because Nibelung came back with forbidden knowledge in the abyss, but I don't know why. I don't even know if this is the abyss. Maybe, but like all of this dark, misty, foggy, like it just sounds like it's the abyss. No, it's not confusing. Like, the book itself isn't confusing. The confusion is the rationality. Like, we don't understand because we don't have more information. So, you know, so like from the top down, you know, this noble man. And the bigger thing too is like, okay, if this is Ajax, I'm kind of curious, like their story, their lore, their history in how they even got wrapped up in this whole situation as well. You know, they're here to marry the Belyazar's daughter, but before they can do that, they have to help open the gates of the abyss, which apparently I think ended up happening because Chernobog got out, apparently, and wreaked havoc. And that's probably another aspect of the cataclysm, right? The Snezhnayan cataclysm, right, on their end. But for them to be killed and carved into pieces to become the Gnosis, the one line that I'm hung up on is, in the dark and foggy Poyola, the heavenly principles, right? The primordial one carved you into 7 pieces. So maybe he needed to use the abyss to create the Gnosis, which in and of itself is kind of like, it seems kind of contradictory, because the whole point of all of this is that the abyss is not good. The abyss is the final threat. And so I'm just like, that's what I don't understand. If that is the abyss, how that sounds like he used the abyss to create the Gnosis. And maybe that's why, you know, you don't keep wherever the visions are, or wherever the visions end up, calamity and misfortune strikes. You know, it's kind of like they're like a dark looming cloud wherever they go. And so the Tsaritsa's like, well, I know that these are curses. I know why they're curses. Let me collect them and get them back. And I don't know if she's even trying to bring back her lover, but I feel like that is the most rational reason why she specifically is doing this, and why she now has, she has 6 out of 7 of them. Yeah, the only reason I mean, a part of me also is like, I'm just gonna speak freely. The only reason I think that the abyss, because it's like that line, that Nibelung voice line, if that is implying, you know, the heavenly principles and one who came after created the Gnosis together. If the abyss is technically a descender status entity that latched itself onto Nibelung when they came back through forbidden knowledge onto that technically could count as the first descender, the heavenly principles, and the second descender, the abyss, created the Gnosis together in that one sentence. But I just don't know if that makes sense, or if that's even believable for the abyss's side. Because another thing is just like, wasn't the whole point of all of this to fight against the abyss, and then you use the abyss to create these things to then keep the, unless you're just using, unless this is on literally some HSR type shit, like using destruction to destroy destruction, you're using the abyss to destroy the abyss by combining the abyss and Dragon's authority, you create a new energy source that the Archons can use to then keep the Abyss at bay. I don't know. I mean, and then again, even if he didn't use the Abyss, why would he need to go to this Poyola location to create the Gnosis in the first place? You know? And did the Tsaritsa bring him to the Heavenly Principles, right? So here's another thing too, right? So the gate, the Belyazar makes this declaration, right? This, you know, I assume it's like Ajax or whatever. Ajax gives himself up to the plan, opens this gate, dies in the process. How the fuck does the Heavenly Principles even get their body to create the Gnosis in the first place? Like, unless the Tsaritsa, like, desperately asked and begged and pleaded. But she ends up getting a Gnosis. I don't know. This is so... It's gonna make sense in the future, but right now it's hard to, like, make sense of because we don't have all the clues. And they also said the Belyazar ended up falling to the Abyss, so I think the Belyazar ended up falling into that abyssal gate. And then that's why the Tsaritsa took over. This is so exciting, though. This is really fun to speculate and theory craft on everything. This is so exciting. All right, let me finish reading this, actually. I literally stopped halfway through. All right. In dark and foggy Poyola, the Lord of the Seven Calamities carved you into 7 pieces, and that young and pure girl, the daughter of the Belyazar, shall never again be wed. O lost hero, I call upon you by your unspeakable name, you, the healer of the world's sorrow and misfortune. Yep, sustaining the world. And may your grace still the wild winds of the frigid night and bring warmth to the young birds huddled on the frozen earth. Wow. Insane, dude. Note from the priestess Ernruth. This is an old version of a prayer that this is an old version of a prayer for wound healing and the cursing of disease that was later revised and simplified by the first moon chanter Isla. The following text is now recognized by the, as the normal standard. O lost child, in the name of the descendant of the far north, I pray for the blessing of light. May the frost moon's grace still the cold winds of the cold night and bring warmth to the young birds huddled on the frozen earth. Oh shit! Guys, oh my god. What is happening? Is that the name of the previous moon goddess? The frost moon goddess? Harakutar, goddess of the frost moon. Is that Colombina? They got one for her too? Holy shit. It doesn't end. Is there anything? Okay, this seems like it's the last bit. Okay, Jesus Christ. Holy. Wait a minute. Wait, is Harakutar? I think that's the previous one. Because Kutar's at the bottom, and that's Bina. Hold on. Hooray, Kutar. The third. All right, let me write this in. The third descender, Sarulainen, might be Ajax. Guys, I need a minute. I am literally, like, I'm so exhausted. Oh my god. Oh man. Yeah, this is crazy though. I think this is the, obviously the Frost Moon Scion's name for the goddess of the Frost Moon. The original one, the one before Colombina. Because it's not Kutar, it's Harakutar, goddess of the Frost Moon. O Harakutar, God, mother of holy light, pray hear my pleas and cast your gaze from on high. May your silent tears pierce the cold night. Yep, the tears. Light a silver torch that never fades, and grant the people of the far north a guiding light. Yeah, and didn't they say that the Frost Moon cried tears that created a path for the survivors of Hyperborea to Nod-Krai, and that's where they got the Frost Moon Scion's name from. So this is the goddess that answered their prayer that they then devoted their lives to. So this was before Bina. O Harakutar, mother of the silver shuttle, hearken to my prayer and clothe the heavens in gentle veils. May your spun silver thread lead lost souls from the underworld's filth, that they may not lose their way in the cold night. O Hurekutar, wherever you lead, we shall follow, and your will shall be our law. Better that the cold night of death blind our sight, than that we sing in shame beneath a false light. Yo, that was bars right there. Note from the priestess, Ernruth. This is an older, unedited version of the prayer. It was originally brief, as the only matter too sacred to be spoken of at length was the chief god who protected our ancestors, and the origin, past and future of the moons. The first moon chanter, Eiler, later revised and simplified the prayer's contents. The following text is now recognized as the standard. O pale white frost moon, in the name of the descendants of the far north, I beseech you to cast down your gaze from the celestial dome above. Oh! That's what Lauma recites. That's really cool. That's what she says in the trailer. May your gentle tears pierce the frigid night, and grant us the forsaken and forgotten your guiding light. That is really cool. Yeah, Lauma was reciting that during the teaser where she's like, you know, cutting her hand and whatnot. That's really cool. And then they also have a prayer for the current unknowably named, right? They go by Kutar and Colombina and the Damselette, but we don't know her real name. O pure and flawless new moon, in the name of the messenger of the Frost Moon, I beg for your grace and mercy. Cleanse all of our sins, I pray, and wipe away the endless pain and tears of those forever barred from paradise. Oh my god, I'm so exhausted, chat. I'm so tired. I'm so exhausted. This is the best kind of exhaustion for me. I'm like, wow. I am cooking up a storm right now with this lore. The third descender, the Voyager, the first angel, the heavenly principles, the freaking Dragon King Nibelung, the three shades, 3 out of the 4 shades, the previous moon goddess, the previous frost moon goddess, the current frost moon goddess, the abyss, the Belyazar. Fuck, man. Brother. I need answers. Sarah Lanin, the third Descender dropped. I'm so pissed that they gave this to us, but the true identity is still a mystery. It's like, wow, what a fucking tease. It's clever, it's smart, but like, goddamn. The Belyazar, their plan with the Abyss, the Seven Gnosis, the Abyss, and the Heavenly Principles. I don't know if that rings true, but like, Poyola seems like it's the Abyss. And so in the dark, foggy Abyss, the Heavenly Principles carved you into 7 pieces. Like, what the fuck? Wouldn't that be completely ass backwards? To use the Abyss to create the things, and then you go back to defending the world against the Abyss, you know? I don't know. Obviously, Hoyoverse, only Hoyoverse knows what they're cooking, but I am definitely here for it. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I completely forgot Aether's still on my page. That's funny. I just want to double check this really quick. It's been a while since I've seen this. Hold on, I think it's 5. Is it 5? Oh no, it's a vision. Severely wounded in the Great War of Vengeance, the usurper had their functions ruined and can no longer use their absolute authority to suppress the original order of the world. To continue to subdue and control the resentment. Okay, so that's why. Yeah, that is why he did it. So I guess the third Descender dying kind of worked out because he's like, yo, the Abyss is kind of running amok everywhere, and I need to put an end to this. So the usurper and one who came after created the Gnosis together. The one who came after. See, either, like, there's 2 interpretations for that. The one who came after is the one who came after the first Descender, which is the second Descender, or the one who came after could just be someone else that came into the picture. You know, it's like, I guess it's it's literally up for interpretation as to like who you want to believe that fell in line with. Here's another crack theory potential, is like somehow Nibelung, even though Nibelung would have been dead by now, but because he was one with the Abyss, I wonder if in the gates of Poyola, if they somehow harnessed Nibelung or like the abyssal remains of him or something. I don't know, because I don't think Nibelung just died and like his remains just like chilled in the world. If he was abyssal, maybe they threw his corpse or his remains or whatever back into the abyssal gate or something, or got rid of it somehow. You had to have gotten rid of it somehow because he was abyssal at that point. But like maybe it was somehow Nibelung. Like that's another like crack theory possibility for me, because he was abyssal at that point, right? He was the Black Dragon through the War of Vengeance, and he is alleged to be the second Descender. I think at this point it's kind of confirmed. Like all of the other options are kind of like out of the way. So Nibelung also being the second Descender would fit that bill if it's referencing one who came after the first Descender, which would have been the second Descender. Here's another thing too. Wouldn't Nibelung be able to harness the abyss the same way that Rare is able to? Rare used Kuvaki to power himself up despite the abyss being stronger. So like, given that fucking Dragon King Nibelung created the damn moons and created the freaking power source of light energy that became Kuvaki, if he became one with the abyss, wouldn't he just be... I feel like he'd be able to control that shit. Also, not a bad idea, too. I feel like Rare may have taken a page out of Nibelung's book with his plan. You know? So that's another thing, too, that I'm just kind of curious, but... I don't know. Either they use the Abyss to create the Gnosis along with the Third Descender, or Nibelung and the Abyss to create the Third Descender Gnosis, like the Third Descender Gnosis. I just feel like there's something obviously missing. There's context missing. From that day on, whenever a person... So, and then it was from the day that the Gnosis were created that visions started being given out. Guys, my brain is fried right now. I also got to get out of this area. I love this track, but I'm just like... Holy... I am so fried, guys. Holy shit. Yeah, I definitely couldn't tell you guys that I was expecting any of that stuff. Yeah, I don't know if that's that could also be like a translation error. Like, I don't look up like the CN version of like what it says in CN, which it's more of like the sourced translation or the sourced readings, but it's very sus. It's very suspicious. I hope I cooked somewhere along the lines. I feel like I was cooking and burning the kitchen at the same time with all these. Like, my mind was just I was like, bro, I just gotta say anything that I'm thinking because I don't know what to make of any of this lore. It was absolutely crazy. Yeah, and they dropped that in, bro, that's crazy that like a whole nation, new Archon quest, new world quest, new story quest, new events. And then this one little lore bomb of a book. I mean, it took a ton for me to get here because there's so much that I want to cover. First, I always do lore reading last. And everybody and their mother was asking me about this book, which was a little frustrating because it's like, I've been doing this for 5 years. People should know my, you know, people should know my content order by now. But this was super exciting for me, especially because like now I'm kind of in the know. And now I'm like, wow, so we just know what the Tsaritsa's plan actually might be with gathering the Gnosis together and having a lover, and now she'll never be wed. I do think she's the Archon of Love. that more than anything kind of solidifies it for me. I mean, it's not official, but I've always felt like the love factor is, you know, was reasonable to, like, speculate on. Like I said, like, back in the day, right? I think during Bottleland, I was like, yeah, I think, like, I kind of went down the list. I was like, I think the Tsaritsa is the goddess of love, and her previous lover was the previous Cryo Archon that died in the Cataclysm, and so she wants to, and that, like, caused her to, like, want to change the world through the Gnosis. And then I was also like, oh, the previous lover was, you know, Zila, and the current Tsaritsa is Bronya. And I also was like, oh, well, the heavenly, like, the Tsaritsa wants the Gnosis because she's trying to get the Dragon Balls together to revive the third Descender. And after HSR, I would not be surprised if the Tsaritsa is like an XP of Elysia, given the whole love factor. But, yeah, I don't know. This is so overwhelming, guys. I am so shot right now. I am so dead. I am going to have to make the difficult decision to end the stream here. I know we have Luna Arcana still. I know we have Luna Arcana. I know we have Milliastra Wonderland, but I am so tired. I am so exhausted. And I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, just like yesterday. So, I will be live again tomorrow. Yes, I will be streaming again tomorrow, guys. 3rd time's the charm. It's gonna be a super short stream. We're basically gonna read whatever lore we didn't read today. And, we're gonna end it off there. Because I want all of this done before Durin comes out. But yeah, we're gonna do Luna Arcana and the Milliastra Wonderland, because I need to read all that lore before they flush out. I mean, I screenshotted everything, but that's kind of a pain in the ass. I want to read all of the Milliastra lore, and I want to look at the trailer again, like the little cutscene that they gave us. I wanna check that out again. Short stream, yeah. It's not gonna be a 7-hour stream, I'll tell you that. At most, a few hours, like a couple hours. Maybe I'll just yap with you guys and chit chat. But, it's also probably going to be a little later in the day because I need to sleep. And I'm going to sleep in. But, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those were all of my thoughts, theories, speculations, pop-offs, reactions to what I actually genuinely feel is the most important, one of the most important books in Genshin Impact history. I cannot believe we got the Heavenly Principles, the First Angel, the Voyager, the Third Descender, and the Tsaritsa, and her father, the Belyazar, the first Cryo Archon, fucking around with the Abyss, the Arrogation of the Fae. Bruh. Yeah. It's funny, too, because I read something earlier, I think it was Flynn's lore, that was like, oh, you know, it seems like there's some similarities between the humans and the Fae. Yeah, their fucking level of arrogance. The fact that they're really out here trying to do what, trying to literally be gods among men. And I'm like, bruh, when will you learn? No wonder Asmodee was like, this place is cursed. I'm out of here. I don't want nothing to do with that shit. And she's been gone ever since. She doesn't even have lore in this damn book. Bro, she's like, I can't save these people. I can't sustain the Heavenly Principles. We're cooked. But, I hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts, my theories, my speculations, everything else in between, my crack theories as well. If I get at least one thing right that I said tonight, I'll be happy. Right? I ghost wrote, guys. That's why I'm exhausted. I literally just left everything on the page. And now Hoyoverse is going to put it into practice, and we'll see it in a couple years. Surely. But, yeah, I cannot believe it, man. I cannot believe it. Obviously, this took way longer than I was expecting. But, I really, 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 really appreciate all of you guys tuning in, watching live, watching the VOD on Twitch and YouTube, watching this in its edited format when it goes up on the Murder of Birds Impact channel. We still have a bit more lore, but I'm gonna call it for tonight because it's almost 10 o'clock and I've been live for almost 8 hours reading lore for the second day in a row. Yesterday was a 7-hour stream, today was a 7.5-hour stream, and I'm streaming again tomorrow. We're gonna be going through the Luna Arcana cards as well. Actually, tomorrow's Monday. Does, hold on. Is it tomorrow? Oh, shit. Actually, I can get another Arcana card tomorrow. I just realized. Yeah, I was gonna say it's the 1st, so Imaginarium Theater refreshes. So yeah, I'll be able to get that. I'll probably have my Imaginarium Theater done before. I'll probably have that done before I go live. But yeah, that'll be my 3rd Arcana card, actually. And then we can read all of the cards that I've collected so far. I got 2 so far. Tomorrow will be my 3rd, and then we'll read the rest. We'll prepare to read the rest of them since, like, all of its lore is available. And we're also going to be doing, we're also going to be checking out all of the Millie Astra Wonderland lore before the shop resets for Luna 3. But, that is everything for me, guys. I really, really, really hope you guys enjoyed the lore reading. I don't know how long this session took, like this reading session. I think it was maybe like 2 hours. Yeah, it was actually 2 hours. Yeah, this reading session took about 2 hours to get through. So shout out to that one person that was like, yeah, probably 2 hours. And as you guys can probably tell, I'm such low energy right now. I'm so tired. I'm so exhausted. I'm hungry as hell too. But the lore was loring. I took down a ton of notes. We got a lot of theory crafting going on here. And now we just get to look forward to the rest of the lore. Luna 3 later this week. And everything else that entails with the Archon quest, the world quest, well, the Archon quest and the event quest, really. And Durin story quest, pulling for Durin and all that jazz. But, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun. I hope the content was entertaining. And I will be back tomorrow for more Genshin Impact lore. Alright. Gamers. I'm tired as fuck. I'm exhausted. Yeah, I'm gonna try to be live tomorrow, like around 2 p.m. Yeah, I think around either 2, 3 o'clock. It's gonna be a very short stream, guys. I'm literally reading 20-something, 22 cards. And some lore, like Octavia lore. So it's probably going to be like a 3-4 hour stream at most. I can't imagine it being longer than that. Yeah, there's 22 Arcana cards. It's going to take 22 months or roughly 2 years to get them all. And that's if you, that's if you do your Imaginarium Theater every month, and if you trade all the necessary cards. Because you can't get duplicates.
Children should not be exposed to such nonsensical stories.
I'm so tired. Yeah, you can get duplicates, and then you can trade your dupes for cards that you don't have if other people want to trade them for you. But yeah, you can get duplicates. Unless you have perfect RNG. I wonder if anyone will be able to get every a new card every patch until they get them all. Zenjito, thank you. I appreciate the comment. Thank you, thank you.
Children should not be exposed to such nonsensical stories.
Yeah, you can refresh your run to get new cards too, but you can't. Your card selection is based on the characters you use. That's what Hoyo said. So some cards might not even be available because some characters aren't even out yet.
Children should not be exposed to such nonsensical stories.
I hope you guys had fun. I really hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. I know I was like yapping the whole time and reading lore the whole time, but I hope it was entertaining. I hope you guys had enjoyed yourselves. I really liked reading the lore. I'm just so tired and exhausted now that I'm like, man, I have all my energy went towards that last sequence with the third descender, and now I'm like shot. But it was really fun. I cannot believe it. Now I get to watch people. I know Dowie made a video about this, but I wasn't able to read it, so I'm probably gonna watch that tonight. Actually, now that I have managed to do that and see what he says, hear his thoughts and whatnot. It's hilarious. Yeah, I'm sure Brother's glazing the heavenly principles in that video. Yeah, he's great. He's awesome. Yeah, and these videos will eventually be edited and uploaded to the main channel in due time. I was supposed to post a video tonight, but I forgot. Actually, what's today? Yeah, I missed out on that. It's all good. I'll post it tomorrow. Durin trailer drops today at 11? Really? They just dropped Yehoda's. God, I need to reset then. Jesus. Does Arnold have the envisaged echoes? I unlocked all of them. I haven't. I've unlocked all of them with the keys. I haven't done all of them yet. But yeah, I have access to all envisaged echoes. I think they're giving albedos, right? Aren't they doing albedos this patch? I think. I'll be able to get the next two that come out. Yeah, and Klee. Yeah, albedo and Klee. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll be able to get... I have all of them right now, though. Can the Gnosis exist before the Cataclysm? Yeah. I think you're getting the Cataclysm and the Archon War mixed up. The Archon War was hundreds, if not thousands of years before the Cataclysm. The Cataclysm was only 500 years ago. Okay, guys. I think that's it. That's like my last yawn. I think that's telling me enough of what I need to know. Yeah, I just need to reset. I need to eat something and unwind and relax. So, I'm gonna stay up and see if they drop something for Durin tonight. If they do, I'll react to it. I'm shocked too because they gave us Yehoda yesterday and now we're getting another one today, which is kind of crazy. But it is Sunday, so I guess they typically drop those on. Maybe they'll. I don't know if they do Sunday or Sunday Monday because they don't do anecdotes anymore. I'm sorry, they don't do collected miscellanies for Nod-Krai or during the Song of the Welkin Moon. But But yeah, I will I'm gonna eat something and unwind and relax, and if they drop something at midnight, I'll do a reaction video and close out my night. And if they don't, then I'll just kind of call it here. And I'll be live tomorrow a little bit later in the afternoon, like around 2-3 p.m. Eastern, just so I can kind of linger on for the first half of the day, so I can not wake up and immediately stream. And tomorrow's stream is going to be pretty straightforward, pretty short. But thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sorry for the low energy towards the end here, but I need to reset. I'm so tired. But yeah, I'll see you guys in my next video or my next stream. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out. If you joined late, VODs will be archived. It's gonna take a while. This is like an 8-hour VOD practically. So take care. Good night. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.